And welcome back, everyone, to NECC Valorant. It's week 4 here in the Navigators Northeast, and we're kicking off a whole night of amazing Valorant competition. I'm Los, and joining me on the desk is my main man, Vincent.
How's it going, Los? You're looking pretty darn nice over there. I like that jacket. Hmm. Looking absolutely fine on the broadcast tonight. You're not Mick though, nor am I Infernosis. So I listen. We're just keeping you on your toes. We got a fantastic matchup for our first one of the day, but let's talk about that alongside the rest of the matchups by taking a peek at our schedule. And well, our first matchup, as I was talking about, is going to be OWU Crimson going up against Lees-McRae Green. And well, Los, you and I recognize that first name. We'll talk about why in a second, but that's going to be followed up by the Juanita Eagles and King Scarlet, and then GCU Varsity and CSUF Blue on the 10 p.m. slot. So a long day of Valorant, a whole lot of fun here at the NECC.
That's right, and we even have another 3 matches going on the B stream, so be sure to show support to all of the teams that are battling it out today. And speaking of a team that's battling it out, finally, we will be able to see OWU Crimson make their way to the server. You may recognize that name from the first broadcast of the season, where Ohio Wesleyan University was unable to field a roster in this first matchup of the season. But no, they're showing it up. They're here, and if they only get one match, one map, one round today, it'll be better than what we saw, well, or what we didn't see previously. Regardless, why don't we take a look at the rosters of this team and moving forward, see what we could predict on this series. It's going to be Pink Nightmare, Milu, Jack Sparrow, A Futile Thing, and Mancow. Fantastic name.
Yeah, I mean, Peak Nightmare as well, by the way. Big fan of that. Let's flip the script, though. Talk about Lees-McRae, probably our favorites today based on their win-loss record. Slim, that girl, Amelia, Lady Missouri, Mint Squiggle, and Fates. We're going to be rounding things out on the Lees-McRae Green side of things here in the Navigators Northeast Division. And well, let's talk a little bit about these teams before we get into our map pool because, well, unfortunately, OWU, they might not have been able to field a team in the first week, but it hasn't necessarily been uphill from there. They've yet to pick up a win. We don't really have information from last week, so we don't know what happened. Whereas Lees-McRae, they've been hit or miss. They have a 1-1 record. They're definitely long for the ride. And, well, these maybe just a little bit outdated, but regardless, you can see the difference at least on this one, number 2 and then number 6.
Yeah, a big stat you may want to check out is that round differential, the final column. Lees-McRae, they have a +2 round differential. So they're here. They're still swinging even in those matches that they have lost. It isn't a crazy amount that they're losing by. But if you're looking at OWU, -49, that is pretty steep. I'm not going to sugarcoat that one. That is going to be a major struggle for them. But considering that they weren't able to field a team, they're automatically going to lose all those rounds. But in their previous matchup on week 2, they were only able to scrounge together a total of 3 rounds in a best of 3 series. So that is a very difficult situation to navigate. But they are the navigators here in this division. So this is going to be the time for them to figure out a new plot. And going forward, why don't we take a look at the map bans in the pool that we're dealing with today?
Well, I don't think we're ready to look at that just yet, Los. You jumped the gun a bit, just a bit, but it's okay because I have more to say. Lees-McRae on the other side of things, they have looked pretty good. They took a loss this past week, but their week 1 win against the NEC Blue was very solid, but they all went to 3 maps, and I think that's what worries me, which does lead us straight into that map poll, talking about where we are headed. You and I have kind of got to know this as a bit of a classic here in the collegiate scene. We got Haven going into Icebox, and Ascent will be our decider should it be necessary. And like I was saying, with the situation that Lees-McRae has been in the last few weeks, it feels like a map 3 does seem like it could be on the cards. Regardless, I'm curious your thoughts, Liz.
Yeah, I mean, I do believe that Lees-McRae, they have that fighting spirit, but they've just demonstrated a ability simply through the rounds that they've been able to overcome. I mean, looking at that week 2 performance from OWU, it does not inspire any confidence, but Lees-McRae, seems to be a scrappy team. They're able to put maps, rounds, even a series on the board previously. But if it does come to Ascent, it may be interesting depending on how strong the defensive half that we'll find from OWU is, because we honestly haven't seen much of them because they just haven't been broadcast. We haven't been able to get to know what their psyche is, their compositions that they're regularly running are. But in the end, I am strongly leaning that Lees-McRae is going to take this 2-0.
Well, a real possibility as we look towards the first map, Haven. We get down to the business at hand, and that will be the agent selection. And, well, who will go for what pick? It is an interesting dynamic on Haven, I think, because you can realistically play a whole lot of things, and it seems like OWU, for example, are at least thinking about going for something a bit more of a different look than maybe what you would call the most meta. But as we discuss pretty much every broadcast, Los, I'm a big fan of playing what you feel that you're most comfortable with, particularly here in the Navigators division, because if you're comfortable, your team's going to be comfortable, and you're going to feel comfortable fragging out.
That's an important thing. I think it transcends what your composition can be as long as you feel that the abilities in hand are going to be most effective using it rather than just believing, oh, we need to run the KO, we need to run the Sova just because it's been so useful in what is respected as like the common idea of a composition. You don't need that. You don't have to have the chamber even as a very solid defense down C long if that's what you're looking for. But the double sentinel running with the sage and the killjoy, if that is what they're going to lock in, I'm not opposed to it. I like it, but it does leave quite a few questions on what their strategy is going to be on the attack.
And it's a good point. Yeah, I mean, it does mean, a lot of potential utility on that defensive side. It's great to have that, but I think you're going to then rely a lot on your duelist and Mancow to do the heavy lifting once you get towards that attacker side. And, well, we'll see what Lees-McRae have to offer on the opposition, as they've yet to get things locked down and locked in. But regardless, I think that from what we know, we are already going to be seeing that more defensive setup from the OWU side of things, and they do get to start on that defensive side. So I can't say that that doesn't make sense.
No, they want to really stack and pack those wins into the first half, and it makes sense. You want to start things off strong and set the pace because, okay, no one wants to hear me say it, but I'm going to say it. Valorant is a momentum based game.
Oh, check off your if you're playing bingo with me and Los, check off your momentum game scorecard there. We've done it again. But Lees-McRae, they're absolutely looking to push momentum because look at their composition. So fast, they're already up onto the site.
Yeah, great move by Slim. Already taking that first fight, and it has effectively been cleared. But Slim isn't done yet. Looking for more kills, but they will be stopped by a futile thing. In the end, that's a good conversion into an upgraded Ghost, but still looking at a 3v4 for the retake.
A little bit of a missed shot there from clearly a loser and futile thing. The chance is now fleeting for Mancow. 1-on-4, low health on the Viper, but rendezvous and everything else to shoot at, it's just not going to be quite enough. Lees-McRae taking that pistol round. They elected to start on the attacker side, and it's really kind of interesting because both of these teams knowing where they're going to start, it's clear that they have shaped their composition around that idea. We got two duelists there for the attack side for Lees-McRae, whereas it's more of a defensive heavy, sentinel heavy setup from the OWU squad.
Now looking forward, it's going to be a very difficult turn. I mean, Nailu, if they commit to that half shields, that's going to be interesting. Now, they will sell some utility in turn. But this play may be able to walk in and get that close quarters classic right click. Not to be the case. Expected to be a fast rush onto the site.
Quick, fast indeed. The plant's already going down, but classic, at least are clearly a loser. Not doing too much losing in that round, at least the 1-for-1 trade on a classic. I'd call that a W.
W for OW Crimson. Maybe another one to follow it up. No. Mint survived, but they've been hit by the Prowler, and Nailu able to follow it up with another kill. Hey, this may not be as bad as they were hoping for. It was expected to be a full-on rush of 5-0 flawless, but 2 going down, still an investment that might have to be put into place here on the bonus.
Certainly looks like that might be the case, especially when you consider the consistency of the rifles that we see from OWU. I think that Lees-McRae are looking to try to push this advantage to its maximum. And it's a risk, but they have enough money in their back pocket to make sure that it can buy into the next round. So I'm a fan. I like what they're doing.
Starting things off. It's hard to see what's going on, but at least enough presence to know there will be some resistance coming through. Not a very blocking cloudburst, but even so, Jack Sparrow sitting in the back, hoping to keep the platform safe, and they do, but walking through the toxic screen, it's Mint able to secure 1, but there's consistent trades, but in the end, it's been whittled down to a 2-on-2. The running and gun from Nilu, it doesn't work out. That girl, Amelia, holds it down, and it's just Mancow in the 1v2.
Situation could be deadly. Lear gonna go out, give a little bit of an advantage, but unfortunately the buff to that Lear not gonna be good enough for Mancal to come away victorious. Lees-McRae, that is certainly step 1 in setting up a big win on this map, is winning that bonus round. Los, you talk about the factors at play here. Lees-McRae pushing to the limit on that bonus and taking the victory.
Yeah, and that was a smart play in the end by ensuring they had that double spray playing together. Even if one died, it's the blinding of the Lear. They had each other's back. So this is looking to be a dire situation with the mixed buy that we have. It certainly seems scattered, even with a Bucky in tow. I wanted to see Jack Sparrow find some value out of that one, but since it's headed toward A, it's going to be a Bucky for the retake, and that is never a pretty sight.
Retaking Buckies are not Buckies that are usually going to be too effective, unfortunately, but regardless, the push continuing to come forward, push back some of these players, but actually, as I say that, Mancal gets a little bit too aggressive, but the wall in place over towards short stalls out this aggression from Lees-McRae for just a moment. With a minute left, they're going to end up falling back.
Jack, if they opt to go through mid, that'd be a tasty little position, but... Oh, Slim! Slim! No trigger discipline on this player! And Mint is able to clean things up, but even so, the distraction in that cubby, that corner, allows a futile thing to get the jump. We're on to Slim, so this might work out for them, but it's still a 3-on-4 for this retake. But as I say that, clearly a loser, clearly a winner with this double kill.
Quick and easy to get back in there. The possibility of a Viper's Pit, but I think it's a little late to invest that in there. Maybe not. Never mind. Putting that out on the site. That girl Amelia trying desperately to hang on to life.
Nice movement. Able to just check the angles. It will stay clear, but unaware that they've circled around the pit. But this may even prove successful. Lady Mazur there as backup, but no, they'll just run it. Even a spray through the cloud is going to be good, but I think, no, there wasn't even close to enough time. 1 minute and 90 milliseconds, 1.9 seconds. 1 minute and 90 milliseconds on the clock.
Wow, that's a lot of time. Well, jokes aside, though, I mean, it ended up being perfect. I didn't think that girl Amelia would actually be committing the Viper's Pit there, but the late commitment worked wonderfully, and she was able to do some, moving and grooving around in the pit to make sure that nobody was any effectiveness at finding where she was located. So I loved what I saw. We'll be seeing something more once again. This fast C hit has been a staple, and here we see it again.
Oh, so much utility being dropped right in our faces. And not even an unnecessary clear. It's been a full evasion. Jack Sparrow backed off, but they allowed a perfect lineup for Mint with the overdrive. I think Mint wants some more.
Now those fingers, they're ready for it. Gonna throw out some stun, and, well, it's perfectly effective. 1 HP is plenty to stay alive and get the triple kill. It's a flawless round as well for Lees-McRae, and you gotta give it to him because that was against a gun round, if I'm not mistaken. I think that OWU were buying in that one.
Seems to be the case based off what they're bringing to the table this time around on round 6. Marshals in hands and potentially a full buy. Again, it's one of those weird instances where it feels that the economic communication between this team when it comes to the setup, not exactly a strong connect because you got Nilu and clearly a loser making larger investments that don't fall in line with that save.
Can't get over the name of this player. Like, and especially with how well they're playing, clearly not a loser in my mind, but here we are. Nightfall coming out. That should stall things for a moment.
Followed up with a nice prowler just to make them think twice, and they have no audio cues. Futile thing will cross paths with utilized fates. It'll be a duel of fates and a duel of snipers. Neither of them will make that commitment to re-peek. They've outlasted the Nightfall, and it's time for their execute.
There's nobody actually committed on the site, though, which is interesting for OWU, but they're waiting, prepared. With this lockdown, the plant will come in and just a little bit late to pull out the orbital strike, but ultimately, the lockdown still might be effective enough to seal the deal here.
Oh! What?
Uh-oh.
Actually, that's a great move by a Futile thing! Utilizing that wall to make sure that Slim can't walk through and is detained, but what's the move to follow that after? A great shot from this Sage, but the retake to ensure there is no defusal. Time is running thin, but Jack Sparrow is running on a razor-thin edge. But it doesn't matter, because Mid, holding it down from short, pulls off an ace.
What was that round? So much chaos ensuing there. So much good work done. A Futile thing, you're right. The huge brain play to put down the wall at the right time and lock in the players in short. But unfortunately, the wall was in such a position that they weren't able to take advantage of that fact. And though they did end up getting the kill towards the long player, it was just not quite enough. The other thing that was missing from Elos is the defuse. I feel like you have to have a player committed to the defuse if you're going to lock down 3 players like that, right?
It had to be the case, but there was that present threat of utilized fates with the op in hand, so maybe they didn't want to make that commitment because it was a deadly situation, but you have to make that move if you've committed so many ultimates. I mean, it was the orbital strike, it was the lockdown. Regardless, they've made a move. Great shot onto Mancow, who's getting aggressive, and speaking of aggression, it's Mint, the ace themselves on mid.
And Slim has already pulled off all of the utility from this KJ. Clearly a loser, though. Doesn't need the utility to take some names and win some duels, but the entire side has been overwhelmed by Lees-McRae Green. Clearly a loser, about to find themselves facing an army, and he does.
Almost a little bit of nice damage onto that girl Amelia, but she survives it no problem. And this is turned into a much more difficult situation, a fallback of playing for the retake. Because they weren't playing for a retake, they were attempting to retake the site before the spike was planted, and there's no pressure onto Lees-McRae at that point. You're just creating a much more difficult situation for yourself.
Now they've isolated where the final player is, and Futile thing just going to try and get out of here, try to find an exit of sorts. The relay bolts have made it difficult to do so, and Mint is going to take advantage. Another triple kill. These duelists for Lees-McRae, Mint specifically, have been phenomenal, doing a whole lot of work. 16-2 in the first 7 rounds. That is impressive, to say the least.
Without a doubt. We're looking at how fast and aggressive these players are into this heavily defensive composition of Ohio, Wesley, and Crimson. What is the plan going to be once the sides swap? Because all of this investment was headed towards defense. How are they going to utilize these agents on the attack? It's looking to be a very difficult map if things continue in favor of Lees-McRae.
Well, Los, I got to keep it a buck with you. I don't think it matters how they're going to use it on the attack. If this continues, they won't have much of an attack to deal with.
Cold hard facts. Sometimes you don't want to hear it, but you're going to have to hear the sounds of that haunt launching onto the site. Once the wall falls, Slim is here to take it all, but they won't be able to do it. Running out of ammo. They have their teammates to keep things.
Feels like at this point, Lees-McRae are just feeling themselves. They're confident in these swings. They don't have any fear whatsoever. Walking out into these areas where they know OWU are lurking, but they just still win the gunfights anyway. Lees-McRae, they are, I mean, look at their money. Like, that really tells the story. 2 players at max and essentially 2 others right behind, just rebuying utility essentially is all they've had to do for this round.
Another placement of 3 players in A lobby. You have some posture by mid-window as well as grass. An aggressive play by Jack Sparrow. They haven't received much resistance along A-long. Will they be expecting 2 more players? I mean, certainly the Sage barrier will be an indicator of such a foe. Even so, what is the move following that? Did they make the commitment? Or do they rotate it out?
Once these players at short notice the utility from the Killjoy, they might have the information to know that there is a stack towards this site. And now with a rotation, all 4 players of the OWU Crimson are sitting, lurking, ready on A, but that's not where the push is going. Lees-McRae have gotten the memo. They figured out the plan. They've rotated off in towards C, and look at who's ready. The Jet prepared to play denial on these rotates.
Might be a chance for Nilu to engage in that fight. Might have a realization. Slim is here, but Mint there for some backup. They won't even take this fight. Oh, they've deemed it clear. Mancow, Nilu, both of them fall instantaneously. And it fears that this will be the end of any possible retake, but clearly a loser might have created some hope in this moment. If they go for another peek, I mean, it will be deadly, but their opponent is in a dire strait as well. Oh!
A little bit of a overzealous peek there, accidentally swinging out. I don't think it was intentional, but so unfortunate for Mancow. Got to be frustrating at 0-9. Your team has called it clear, right? You're rotating through an area that Nilu has just quote unquote cleared, and you get shot in the head. It's just, you know, nothing that Nilu can really do there other than just push all the way forward. But it is definitely not a good situation to be in for OWU, and specifically Mancow, who was not having a great start to this series already, has just been put in a mental rut again.
Yeah, it is one of those impossible situations because you want to know that this avenue will be clear, but how much time are you going to sacrifice in order to ensure that as a fact in your mind? Because you still have that clock running down on the spike, and there has not been a single successful retake. Well, there has been. There hasn't been a follow-up for that defusal when it was just a moment for them to get this win. But 0-9, not only for Mancow, but also for this entire team. Currently, Lees-McRae running away with this first map, and things continue this way, potentially, the series.
Well, you know, and not to smack OWU when they're down, but this is their map pick, too. I mean, that is the hard yards of the situation. Is that this is where they should be at their best, and as we've mentioned at a couple points here, their composition suggests that they should be doing relatively well here. It's going to be the Neon putting some information down, fast lane, and here comes that overdrive once again, but it is traded. There's Mancow on the board. Only 1-for-1, but still enough, maybe, to start to get this retake going. It's 2v4.
There is the lockdown available, but there doesn't seem to be any location where placing that down will be effective enough to clear out the site. Especially when you're working with these short-range weaponry. Just a Spectre in hand for clearly a loser. Might be able to convert it into at least 1 kill, but that will not be the case. 10-0, Lees-McRae green are in the green at this moment.
And, you know, listen, I understand this is Navigators, and sometimes we do see some less than ideal purchasing maneuvers, but I think that part of the problem here for OWU is that they are not buying and saving together. They are playing this, you know, just buy what you can, or at least it feels that way. I mean, even in this round, you can see Nilu investing down to 850. whereas others have saved as much as 2150 in man cows. So it does feel like it's just a little bit disjointed in some ways.
Nice entry there by Slim. Follow it up with a dash into the Cloudburst, but it won't be good enough, and not an easy run into sight as they previously earned. And through the smokes, through the walls, won't be shot. They will face Fury, but Mint, they are a power, a force. They will not give in. Now with the last two players on the backside of sight, might be able to turn this gunfight into a fair one, but it's never fair when Mint is on the other end.
So aware is Mint. 11 rounds and 20 kills. That is a ridiculous pace. Currently sitting at, what is that? 20 and 4? I mean, come on. That is ridiculous. A 5 KD?
That's unheard of.
I mean, it's just... It's unstoppable is what it is. You can see OWU, they have 4 ultimates into this round, but it feels like the pace has been such that even using those is a difficulty.
Yeah, they're having trouble finding the right moments to place them down, but now we do have use of this Sky Smoke. It denies the immediate sight. Follow it up by the Nightfall. Nobody is making the chance of walking into this site. But how much does it take to stop a single push? Now you've got the Toxic Screen, but it is just a feint. In fact, most of Lees-McRae, they've headed over to A, where it will be scot-free.
Yeah, I mean, this is sort of the situation that we saw back at A when we saw OWU start to stack everybody onto that site. Well, they stacked it, and Lees-McRae were quick enough to figure out that that was a stack in the situation and go the other direction. Here comes an orbital strike, though. All of that utility coming to fruition, and 2 kills off the back of it as the players are forced out.
Stimpy can give a little bit of speed if they want to walk in, but that's a seize. It's revealed the location of Lady Mazur, so now it's time for them to strike. A defusal attempt, but that girl Amelia, she doesn't let that one slide, and it's a 1v2. All up. The sniper up in heaven. They've gotten up, and that is not a good look, but they've transferred it. It's a Spectre. And that will not be the weapon of victory. It's 12-0. Flawless half for Lees-McRae.
I mean, you just got to give props to Lees-McRae. It feels like everyone on this roster is capable of stepping up in a big way. We saw it right in that round with that girl Amelia, who's had some good moments. You know, don't get me wrong, but a big triple kill to pick up in that round, putting them at 10-2. Basically no deaths. I mean, that's so impressive, and it's just, it feels like everyone can kind of step up, and not even the sheer amount of utility on the defensive side there was able to stop it. So, or else not even that could answer the call. Lees-McRae just 1 round away from their first map victory here in this series. And it feels like, I mean, it does feel inevitable, I'll be honest.
Slow 5-stack onto A. Splitting it up. There are 2 players waiting for it, and well, there is that player we've been speaking about, that girl Amelia. First line of defense. Nobody even daring to look to the right, but it doesn't matter. Slim is the one taking the shots. Amelia, she falls. However, Slim now has backup with utilized fates. They've made their way onto the site, and they will be able to take it if they keep this pace up.
Big win on the cards here. Lady Mazur, she has to clutch 1v4 in order to keep this flawless, and that won't happen. The pistol goes to OWU, and they finally have gotten on the board. There it is. If it's only just a mental victory, if that's all they get, it is a huge one going into the map too.
Yeah, absolutely necessary. It feels that a 13-0 would destroy anybody's in-game mental. It would absolutely crush it. It would be a very difficult thing to say. Just focus on game 2. GG, go next. No, not in this case. Especially not now that OWU has secured a victory. We'll be able to hold things on. Now with upgraded weapons, they may be able to convert it into at least 2 more.
It's a big if, though. Certainly not a guarantee in this one. We've seen some magical things from Lees-McRae, and so I don't want to count them out of any such rounds as is. Of course, Slim with just the classic, not ideal in this scenario, you could say, and the A hit seems to look very solid. Here comes some of that utility. Haunt gonna give away the position, but that girl Amelia started out with a kill.
Sparrow taking a little bit of damage, but now that they've got that weapon advantage, there's not much stopping them, especially against classics. You don't have to fear much, but you can fear an overextension. This shorty could be an issue, and at least one is secured, but no Spectre in range for Lady Missouri to pick that up to convert it into that 1v3 fight. Regardless, no, it won't be the case.
A little bit of funny timing there. Futile thing, just trying to entirely confirm the 1v1. And it will be a second round for Ohio Wesleyan University. And to be fair, you know what? I know that a lot of teams, like, in Lees-McRae's position, would have just force spot into that last round. I gotta say, I really love the respect they just showed to OWU by going for the classic save there. It's so easy to see them just play the disrespect, and at 12-1, you could understand why, but pretty cool.
Yeah, there's no sense in giving away extra rounds and ruining your own economy because you may have an upset, like we saw on the pistol. Put yourself on even footing. Now, in these swapped roles, you may have a different outcome than you were previously expecting. I can tell you right now, Nilu is definitely not expecting Slim to be in this position. Oh, might even convert it into 2, but it is a great enough damage that it causes a retreat for a futile thing. Now, with the full team looking for their advance onto the site, they don't have that utility to block off the sight lines. They don't have the even fights. It's turned into a 4-on-2. Make it the last player standing, unable to stand against the power of Lees-McRae Green as they take it 13-2.
13-2 indeed. Haven, that was unfortunately OWU's pick, but I mean, Lees-McRae, they just showed themselves to be just a little bit better in pretty much every way. We walked into that map. I don't know that our expectations were something like this. Our expectations, though, were that Lees-McRae were going to have the advantage going in, and while we saw them push that advantage to the limits using their very attack-oriented agent composition with both of the duelists, and especially that Neon, to make themselves very difficult to defeat. And ultimately, I mean, it was the likes of that Neon in Mint to do a lot of the heavy lifting for this squad. I mean, just checking back in, 22-8 overall. That is an impressive scoreline. And, well, I think thinking about the second map, you're going to try to figure out how do you deal with somebody like Mint going ham.
Yeah, Mint, the tip of the spear, always breaking through the defenses, and also having Slim along with them as just a rush. You get right through the defensive utility, but I guess the main focus could be on slowing down that player because there was so much chaos caused once they broke onto site. It was hard to stay as a uniform squad and pick apart and make those calls. So that may be a focus going forward for OWU, but it's still 1-0 at the moment. We're going to Icebox right after this, so don't go anywhere. NECC Valorant returns after this. And welcome back to NECC Week 4 of Valorant. We're still here kicking things off in the Navigators Northeast, and Lees-McRae University had an explosive start over on Haven, clinching out the first map 13-2 against Ohio Wesleyan University Crimson. In Ohio, they're seeing red. They want revenge here on Icebox, and to talk about it all, in case you forgot or you can't read, my name is Los, joined by Vincent. Vincent, tell me some thoughts over on Icebox.
Well, I mean, I think that there's a couple of notes to kind of look back on, and I think that Haven told us one thing in particular. That is, you have to stop Mint. You can't allow Mint to be going like 16 plus kills in the first 7 or 8 rounds. That's not going to be a sustainable way to win maps or win series. So that's step number one for Lees McRae as they head into this second map. The other thing to note, Los, is that as a whole, it felt like OWU crafted their agent composition, their selections around defensive setups. And I don't have a problem with that. I said I think you should play what you're good at and play what you think is going to be the best and what you feel comfortable on. I stand by that. But what I will say is that despite how much of a defensive composition they elected to go with, they still struggled to deal with the onslaught that was the aggressive Lees-McRae. So if they're going to do that again, they need to do a better job of utilizing that defensive weaponry at their disposal, or maybe go with some aggression of their own.
I gotta agree with you. I think that there was a lot of potential with their defensive utility, but they were being much more reactive than proactive. They didn't drop many pieces of utility to prevent a push. It was most likely a slow orb or a sky smoke after you already had that toxic screen dropped, after the fast lane was created. So it wasn't going to be effective because by the time that utility actually hits, well, you've already got mint in your face with the phantom. So it's
Yeah.
a little too late. So I think the idea is there. I think they just have to be a bit more quick to use it, quick on the draw. And when it comes to your life on the line, your sight on the line, you don't have to be too stingy with it. You use it sparingly. Obviously, don't throw things away so quickly, but you have to be the one that commands the situation. You have to act first and force your opponents to react because, well, Mint is making you do a whole lot of shaking and you have to shake back. You need to be the one to stop Mint in their tracks.
Yeah, and here's an interesting, funny stat that I saw from the last map. You rarely see 12 plants from the attackers over the course of a half because you rarely see all those rounds go towards the attackers. But even more rare is the fact that that girl Amelia, she planted the spike all 12 times. Not a single other person on the attack side for Lees McRae got a spike plant at all, which is kind of funny to me. I mean, I don't know that I've ever actually seen that happen before, so pretty neat. We are looking to get things started on Icebox. The agent select probably just around the corner. But yeah, Los, for me, I think when we get down to it, Lees McRae have a huge advantage here. This is their map pick, and we are into the action.
Let's see if this stat holds true. You can see that girl Amelia. She's got the spike. She will be the opener. And follow it up with a second. This is certainly guaranteed. The trend will continue.
What's crazy about that is you just rarely see your Viper being the one aggressing onto the side there, and then having that success and still planting the spike. It's just so funny to see. But Nilu's going to try and put down some utility in order to set things back up, but all of things are working against OWU. Clearly, a loser is the only one to do much of anything just yet, as unfortunately we've had a little bit of struggles there on our side. We'll get things back as soon as we can, but that retake not looking as good as you would have hoped.
No, it seems that there may have been a bit of struggles, but it comes down to the fact that they are just so fast. They ran on through, and even the spike runner was essentially leading the charge,
I
picking up
know.
those first two kills. But I think looking back to that stat, that also says that girl Amelia has never been killed before the spike has been planted. They have never stopped her before.
Hmm.
It's always been in a post plant situation, and having that consistent toxic screen, all the smokes up, is going to be a major pitfall. I mean, now the loss of Jack Sparrow could be a major issue, and it is. B is open.
Yeah, man, Cal unfortunately quick to follow in that endeavor, and Well, this time, there's no Neon on the field, but Slim on this Reyna is certainly doing a good enough impression at the entry success rate we had been seeing. Girl Amelia continuing our trend, as we were to have hoped, will be a 1v5, and OWU, you know, these are just sort of, this specifically, just sort of a throwaway type of round when you are working with pistols, you don't have enough to buy back in. But I think that the lack of success and even finding a kill or two there is something that is a bit telling and really pushes Lees-McRae up a little bit higher in my thoughts of them at the very least, because they're able to win out those anti-eco rounds in such dominant fashion.
Absolutely. And now that we have a chance, I would like to take a look at the adjustment of all of these different agent selections. Of course, that girl Amelia and Lady Mazur, they're holding it down on those same roles, but there's been a complete switch from the forward of that Neon. Mint now taking things a bit slower as the Sage. Regardless, they still have that same impact. They have been hit with the 0 point, might be a bit of an issue, but not quite when you already take site control. But a futile thing, may be able to bring in some pain with that fragment. But the other angle is where Lees-McRae will hold it down.
Don't play it yet, which is a little surprising, but this gun round not working out in the way that Crimson were hoping. There's a single player left, and bad news. It's happened. The one round. We have not seen that girl Amelia plant the spike.
That's
Big
the
sad.
series. That's it. It's over. We're about to see OWU bring things back in serious fashion, of course, after this round, but another one of those instances. Do they go for a save, or is it this mixed buy? Because you could tell that Mancow and clearly a loser, they don't have enough. But Jack Sparrow, Futile Thing, and Nilu spending way over the budget, and if they lose out on this round, it is just going to be an economic spiral.
Yeah, this is kind of back to that point I was making back on the first map, but it's potentially a problem. But of course, the judge, always good for a 1-for-1, usually is. So maybe this can be the first step in the right direction, Los. There's utility, those nano swarms stalling out the plant for now.
Viper's Pit up. That girl Amelia won't fall now, but it's a big trouble moment. 4-on-2. No spike planted yet. Things are falling apart. Mint, the all-star, leaving that girl Amelia with such little health, 31 HP, all alone. Accidentally walk into their own snakebite. No. This is such a tense situation. You have no idea where your opponents, and they may be looking for a full wraparound.
Now they've been given the information, though, that Amelia still sticking inside of the pit. And it's great patience from OWU to get back on the board here. This time far earlier in the game than on that first map. So things are looking up. And, you know, we talked about the risk of the investment into the last round. It works out. You know, I don't love it, but I can't argue with its success. And so Lees-McRae going to be pushed back just a little bit as we head into what is yet another sort of weird situation with purchases. You can see a judge and a Spectre being kept over there by Nilo and the Feudal Thing.
The proof is in the pudding, Vincent. Now let's see if we're having seconds here as a futile thing.
Oh,
no! Oh no! A futile thing misses the shot with the judge. And we'll continue with a bit of utility, but that was a critical moment. That could have determined a change of pace for this round. Regardless, Mint and Utilize Fates farming OWU.
And unfortunately, I mean, it's not worse that they've won that last round, but it certainly doesn't help the situation that you lose a round right after you've won a round. It just sets you up for some economic disaster, and the fallbacks simply aren't there. OWU on the other side of things. Looking at this again, I mean, I guess it worked before, so go for it again. That's got to be the mindset. What do you think, Los?
I mean, what else could it be? They tasted a little bit of success. They wanna run that back. But now, economic downturn again. hard times have fallen, and there is no solidarity with these buys. Mancow, good idea, but not realizing that there will be overwhelming force within that hall. Things have into a quite large standstill. At least clearly loser, unaware of where the forces are coming from, but they want to hold it down from mid. But Jack Sparrow might be able to make some magic happen from Snowman, but the walls are closing in.
Clearly a loser, missing a bit of a timing there to save Jack Sparrow's life. Their position given away, and Lady Mazur, she's got it on lock. A flawless victory. And OWU might have been given a bit of a false sense of victory in those force buys, because now they're committed to them at nauseum. They have not stopped ever since that round win. And it's back to this situation where, especially on a map like Icebox, Los, you're working very regularly in some of these longer range angles, and there's definitely short ranges that you can work the Judge, but the Spectre especially, I think, can be tough when you're working against the B push specifically, or early into that A aggression.
Yeah, that'll find value looking in maze, but when you have those longer angles, when you want to have height control, the verticality that's offered with Belt is just too strong, and it too weak with the flash. But now, maybe a shot from the Judge. It won't be granted. Slim able to beat the quick draw, and they have taken this site with ease.
Oh, and there's going to be a commitment here. The lockdown, as well as the Empress being put forward, and Jack Sparrow at least picking up a kill, has maybe made this a little bit more doable. There's potential for a Viper Spit as well. Clearly a loser going to find a timing, but it's damage. Not any kills, only the damage, as there's only one player to be detained by that lockdown. This is not good.
What may be a valuable move here is that this is an unorthodox plant. They have safety. If they just commit to the defusal, it could work out, but no. With the realization that it was in trouble, it was in danger, they had a 3-player push. But Jack Sparrow almost looking to find that ace. One more shot into Mint. That could have turned it into a 1v1, but it's 6-1 now. This is not a good situation for Crimson.
Not in the slightest. And Los, I think that, unfortunately, it's made a little bit worse by the fact that they committed 3 ultimates in that round. OWU, they pulled the null command. They threw out the lockdown, and they used the Empress as well, and none of that was enough. The other thing, and I'm being nitpicky here, but it's something I noticed, Mancow was on the defuse with the Empress. You never want to have your Reyna being committed to the defuse with an Empress especially.
No, that player necessary to be on that counter-offensive. This has been such a laid-back defense, but of course they want to go for that retake. Nightfall won't find any information, but you have 2 on the flank. Slim is keeping an eye on that, though.
Nightfall against Nightfall, they instantly pull it back.
Coming out. Oh, Slim. Interesting opportunity, but the swing with that dismiss has cleared this choke point, and it's all up to the players from the flank to make it happen. Clearly a loser, just a Spectre in hand. We've talked about how this has been a hard weapon to use in the long range on B. Clock is ticking. Time to make a move, but a move not made by clearly a loser. Slim there when the wall breaks to break the counter-offensive.
Man, that timing for the wall to break was just a little bit unfortunate, right? Clearly a loser. Thought they had it. No dice. Sorry. Wall breaking at the wrong time. Would have been dead to rights, I think, regardless, but still. Bit of an unfortunate moment. But OWU, back to the drawing board. And I know I'm feeling like a bit of a broken record here, Los, but here it is again. We got 2 Spectres, sorry, 1 Vandal, a Guardian, and a Stinger. Like, the consistency on these purchases is just not here, and it's allowing for so much space. This being a good example of it. Fate is so deep.
This is a wild maneuver, but Fate able to break on through that toxic screen, give themselves a kill. It opens things up for Mancow. This has just been a wild setup, and now the spike is in the middle of nowhere. And Slim, they just got to deathmatch this one out, and that's exactly what they intend to do. Popping the Empress, looking for the 1v3. It's granted into a 1-on-2. freebie as Mancow was in the middle of throwing their own blind.
Great movement there as well. Nilo not going to have any idea of Slim's position. The overheal still there, and the leader goes out. Plenty of time does remain. 0 point, not catching it, and Slim has spotted out a futile thing. The shots connect, and the clutch is there for Slim. 1-on-3 with the Empress at hand.
A beautiful finish, and I was highly skeptical about that one. It was a good showing here by OWU, able to lock it down. It seemed that the round was theirs. Spike in the middle of nowhere. One player left, but that one player was Slim. And you should never doubt the abilities that Lees-McRae is bringing to the table. Mint taking a back seat. It's up to Slim and that girl Amelia here on Icebox.
The attempts continuing for OWU. Everything looks so good in that last round, though, so I'm disappointed on their behalf. Fortunately, my disappointment, it's worth about as much as, well, the lack of kills there in that 1v3.
Ugh. Don't be so rude, but being rude, it's Slim breaking through without even knocking, walking in unannounced. They're about to announce their Fury 3 down, maybe another one to follow with the Lear. But no, Jack Sparrow takes the kill, followed up by a trade in the wall, and just to add insult as Jack is not making their way in. However, things can change in a moment's notice. The barrier providing a little bit of cover, but the double swing doesn't find success. The isolated fights are not enough. Lady Missouri, she closes it out 9-1.
Nicely done. Once again, I mean, Lees-McRae, they've just walked into that site, and I talked about shutting down Mint, and yeah, that's important because we saw what Mint could do on the duelist role before, but Slim was maybe taking a bit of a backseat last map, has certainly not done that here. I mean, that 1v3 clutch really puts a cherry on top to what has been a phenomenal performance, a big step up from map number 1 to map number 2, becoming the one to watch for this entire server. And I guess if it ain't broke, don't fix it, Los. It's going to be another A aggression here for Lees-McRae. They aren't even interested in the B side yet.
I mean, there's no need. There's no need at all. And once they walk past this initial fight, I believe, again, a singular player, just the judge in hand. Coming in with the 0 point. Well, you've got some information now, but there is a follow-up. The snake bite would have been able to be crucial in deterring that play, but there is no deterrence or deference. This is a full-on stop on the A site. There is no stopping it.
Man, Cow, we've seen the Empress come alive, working the advantage of Lees-McRae. Now it's time for OWU. See if it can do the same, but no. Dice, flawless is that victory as Mint chimes in for a triple. With a throwback to map number 1. Lees-McRae, 10-1. It's not quite the dominance on the first map in that first half, but it's darn close.
It comes down to not having the proper weapons, not opting just to take a backseat, let yourself have that save, come in fully equipped, because this is a standard buy. Now we could expect from OWU a Spectre, maybe a Judge, a rifle here and there, but never enough to have that solid force. So if you lose out on your rifles early in the round, looking for a retake with a Spectre, it is not going to be a favorable situation at all.
Nope, not in the slightest. What's interesting here is Lees-McRae not initially disinterested in that A site based on the Viper's Pit. Only now, about 20 seconds later, do they really think, okay, well, maybe Viper's Pit not going to be that easy to overwhelm. Let's try going somewhere else. And it will be a mid-aggression at this moment for players pushing themselves in towards this position.
Shots on the clearly a loser. Not enough to kill. Mancow, however, 1 for 1. Not bad, all things considered, and clearly a loser able to put some more pressure from Kitchen. And this may not have been the best push, not the best positioning by any means, But in the end, they have secured the plant as well as a Viper's Pit. This is bad news for the retake.
Oh, but that's a nice response. The lockdown being forced. Oh, but is it going to get destroyed? The push continuing. No. Clearly a loser, able to play defense, at least for the time being, and the commitment continuing, but it's just one of these players detained in a 1v2 now.
I mean, time is of the essence. Jack Sparrow has to find that girl Amelia, but no, there will not be a single player spotted. The lockdown, the detain will not sustain a victory. The time is falling down regardless. That girl Amelia clutches it out all alone. Don't even need help. This is a little bit better here for OWU Crimson, but clearly a hard stop. Lees-McRae.
Yeah, and, you know, I think that was a nice attempt. I mean, clearly a loser. That was probably the right call to put the lockdown there in that position. It was certainly effective at forcing that fight, and clearly a loser doing everything to try and play defense for the lockdown. But all things considered, it just wasn't quite enough there. Lees-McRae head into the pistol round. They are looking with a couple of ghosts. Same is true for OWU, so pretty similar across the board in the investments, at least for the weapons.
Screen placed. A is the place, but look at that rush from mid. A wrap around, Slim, the first one to fall, but a quick reload might be the downfall. As Mint able to lose their life following, but a futile thing in an angle that none would expect. But now that the information has been given, they should expect someone right below. That will be the case, but even so, all of this moment has revealed themselves. But in the end, clearly a loser. 1-on-2. Realizes that the flank is over. Spike is out of reach.
Very winnable, though. That girl Amelia, pretty low. This is a great setup. First connection. No. That girl Amelia going to miss the shot. I thought Lady Major, she was going to be able to catch whether or not that push came forward, and the spike is going to be planted in a 1v1 now.
Oh, jumping up on the zip line, making a run for it. Clearly a loser. Expecting to win that one out, but Lady Major is sure to take it for themselves, and we are map and series point. The Lees-McRae green, just one more, and we can expect it will be the last with this force coming up.
Match point.
Wow. I mean, it's been a while since you and I have seen this sort of dominance from a collegiate team. I mean, we've seen some one-sided games, you know, between our different places to watch collegiate, but this is a different level. And Lees-McRae, I think we need to give them a massive amount of credit for what they've been able to put forth here thus far. And it looks like to potentially stop and end at this moment. Of course, there is that force buy. It's going to be 4 Spectres alongside a Stinger. And we've seen OWU Crimson do some good work with these weapons before. They're choosing the right side. This is where these can be the most effective, I think.
Sound cue fired off, but with this toxic screen, that information was well known. Generator going to be a point of interest. Slim with Bulldog looking for the first contact, but Nilu with a Stinger rips their head off. Even so, the spike down, out of reach as well. A snake bite keeps it that way, and it does get a kill. Mancow falls into the acid pit. Nilu as well. And with the long-range Stinger, Mint closes it out. It's 13-1 on Icebox. Lees-McRae University. Unstoppable.
I mean, that is, just to put it into perspective, 3 rounds. That's all that was given up in 2 maps. That is impressive, absolutely outrageous. And that girl, Amelia, was doing well in that first map, is doing just as well, if not better, in the second. Top of the leaderboard for the squad. It was Slim most of that map, but at the very end there, that girl, Amelia, really stepped up big time. But I think that the conversation point for Milos, it comes down to this. OWU Crimson gonna need to revisit and just try to play a little bit better together, you know, be on the same page when it comes to investments, when it comes to individual duels. We saw a lot of times there would be individuals swinging out, no trades even on the cards, and well, that's a problem. especially if you're trying to work off of a one or two players commitment to the site. So a little bit to work on there, but big congratulations to Lees-McRae. They did fantastic tonight.
Yeah, team cohesion is what's going to win you the season, and Lees-McRae has plenty of that. The spike runner no more. That girl Amelia certainly stepped it up. She killed it this time around. And I want to just wonder how many first bloods came out from them. Yeah, 3 first bloods, a very solid move from someone who was usually in the middle of the pack, able to hold their own and ensure that the spike was planted. But in the forefront this time around, a solid performance indeed from everyone on Lees-McRae, but certainly a big upbringing or improvement from that girl Amelia. Regardless, Lees-McRae University continue their streak. They're 2-1 now. They'll be looking forward to continuing throughout the rest of the season. And this is only the first match of the night, folks. We've got plenty more here at NECC, so don't go anywhere. We got 2 more series coming right after this.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here ready to go for our second series of the day. I can count. Don't worry, everyone. First series went a little bit quickly. This one is sure to be a banger, though. We got two 3-0 teams coming up here. But, of course, let's go ahead and introduce ourselves. My name is Orbital. With me, it's time to Light, one of the most infamous members here on the broadcast desk. Light, how you doing?
I'm great. I'm happy for another week of NECC Valorant. Of course, we've already had one game played today. It's actually look at the schedule and tell you what's going on throughout our day one of week number 3. On this side, I know what side I'm on. You can see Lees-McRae did indeed beat OWU Crimson 2-0. We head into Juniata taking on King Scarlet, and GCU Varsity will take on CSU Florida Blue. Should we move on? But I don't know if that's going to start on time, considering both of these teams are 3-0 coming into this. I'm expecting a 3-map series.
I'm expecting it so. At the same time, I expect both these teams to be able to understand how to take over a game. Again, they're 3-0 apiece, right? They understand how to win these games. They understand how to play at an aggressive pace. And I mean, if we take a look at the records, you can see Juniata do have a little bit of a lead there. You can see that currently in the map difference, they are currently 6-0, and I want to say closest game that they have was an OT back in week number 1. It was 14-12. Other than that, they've had a fairly consistent time. There's only one other game that they allowed the opponent into double-digit score, which was U Ottawa Blue in game number 2. That one was 13-10. For King University Scarlet, though, they've had a little bit more of a tricky time. They did go all the way into game number 3 for week 3's matchup against Lees-McRae Gold here in the Emergence Mid-East Division. So they have a little bit more experience under their belt, but they've also may have a little bit more difficult time against Juniata College here.
And with the Emergence Mid-East overall playing out, you can see there's 2 heavy favorites, or 3 really, with Fanshawe Fuel rising, quite literally rising in the standings. They have yet to play their 3rd week of matchup, though, so that's why they're sitting at 2-0 as of right now. Taking a look at the teams themselves coming into this, it's a very small difference between them. +1 in terms of map differential favoring Juniata. That's only because they have yet to be to a 3rd map. They're technically up in terms of round differential, yet they have won less rounds because they've played less maps. You get the general idea. It is dominance in favor of Juniata, but at the same time, this is by no means heavily favoring them, because both these teams are 1-2 coming into this week. Both are undefeated, only one will remain so.
And we'll go ahead and have to see what players are going to bring about that possible turnabout here. Depending on who comes out ahead, they could be cementing themselves as a very strong team. So moving into week 4, we'll go ahead and take a look at the maps here first and see what maps are going to be played out here. We have Bind, Icebox, and Pearl. And I think that one's the most surprising part. Pearl, of course, making their way all the way to the very, very end. Usually we see that banned out in the first 2 maps in the rotation.
Yeah, Fracture being banned out here by Juniata doesn't fully surprise me. I was expecting it to be Fracture and Pearl back-to-back, but apparently Kings seem to be a little bit more confident with that, so Bind will be our first map of play. Icebox following that one up, nothing too out of the ordinary for the first 2. I like Icebox as a second map, not only because it's fun to watch, but it usually leads to more competitive games. Most of the time you see double digits for both teams, and given the fact that both of these teams coming into this are 3-0, that should be the case. Pearl is really where the rubber will indeed meet the road, assuming both teams win at least one map, because, well, you're looking at how teams can quickly switch up their dynamics, and at that point, Pearl's really where that shows.
Yeah, and that's, to me, Pearl's the one that a lot of people had a lot of issues with. There was a reason why they rolled out, I want to say, a huge round of changes just recently in the most recent patch, and it was for good reason. So for teams to actually leave it all the way open and say, hey, we're going to leave it up to the decider, also lends me to 2 different outcomes, right? One, either both teams have practiced it sufficiently enough and said, hey, we can go ahead and play it. We can probably go toe-to-toe with it and be all right. The other is, listen, we haven't practiced it. Why would the other team practice it? This is going to be an absolute fiesta. And if we get it to be a fiesta, that's even better. And that lends itself to, who comes out on top is going to come out on top. And that is going to be, I think, the very, very fun part. But of course, we've got to get through Bind and Icebox, and that's going to be the tricky part. And I know we've said it over and over again, but that is very, very true. So we'll go ahead and see what they have to offer. And again, we will have agent selection here very, very soon. But I do want to run down some of the rosters here. I believe starting with Juniata College Eagles, they'll come out here again with 3-0 record on the series and then 6-0 on the game score. We have a couple members on their roster already, which is, I believe, Skittles, Winnie, Miko, Darkwind, Prosa, and Peaks by Jaeger, but we'll go ahead and have to wait and see which of those 6 players will be making it onto the maps today.
I believe it is all of them other than Peaks by Jaeger. So for the time being, everybody else, Skittles, Winnie, Miko, Darkwind, and Prosa will all be playing. On the other side of things, Saloge, Big Wade, A-Man, King, Bat with Gen 6, Matt, and IQAP. That's IQAP, IQAP. However, they are not playing in this one. I believe neither is Bat. But the rest of the squad there for Kings, Crimson, I feel coming into this are going to play extremely aggressive. I took a look at a little bit of their roster listings earlier in the day, and when they play not full competitive play up against other colleges, it is really just aggression between them, and headshot percentages are kind of scary around that roster.
That is one of the worst things to ever see as a high percentage. It's just like, I don't want to see that percentage any further than 50 or 60%. If you're topping that, like, just run. Just don't peek a corner.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it all. Just leave it to the side. But they are going to have to go into it. And I love the fact that you pointed out the aggression, because I personally love skill checking at the beginning. And the fact that Kings University's Scarlet might have that in the bag, that the skill checks, maybe with the pistols opening round or with the full gun rounds, can lend itself to some very, very quick rounds that I'm curious to see if they can bank on the fact that, hey, we have been in aim lives for quite some time. We know how to hit these shots and we know where we need to go. It can lend itself to those quicker maps. At the same time, Juniata College, they might have the exact same thing. Again, remember, this is a squad that has kept their opponents down to single-digit round scores in almost every single one of their matches, save for 2. So on their side of the map, they might have the exact same score, and that can also lend itself to very swing-heavy matches, whether it really depends on, or it might depend on who hits those headshots first, right? Who is able to pick that corner first, and who actually gets the shot off.
And while we have a second, while we're fixing a few back-end issues, a quick note, we do have more events going around the NECC, not only today, but through the rest of the week as well. Tomorrow's Rainbow Six Siege, of course, Wednesday, League of Legends. Thursday, if I remember correctly, is now Overwatch 2, with Friday being Rocket League, Overwatch 2 finally coming into the fray with the game being released. But for the time being, there's also a B stream running with the New Jersey City University Gothic Knights A taking on the East Stroudsburg University Warriors A team over on twitch.tv/NECC2. They're about 3/4 of the way through Breeze, so if you are looking to see that rather than Bind, I don't blame you. I'm a Breeze fan as well. twitch.tv/NECC2.
Oh, the bias coming out here. Listen, we seem fine enough. Just leave it alone. Just please do something else. Please do something else, right? And I feel like that's also I'll personally throw mine out. I'm glad that they removed Split from the rotation. Reason being is I come from League of Legends. All I see is Summoner's Rift, right? The fact that you can come into some of these other games and Valorant and see all of these wonderful maps being played, and the fact that teams just don't want to change things up makes me very sad. So I like the fact that they are trying to almost, and I hate to say it, force players to adapt and learn and improve on other maps. I think it's a good sign, and it means that, teams are going to have to expand their map play pool. Of course, we are here, and we are underway with game number 1. You can go ahead and see the agents that have been selected here. We do see a Viper, a Raze, a Sage, a Brimstone, as well as a Sova for the side of Juniata College Eagles.
And that's not too surprising. Looking over at King's University Scarlet, it's Saloge on that Raze, but it's double duelist for the attacking side to open things up. A little unconventional, if I do say so myself. Most of the time you only see a Raze alongside that pseudo-duelist of a chamber, rather than the Raze duelist, the Jet duelist, and the pseudo-duelist of the chamber. The Sky and Brimstone, not too notable as the real staple picks in terms of initiators and controllers. Skittle, in terms of their controller, waiting towards the backside of this lamp's door, will retreat from U-Haul and be forced to back away. Quick control gained by King University, my apologies, and they're already starting to get that spike down. They've got it down.
It was a very, very quick plant, and no real answers to come from it, so Juniata College trying to figure out exactly what they want to do. Huge spray and huge miss. Skittles sending Skittles across the wall. Gen 6 able to pick up one before A-Man is able to find another. Prosa and Winnie, though. Winnie with a very, very nice util kill, and now with a headshot of their own. So headshots back and forth means Juniata College coming out with a man advantage. King University hoping to hold off. Matt going to try and make a play of plays, but getting tagged out on the top gives away their location. And Winnie with a 4K to kick things off for round 1.
They didn't get it to halfway, so if that lineup was a little later, wait, that might actually be on time. I think that's the round over. Hold the phone. It's ticking away, past the white circle disappearing, ever so close, 0.4 of a second between the round ending and Juniata College winning. But it is indeed a Juniata College Eagles victory on the pistol round. That lineup a little early, I have to say, especially with a smoke down in between you and the spike. You probably could have put that down a little bit later, but especially on the Juniata College side, you can body block the incendiary, right?
I mean, we do. I'm not sure about the other side,
yes,
and that's a big question. So, I have to agree. Maybe they didn't know, and if they did, either way, they could say we won the round, and it didn't really matter. However, next time, that is the big question, right? If a quick plant comes through, I do agree. King University do have to be aware of that, and, hey, play it out properly. Same with Juniata College. You can't allow it to get that close. Once again, if you do, you risk the chance of King University coming out on top. But right now, they do have the guns in hand. Juniata College running with those SMGs as per usual. And King University going to give it their best shot on laying down the law here if they can.
At this point, King University are really just looking for opening kills. If they can find one, maybe even two, then this really starts to even out. But there's no real easy way into the sites, especially with weapon disadvantages. Big Wade has that headhunter and is headhunted. Miko with the opening and the chamber off the board early. Clean shot, by the way, from that Sage. And already, it's Juniata College not only with the weapon advantage, but the man advantage just the same.
was a very, very clean kill, too. Very, very quick, and no one else on Juniata College, no other information really given, and that's the best kind of kill they can be very happy about, right? You take them out quick and easy, no real response on the other side, and King University are still left in the dark. They are going to try and chase into this A site. It's going to be a little bit of a question mark, though, so go ahead and sprint through a lot of those smokes, and what a spray. Miko can't really find anything, is going to fall, and that opens up an opportunity for King University to be on out with the 3v3. Juniata College going, what the heck just happened?
Oh, they spray into lamps. It's Winnie getting the second opener, technically, into the round. However, that Boombot around towards main, they know that Matt is trying to set up lineups. They hop on the spike, but this incendiary will indeed be late. They'll get it to half. The incendiary will come up and over, but it is indeed too late. Winnie gets the kill. Prosa just walks away from the incendiary as it is a little bit mistimed. And Juniata College, not cleanly by any means, but do indeed win the second round nonetheless.
I like how they're trying to chase the timing. Like you were talking about it earlier, it's like, man, if it were just a little bit later, and this time you're like, oh, too late, reel it back real quick, go back to the middle, please. But it was the right idea, right? And I think King University, they're playing this at a very upscale tempo. They're trying to force these engages very, very quickly. And part of that, the reason that they're even able to get the plant is Miko kind of missing out on some of those shots, and that's something that you really hope to not see again. Juniata College, even though they are 3-0, we want to see them play a very, very clean game here. Not that it goes down to, the last member almost every single time. So right now, 2-0 going into the bonus here. King University going to give it their best shot with the Phantoms and Vandals.
Best part here for King University is they took 3 weapons off the board. They forced a reinvestment into the round. Winnie, second attempt with the blast pack. They do send in that showstopper, and it lands onto a man on the backside of Hookah. The opener does indeed go Juniata's way, and they have a weapon disadvantage in this round. Remember, this is a full buy from King University, while Juniata, this is their technical bonus. Miko finds a follow-up on the backside of Tube, using that wall up and over, making sure they can find that off angle. And Gen 6's barrel has been seen, however, they still get a kill back. Darkwind's still looking for a return and will find it as well. A 3v2 favoring Juniata.
All right, we give huge props to that one. That was a nasty play, and Prosa is now going to find Big Wade again and again. These angles are catching people out, and the fact that the spike was not fully planted, it gives a little bit of a rough feeling for King University. They tried so hard to get this aggressive plan down, and yet it's lended itself to, again, them falling here in the third round. What was supposed to be a bonus lends itself to King University falling into an 0-3 state and into a very rough buy scenario. And I have to give props, right? We are seeing King University be very aggressive and, as you said, play to their upscale tempo, to play towards their aggressive nature of going hard in some of these sites. The problem is right now it's actually biting them in the back a little bit. Juniata College, off the aggressive stances, are able to find kind of these blind spots, kind of these moments where King University are not looking the right way. And it's led them to get some interesting frags. So King University might need to slow it down a little bit, even though this is going to be kind of that save round. We do have a couple marshals as well as stingers. It's a chance here, and Gen 6 is, of course, going to run with that blade, so let's see what they can do.
They tried the double up draft. I don't even know what angle that tries to aggress on. I haven't tried that one myself. As you talked about, this is a little bit of Nico. King University bringing in the classic buy for next economic strategy, where they basically just buy into the next round, but they already find 2 openers. Matt finds a body shot across into Skittles. Gen 6 a body of their own. There is a flank set up by Winnie, though, so time is of the essence here for Juniata. A double kill back the other way for Prosa, playing inside of their own stim beacon. They can swing for another and will indeed find it. A flank still being set up by this Raze, but they need to play past the trademark, and with a chamber being down, this round may be over. They swing from behind. They will find a first. The orbital strike will indeed take down the Brimstone, but a clutch from behind by Winnie will give Juniata their 4th straight, and King University cannot come back from that.
I'm not gonna lie, if Winnie was on the opposite side, that would have been perfect. So huge call by Juniata to be able to pull that one off. And once again, they are left with a single player standing. And, we gotta give mad respect over to Matt, who was able to lay down the law with that orbital strike, was able to catch their counterpart on the other side, Prosa, having their own orbital strike ready. It was a great shot. It was a great hit on that orbital strike, and it really caught him out.
So,
but again, they are getting a little bit too aggressive.
How much did you pay Valorant to add Brimstone to the game?
Too much. Listen, I wanted my name somewhere in the game, and I was so happy when they did it.
Okay. All right. I was wondering. I was like, That
Yeah,
totally
I
seems
got
like a
in
thing
during
he'd
the
do.
development stage. I was like, can you just toss my name in there just a little bit, please? They're like,
So
yeah,
when
we'll give you the big one. I was like, yes.
When Project A was announced, you were like, huh, how can I just casually slide into this game? But I give you props for that one. That was clean.
Yes,
Well
thank
marketed,
you.
I have to say. Big Wade almost catches a timing under this position of Miko in the backside of sight. Backside of triple being occupied, but they're just not watching showers whatsoever. The freest kill in Big Wade's career for collegiate, but they have to back away. Gen 6 is able to get into heaven. The spike is planted in 25 seconds of the round, and Gen 6 is just chilling in heaven. They should not be cleared either. The Brimstone should have absolutely no idea that he's sitting up here. Will hop on the tablet and fall because of it. Gen 6 find another here for King University, but Skittles with a doubled up refrag, trying to find a third, will not be able to find it.
Now it's going to break out into the secondary set of the fight right now, 2v3, as the defenders are walking their way in. Juniata College got to split this one nicely into the full site, but Saloj is able to find one, and A-Man is going to finish off the other. So King University, this time around with their buy round, is able to find a nice set and a round. And this time around, yeah, the aggression was there, but they play it well, right? They get the plant down, they took out some of the early defenders, and were able to set up properly, and that I think is very, very important. And we see how close the rounds have been, right? Juniata College, even though they won 4 in a row, it has not been economically in their favor. They are working with 3 sheriffs, a classic, and a hero rifle on Winnie. That is how rough these rounds have been overall. That means King University have a beautiful chance at stacking a couple rounds in their own favor.
This is a clear advantage for King. Even though they've lost 4 of the first 5 rounds, they still have an advantage into our 6th. When he playing around the entrance to the teleporter, Big Wade made out clear this and absolutely does not. The early aggression from Winnie will find them an opener, looking for another as A-Man looking to aggress out. But a well-placed orbital strike should be able to find A-Man. They're stuck inside of it and will fall immediately thereafter. The paint shell's almost finding another, as ever so slightly they're able to get away from them. But Juniata, with a double to open things up, the orbital strike finding efficacy as well, means Juniata College, even with a weapon disadvantage, now have a doubled up man advantage.
You want to know how I know this series is going to go the distance and how ridiculously aggressive these teams are going to be? We rarely get to see orbital strike kills. Like, it's usually used as a zoning tool, right? You drop it in the same beat as, defending against a spike, or you're using it to just clear out some space. It is rarely seen as a tool to actually get kills. It's rarely seen as a tool to actually lock down and get a kill, and yet we've seen 2 so far here in the first half of game number 1. That is how ridiculous it is, at least in my opinion. Right now, taking a look, Miko gonna get a swing, but Saloj is able to find them. Skittles and Prosa able to take 1 apiece, and because of that orbital strike, because of that lockdown on B, Juniata College are able to win out on a thrifty round of their own.
I don't understand how these rounds keep happening as well, because it seems to be a consistent thing where a team can't win a full gun round, and then the following one, they're like, well, who needs guns, right? And just walk away with a victory nonetheless. Winnie, by the way, is on 12 kills. At one point, they were on 7, with the rest of the team combined 3. I believe that was after round number 2. They were the first player, and still are the only player to reach double digits in terms of kills. And reminder, it's only the beginning of round 7. They averaged 2.0 KPR. For all you mathematicians out there, that's significantly more difficult than it sounds.
You want to play? Let's play.
Math is hard enough. Math is hard enough, but the fact that they're able to pull this off here in the opening sets is ridiculous, and gotta agree with you. The math don't lie. Like, this is becoming a bit out of control. A little bit of a one-way here, as Matt says, all right, I can see through the one-way. Give us another peek, will you? Juniata College sitting on 3 ultimates of their own, with King University popping 1 of their 3. That is going to be the 2 of the force. Getting ready to try and break open a chance over here on the speed site. Winnie, though, hiding inside the smoke, going to bounce their way out, try and get ahead of the jump, and they do find that opportunity. Gen 6 able to take out Darkwing with that classic, and Saloj able to find Winnie.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Saloj just pops this showstopper, and I don't really see why. You've already found 2 openers. Save it for another round. Maybe save it for another fight when they're trying to retake, because you have heard nothing whatsoever. Gen 6 takes a single shot onto Skittles' body and will back away. Second attempt to aggress will just receive damage rather than dish it out. Another attempt here from Matt. They want to get aggressive on King University, but their aggression is costing them. Finally, Skittles is taken out, and it is indeed a King University round. Another thrifty on the board. Back-to-back rounds where the team with a weapon disadvantage coming into it walk away with a round victory, and multiple players alive saving over rifles.
Just, I You know, normally we
Valorant.
say the team. Yeah, normally we say the team with the weapons is going to have the advantage, but apparently it's the underdog advantage that is ruling supreme here. It's just saying, hey, listen, if you don't have the weapons, so what? We'll give you a little buff, whether it be in confidence, whether it be in aim, whether it be in the macro. We'll give you that chance. Well, what happens when both teams have the gun advantage? Well, of course, we did see one little Spectre there, so we'll see what happens. But when he gets a facial, is able to lock down Saloj with a showstopper to the face, and just like that, King University go. That is not what we were hoping would happen.
Breaking news, Valorant releases the heat-seeking missiles update, where the showstopper now tracks bodies as they stand. Prosa making sure they cannot be too farly aggressed upon, dropping the incendiary right in front of them, but Darkwind on a flank just waiting around towards main. On the backside of sight, Gen 6 is taken out as well. A-Man giving away the sound cue, dropping into the incendiary grenade, will also drop to Darkwind's Phantom, but only a triple found. A 1 versus 3 now for Big Wade, who requires a 4K in order to walk away with the round victory, but they're stuck up inside a hookah. They have a flank set up behind them, and Winnie will walk straight into them. Big Wade will fall. A double kill for Winnie, a triple, by the way, from Darkwind, and a 6-2 score favoring Juniata. Again, we see a traded round.
And I am very, very interested as we go ahead and hit that halfway point, right? Juniata College sitting on 6. You're perfectly happy with that here in this first half. I'm interested to see if this is going to continue for Juniata when they move to their attack, or if King University are going to have that same kind of defensive prowess, right? Because, again, both these teams are 3-0. I want to remind you here, both these teams have not dropped a single series yet, and I want to see if that will, or who is going to break that consistency here. Right now, the Viper Spit is going down. Juniata College completely locking down this A site, or at least in the A mid, and A-Man says, hey, I'm going to hide in the poison. I'm going to give it our best shot, but another little poison drop on the ground is going to cause a problem, is going to force him to hide off in the wings. Skittles going to go ahead and work their way up against an outline of 1, is going to look to lock down the second, and finds a headshot on Gen 6. Doesn't need much more than a little cloud of smoke.
The kill onto A-Man, I completely understand. The follow-up onto Gen 6, no way you hit that. They're now aggressing outside of their own Viper's Pit. A triple now found from the Viper, finally are taken down. Again, you see a 3K by a member of the Juniata College Eagles that is shut down by Big Wade, and now a double for Big Wade, trying to match up what they did in the previous round. Matt sitting inside of their own smoke with a shorty in hand, easier said than done for them, but Winnie now has a flank established in this round. Unfortunately, maybe over for King University with this flank alone. Winnie now has to back away towards main, and they've been heard. The sound cue's been given over, and Big Wade's watching it, walking straight into the angle. Winnie doesn't care. Big Wade's still taken down after only 2 kills, and a 1v3 for Matt this time around, who's going to aggress into B mid, but if they make any sound whatsoever, Winnie will be able to either calm that to their team or take them out in and of their own right. This is easier said than done for the Brim.
Pain is all you can feel right there, and Winnie now adding to that ridiculous KD score. It's going to lock down that last blood as well. 7-2 is the current score, and Winnie now has a double the kills of anyone else on their team. Prosa and Skittles both sitting at 8 apiece, and I mean, Winnie, this is, again, their map pick. It was Juniata College that went ahead, picked up Bind here, and it's showing a little bit here. And again, I do want to still see what happens when they swap sides, when they get a little bit of a change up. But at this rate, King University, we may only see, 2 or 3 rounds of their defensive side before things get very, very messy moving into the next.
I don't even think it's going to be even clean from the start, in all fairness to you, Orbital. This game has been anything but a clean victory on either side. That is the first back-to-back round we'd seen since the opening start of this half from Juniata. Miko finding the opener, denying the spike plant, follows up with another onto A-Man. They have yet to clear out box, though, and Saloj will be able to find a return. I was talking about a dirty round, and that exactly shows off what it may indeed be. Hunter's Fury denies the plant and gives Juniata some time to come back on towards the site. They now have Heaven Control, and there's no easy way onto the site. Speaking of that, but they may just decide to go towards B, and if they do, there's already the rotation there. This is perfectly set up from Juniata.
Let's play this one quietly, and now a little bit of swing. Did you catch that gun barrel? No, you didn't. And now up in the air, you get a little bit of a spray, and Prosa hits nothing. So it's going to call out a quick rotation, though. As you're saying, Juniata College, they had the right idea, but now can they get in position for this retake? Stim goes down. Prosa waiting for their teammate to round the corner, and they are! Darkwind able to find the flank and gathers one. It's now down to Saloge. Saloge, can you do it? You're gonna peek around into this lantern location, but here comes the swing and the peek, and Saloge is found out. A hard sprint, but Saloge is able to grab one. Can't find the other, though, as Darkwind finishes it off. It is 8 rounds to Juniata College. As he said, not easy, but the score don't lie. Up 6 rounds over King University Scarlet.
And Juniata again playing that one very well. You had Prosa faking the fact that they were the diffuser, getting aggressive around the backside of U-Haul. Unfortunately, Saloge only able to find one. Was well played by them as well, peeking to try and find information. They do so when they find an opening kill, but Darkwind with information of their own and a little bit of superior gun skill over top of that with a little bit of help in terms of HP, well, they walk away with a round victory once more. It's now 3 in a row, only nearly matching their previous streak of 4 to open up the game, but these have just been gun rounds, and continuous ones at that. We see Bladestorm and Tour de Force popped right off rip here. This is a save from King University Scarlet, but this is still a round they want to have a shot in, hence the pop of back-to-back ultimates at about 4 seconds of time.
And to be fair, we know exactly what happens whenever these teams go down into a gun deficiency, right? We know what happens when these teams are like, we don't really have the guns in hand. Well, they cause some problems to the opponent. They cause a bit of chaos in their wake. And King University are like, let's really change. 3 go down, 3 smokes to lock out all the information. King University are going to try and use this to their advantage right now. They didn't check showers, and Skittles says, hey, did you wash up before this fight? Because, my gosh, I'm going to cause some problems. Get a little bit dirty in there. Big Wade finds Winnie. Top Fragger is down. Skittles is going to try and pick up on their own side. And Big Wade says, I got a few more in the chamber. Let's get ready for the shot. Finds one on top of boxes.
Miko's just chilling on top of triple, somehow isn't taken out earlier, so the Sky Smoke keeping them alive for the time being. Skittles still hasn't been cleared, and the Marshal misses. Finds a first, looking for a second, will not be able to find it. Only 2 kills total found by Skittles in the round. A 1 versus 3 now for this Sova. The fake teleport is there. It was a fake because the rest of the team was still making noise on A, delaying the rotation from Darkwind, and really putting King University on the front foot. Reminder, they didn't buy into this round. They walk away with the Thrifty, but they still use 2 ultimates to pick it up.
Last round in the half.
Again and again, these teams are showing that at this point, just run shares. Screw it. If you have the util, just run shares and you'll give yourself a really good advantage. They have done so well in gathering up in some of these opportune moments. And I want to see if they can now bridge that over into their gun rounds, right? That is the thing that they have to do, because right now we're getting into the last round of the half. King University want to make a statement here in the final round of this half. Juniata College, of course, want to push to that 9-3. Yes, you do have to little bit of a worry as Amen opens up with the first blood, but Darkwind is able to find Amen. And it's traded right back in favor of each Gen 6, though. Gen 6 says, hey, you didn't check your corners. Guess what? Ding, ding, ding. A little bit of a mark there.
You didn't hear about the new collegiate course being offered, Checking Your Corners 101? Unfortunately, King University aren't getting really good marks on that. At least, not to open up the season.
Pain.
Unfortunate start to the round. Showstopper popped. This is a good one from Saloge. They walk straight into that snake bite, but there's nobody to fire this at. Absolutely nobody showing their face here for Juniata. Calculatedly, just backing up for the time being. They know they have time to work with. Matt is on a long angle trying to get that lineup down. It is not planned to default, so that is something they have to worry about. They're also being flanked by that Viper. Miko finds the opener onto Saloge, looking for another, but it's Skittles on the backside, finding Big Wade, looking for another onto the chamber, who has absolutely no idea that Skittles is behind them, and with more than enough time, Juniata will indeed pick up the round and make it a 9-3 half. The question now remains, will there be the curse coming into play?
I mean, I have a feeling that Juniata College are going to be very happy about this score. Again, this is their map pick. This is one that they very much selected and said, hey, we want to play on it. So at this point, it's well within the realm of possibility that the curse is completely negated here. King University on their own defensive are going to try and give it their best shot. Juniata College, I'm sure, has some strategies of their own. The question is of course, how close will it get? We have yet to see, taking a look here, Juniata College, the quickest that they had is a 13-3 in the back pocket, and that was against Defiance back in week number 3. They'll be looking to do that same thing here and give themselves a quick run into map number 2, save their energy, and ensure that they are playing well within their bounds. So let's see if they can do it here again on their own attack. looking like a bit of a fade over towards A, but at least a default setup here as Saloj says, hey, I found one. I found one. Can we get some help?
I think they'll be able to find it. King University playing a little bit more defensive. Again, they are on the defensive side, though, so that would make sense. The weird thing here for Juniata is they have a complete split. 3 players over towards A, 2 towards B, by the way, with the spike in hand. It's a 1v1 on the site itself. Finally, they have some help to work with. The toxic screen is up for A-Man to play off the backside of. However, a well-placed recon bolt will give the information, and a double swing will be able to find the kill. Matt in a 1 versus 4, going to be taken out by Darkwind. They were well aware of the fact that there was the brimstone at the bottom of B mid, however, completely unaware of the fact that the Sova was walking straight into their line of sight. Juniata College not only win the second half pistol just as they did in the first, but they're the first team to double digits, and early so.
All it took was a single fight, and no, Darkwind, no. No. No, this can't be allowed, right? Okay, there we go. There we go. That is going to be a swap out. I saw it and, like, part of me said yes. The other said no. So we are going to go ahead and see, as you said, going into the anti-eco here with some heavy guns in hand. King University going to try their best with a shorty, saying, hey, give me a chance to just make a little bit of noise, and we can give ourselves that opportunity. But Miko says, I smell blood in the water. Winnie, though, finding 2, as well as a little extra util. Bring it home with the headshots as King University fall as we expected.
Yeah, that's on paper as the round should have gone. Unfortunately, bringing 2 shorties into situations that aren't as close range of engagements as you'd like is not a recipe for success. I'm no cook by any means, but I'm fairly good at gaming recipes, to say the very least. Juniata College find 11, and King University, this is where they need to be able to pick up a round if they want to stay in this map. They lose here, I'm going to say they lose the map. I'm usually an optimist, but I'm also a little bit of a realist in these situations, and going into an eco facing 9 match points, again, not a recipe for success.
I mean, we've seen crazier. I think we've seen a lot crazier. We've seen 2 orbital strike kills. We've seen multiple thrifty round wins. We've seen some ridiculous stuff here in this series, in this game specifically. Even though it's 11-3, right? We've seen some crazy stuff. So even though it sounds impossible, I would say more improbable. The idea can be very, very difficult, but it is still a very real chance, even though it's just maybe 1% or 2%. Right now, though, Skittles stuck here, and Hookah's saying, hey, do I really want to take this chance? Out with the weapon, though, and Skittles allowed to live after getting caught swapping out. That is one that usually gives a telltale sign of, I'm dead.
Still a 1-for-1 trade, though, overall. It is Skittles to be able to find a refrag. Matt trying to play a long angle across, but there's only 1 player remaining on this A side. Prosta trying to get aggressive, switches out for another Spectre. They have that combat stim to try and play aggressive. The increased fire rate will find them 3 headshots onto Saloj, dropping the rays as they stand, and the spike almost certainly will follow. Juniata College not only have an opener into the site, they have the spike down and a man advantage to work off of.
Teleport's ready.
And a ridiculous one at that. Big Wade, though, has been one that has been able to turn the tides for King University in multiple areas, has had one of the best KPs, at least with the team right now. So we'll see if they can make something happen here. Or King University, it's not going to happen. King Wade gets crossfired, and Skittles able to grab that frag. A-Man, though, out, and Lantern says, hey, I found one. I'm not going to get too much more. Goes through the poison and gets killed. This is the final kill right there, as we now see Juniata College sitting on map point.
Match point.
Yeah, that's the bonus round victory. Even if Juniata College lose here, they're still going to be able to buy up in the following round, and if they lose then, they still have another 7 chances to work off of. King University are up against the ropes. Now, in all fairness, this is Juniata College Eagles' map pick of Bind. Icebox, of course, to follow, that chosen by King University Scarlet, but it's still an applicable scenario, where 12-3 to open things up here on Bind, never a situation you want to be in, and does that bode to the fact that it's just Juniata College Eagles' map pick, or is King University Scarlet really that far behind in the series already? Good night.
I mean, only time will tell as Darkwind goes ahead, finds Saloj opening up here. And again, it's a dangerous spot to be in. Big Wade, though, with the Vandal says, I'm going to make something happen. I'm going to steal away around, as the Vandal might do. But with the big corner, you catch one in the head. Poison goes down, and you're going to be locked down with it. Darkwind and Skittles make the best of the poison. They're able to find one apiece, but Gen 6 able to walk forward and find Skittles with a headshot. Winnie gets some revenge, and it's down to a 1v3 for the map. A-Man is going to try to do so much here. Couple shoddy shots, but nothing doing. And Winnie finishes it off with a ridiculous and absolutely immaculate KDA. And I mean, that is a time to be Winnie coming out on top, but it is overall the side of Juniata College Eagles to take the map.
23-8. I'm sorry. Almost a 3.0 KD in map number 1, and a lot of those rounds didn't even look that dominant from Juniata. To open things up, there were 1 or 2 players staying alive in the entirety of the first half for either team. The rounds were being traded back and forth. Well, yeah, it was a 9-3 scoreline. It was really off the first 3 or 4 rounds for Juniata, and the last 3 or 4 rounds for Juniata. In the middle, it was right back the other way between the two teams, yet no real dominance was shown in that segment of time.
It was so back and forth, and it's something that I again attribute to the fact that maybe Juniata again got a little bit complacent with some of their plays and felt a little bit too comfortable in there, and that's what led to, you know, those underhanded 30 round wins, right? The only time that I ever see 50 rounds happen is when the opposing team gets a little bit too comfortable, says, hey, we know the gun round is in our advantage, and we know we have that, and they make poor decisions. They start making those big swings. Juniata College, the best thing I can say is they recognize that factor. They recognize that, hey, we made some mistakes and we have to pull it back. That's why it didn't get out of control. It stayed at the, you know, back to back to back, and they were still able to draw the game forward. So huge props to Juniata. But we'll see if King University can do the same here on their map pick of Icebox. We'll go to a very, very quick break, and we'll be back with some NECC action here with the Valorant week, Valorant day here in week number 4. Don't go anywhere. Alrighty, welcome back everyone. We are ready to go for game number 2 here between Juniata College and King University Scarlet. Game number 1 fell in favor of Juniata, something that we expected on their map pick. What we didn't expect is for the gap to be that large. A 13-3 on paper is what Juniata College gave us. Yes, the rounds were a little bit messy, but the rounds speak for themselves.
Yeah, and no matter how messy the rounds are, a round win is a round win. You can bring it down to a 1v0. If you walk away with an L, it is still an L on that scoreboard. And that is not something you can afford coming into our second map of play. Speaking of the second map of play, it's Icebox. It's King University Scarlet's map pick. It's one they have to pick up if they want to force Pearl, and even then, Pearl is a whole nother beast to deal with.
Yeah, and I don't think anyone really wants to go to that map because I'm still leaning in favor of the teams just said, let's ban out the ones that we're good at and we'll send Pearl in there if we have to, right? That's what I'm feeling like right now, because right now we have some very clear players that are starting to stand out here, and especially moving into Icebox, I want to see some of these players step up, at least for King University. Number 1 is Big Wade. Big Wade, again and again, we saw throughout the entirety of game number 1, has some solid moments, whether it be in those clutch up scenarios or at least getting the 2 or 3 Ks. Big Wade was always there. Following up behind was Saloj, one of 2 doubling duelists. It didn't work out too much in their favor, and so for Icebox, I'd like to see a little bit more falling back to comfort to bring themselves a little bit more back into the series.
And falling away from aggression as well. For King University, they started off on the attacking side, so naturally some level of aggression has to be there. But it really didn't work out for them when they tried to push as a team just straight through choke points. You have to try and feel out the map and feel out the defense. Now that they're starting on the defensive side, I think aggression may work out a little bit better. But even then, over-aggression will cost you. And playing that double duelist, technically triple with how I view Chamber. Now, it's a personal opinion. Don't flame me on that one, because Chamber really is a pseudo-duelist. But still an applicable conversation where at this time you almost always need a double initiator composition. A lot of times you see double sentinel as well into Icebox. There's not all that much room for a duelist, and if you see one, it's either a Raze or a Jet, never the combination of the two.
Yeah, and that is moving into the fact that we are taking a look at Juniata College, and we have to point out their own duelists or their own initiators, right? Number 1 at the very top, Winnie, whatever they decide to play, I expect to see very large frag numbers coming out here. 23-8 was a score that they were able to run out. Close behind was Skittles, right? And granted, Skittles was, it took a little bit of time to come online. There was a moment where it was 16 frags to Winnie and only about 8 to Skittles. And yet Skittles ran up the numbers as well. 19-9 on their own front. Both of them collecting over a 70 econ rating. A ridiculous matchup here. And it just feels that Juniata, no matter which map they're going to go to, they are just more comfortable. They're a little bit more in tune of how they want to play, and that fact is reflected in their entire composition, and I expect it to stay similar moving into Icebox as well.
Yeah, and the main changes you'll probably see is maybe Winnie falling off of that Raze. I don't know if they're going to stick on the Duelist specifically, but Skittles will almost certainly stay on the Viper, because it's Viper on Icebox. You can really never name a more iconic duo at this point in the game. And Viper coming into this can still play that fragging role while also supporting in terms of lineups should they be required, which also in terms of that brings forward frags. But you can build your team into scenarios in which they may not otherwise have an opportunity to push forward. The toxic screen, that placement is always important. Now there's normal staple placements. One of them, you put it across, these screens call out itself towards the backside of A main. The defensive side can do the same thing across the site for a retake, but there's no correct or incorrect way of placing a toxic screen, and a lot of times if you play it around your own preferences, you can really build your own team compositions forward to play off of uncharacteristic setups.
And that's something that they'll have to try and keep track of moving through here. Of course, getting into map number 2, we are not, of course, it's just an overview. We are enjoying this. You are still watching Juniata College versus King University Scarlet. We are here into map number 2 and bringing you all the NECC action. Now, of course, as we stated at the start of this series, there is a B stream still going on as well. That one will be bringing all the action over the course of, I believe, 2 more series. So make sure to go tune in there if you would like as well, or have both of them up, because my gosh, you cannot get enough NECC action. Over 300 teams here in the Valorant divisions across, I believe, 5 different scopes, Navigators, Emergence, Champions, Challengers, and Legends. I mean, we have an excessive amount of teams and a ridiculous amount of players that are always wanting their moment to shine. But of course, we are here into game number 2, giving a quick show of what they can do. 1-0 to Juniata College as we're underway with round number 1.
King University, look at this composition. Hold the phone as we stand. I believe the sides are switched. That would make a little bit more sense to me. Juniata is on the attacking side as of right now. That's why I was so confused to see Darkwind playing on that Reyna. But at this point, you look at the setups here, and yes, thank you very much, production, for switching them. You look at the setups, and you see a Reyna, period. That's completely out of the blue. The Sky isn't usually played on Icebox. A KO is understandable. The lack of a Sova on both sides makes me question my sanity. Huh?
Listen, when we said comfort, we meant comfort.
Wait.
That's what we said. But Juniata College are like, we're way more comfortable. We ain't on fire. We are cool breezing through this map. Skittles is going to get the plant down. Even with that unorthodox composition, these teams are ready to go. And Gen 6 says, yeah, we can do it, dude. Darkwind on the Reyna is going to snap up a headshot on Matt. It's all down to one. Darkwind hiding around the corner is going to lock out that little camera. And Gen 6 goes, I know where you are. I know where you're looking, but...
Yeah, I don't know if Gen 6 is able to get on the site, though. Prosa's just waiting around the backside of CT, and while Darkwind has the information, the 0 point to really deny Gen 6 any way of getting out, and Darkwind will be able to find their second kill on the round. It's Juniata College to go 3 for 3 on pistols thus far, and again, look clean in a pistol round victory.
And there is a point where we do have to state there are some teams, no matter what, some teams fall to mistakes that they make. There are some teams that are just dead even and it goes 50-50. And there are some teams that just look to outclass their opponent. And I think this is one of those points that if this style continues, because I'm getting deja vu, right? I'm getting deja vu to Juniata in map number 1, running up a 3-0 at the start and just gaining control like that. If they're able to do this again here in the opening rounds and on King University Scarlet's map pick, I think it is safe to say that Juniata College are just one of the teams to look out for if you are within the emergence divisions, because right now they feel like the cream of the crop for the Mid-East division.
They're looking clean continually as well. Already an opening kill and decent damage on the Saloge on the backside of screens. The Sage stuck outside the site, and Skittles will get that spike down once more. No easy way in again for King University. You can see Saloge is there, being healed up by the aforementioned Sage, but they're immediately taken out. Unfortunately, the healing orb nullified in its effect, and Darkwind on a 4K, looking for the ace, wants to continue their aggression forward, finding a headshot, will find a body shot, but an ace nonetheless. Darkwind will shut King University Scarlet out themselves, and Juniata College will complete, flawlessly so, with an ace to boot, that conversion round.
Light, I think Darkwind heard you questioning the Reyna pick, and I was like,
My
give me a
bad.
sec, watch this.
My bad.
Yeah. Alright, we'll backpedal a little bit. We know you're listening in on the stream, just don't kill us right now, please. 7-0, Darkwind racking up that ulti in immense speed, currently sitting at an ulti at round number 3. It is looking to storm through wherever they so choose. A ridiculous feat to have right now as Juniata College are looking for their 3rd round. Again, guns are out for the side of King University. Question is how much are they actually going to get out of it?
Well, with Juniata playing full bonus, they're not going to buy too many rifles into this round, so a little bit of an advantage to King University Scarlet by not finding any kills there, but it's still not a full advantage. Gen 6 making it so, finding a clean double as they push forward. The Cloudburst does not find Darkwind, though, who has found their 6th straight kill for Juniata. Not slowing down by any means, but they have yet to clear Gen 6, who's playing on top of back boost, who's yet to be dropped out of this position. Finally, they find Darkwind, and finally Darkwind dies in this map.
A little bit too long, and the damage is finally starting to show through here. King University going to give it their best, but the Marshal finds Saloge, and it's down to a 2v2. One agent has been suppressed. So Prosa able to give themselves a bit of information that way. Matt, though, with a flank around the back, it's going to wait. Trigger discipline. Trigger discipline is necessary. You find one. That's the spike planter as well. And Matt is now watching as Winnie is questioning everything that just happened.
But when he's faking the fact they've teleported out, the patience here, knowing the fact that the Sage is on the flank, just waiting for a push across, they will indeed find the Sage's positioning and just run to B. No, they're actually planting on A. They're trying to set themselves up for a post plant. Up on top of the rope, across goes Matt, but to the ground they will go, and even more towards the grave as they fall further down. A thumbs down from Winnie as they disapprove of the aggression from the opposing Sage. Juniata College, in the 2nd straight map, open up with 3 back-to-back-to-back rounds to open up the map itself.
And that is a moment I will say that the aggression again bit King University in the back, right? Matt sliding in on the rope, giving yourself a massive disadvantage to accuracy. That one hurt to watch. It was half a clip that Matt went through, and now what is this? What? Okay, explain this to me. Light, we saw what they bought. We saw what King University bought. Explain this to me.
I can't. I'm sorry. That's my analysis. You're welcome. I cannot put sense to something that does not make sense.
Oh my gosh, it is gonna work. No.
Clean shot. We've seen Marshals play into King University's favor before. Gen 6 does find a second here for King University. This round is far from over, even with an early advantage for Juniata. Matt is sitting on top of Tube, playing wall tricks, but Skittles' aggression just waiting in hell, may be able to drop their opposing Viper, and they do indeed. However, a Snake Blade dropped at their feet makes their life easier said than done. Matt's aggression, the no-scope misses, and Skittles finds another. What in the world is going on? I can tell you, Juniata with 4 rounds unanswered from King University Scarlet.
The fact that that actually got 2 kills, I think speaks in itself that King University are still a team to be somewhat feared, because by no means should 4 Marshals be able to pick up any sort of kills. Maybe one. Should not be allowed to pick up 2. And it did happen. So Juniata College, after realizing that there were 4 Marshals in play, said, okay, we're good now. We're good. And now they're into the gun round. So for a save round, King University say, we took a shot and we had a little bit of fun with it. Now we got to get down to business. 1 ultimate with the 2 of force. Juniata College on their side have the 2 of force, as well as the Empress, which has still not been used, by the way. That's been saved over the course of 2 rounds now. We're going to see if King University can fight back against this bloody battle. Big Wade, though, getting completely blinded and walks into a couple opponents in Dark Wind, only able to grab 1 back as 2 fall on Juniata's side.
Yeah, but Juniata are still in this. Darkwind's alive, so no round is over where Darkwind is currently active. Amen, seeing them, but Darkwind's position easier taken out than said. Darkwind does find the kill onto Saloge. Even with their position known, they can still find the kill, and that man disadvantaged with a blink of an eye and a few gunshots is turned into, well, a man equalization. Finally, Darkwind is killed. I was about to say a man advantage, but Darkwind just had to die while I was saying it. Kind of a caster's curse. Kinda my bad. Apologies.
Kind of might be. Taking a look there, though, with the kills going out, King University were successfully able to force a rotate out of Juniata College. They're now moving over to that B site, and it's a full collapse in 2v2 here. It's the Chambers and the Viper Sage combinations. University gonna watch this go out. Winnie, though, is gonna take a peek and able to find the kill on A-Man. That is one that feels like it was a surprise to both ends. And now Gen 6 stuck into a corner in a little bit of a rut is going to get taken out by Miko. Juniata College put 5 in a row. Last time we could barely get to 4 in a row.
That was really smart from Miko. That's something you really don't notice, and an intricacy of the game and of a lot of tactical first-person shooters that can really catch you off guard. Miko repositioned after they were seen. They moved to the back corner, and then from said back corner, of which they gave a sound cue to move to, they then moved, quietly so, while I'm assuming holding their shift key to walk and not make any noise, to an off angle, where they could really have an advantage and play off of their own information and their own priority gunfire. That was a smart play from Miko, and again, something small that can make all the difference.
It's a shot that counts, and Saloge goes, I missed my shot. That didn't count at all. Taking a chance here, though, again, the Marshals coming out to play, and it feels like this is either something that King University practiced or just have come to say this is going to be our save round. So right now, another snapshot with the second Marshal. Big Wade trying to give themselves the best opportunity available, but it's going to be a little bit of a pick and run. That's going to be one. Gen 6 says, hey, I don't really have a Marshal. I have something a bit bigger. Winnie able to take Matt's life, and now they get to plant down. Skittles going to throw down a little bit of a poison trap, and it works very well into their favor. King University now less scrambling in mid to make their way to B.
They again have to play retake, and they're going to do so from 3 different angles. One in through kitchen, another around to the backside of CT, and the third in through mid. I like this call, really diversifying your assets, not only in terms of possible stock portfolios, depending on how they invest, but maybe investing in their own defensive retake. Unfortunately, not working all that well. Saloge now in a 1v3, the lone survivor at this point, does indeed find a second, but the spike I think is too far gone. The lineups are there here for the Viper, alongside side. That Poison Cloud put down, the Snake Bite to add insult to injury, and a 1 versus 2 will conclude with a victory here for Juniata. The question now remains, or did remain, how much damage was done. In all fairness, Saloj did find 3 kills, just not the round victory, and Juniata make it 6 unanswered round victories.
I mean, like, we had questions, right? We were curious if Juniata College, if their dominance on Bind was specifically due to the fact that, you know, it's their map pick, they played it a little bit more, they feel a bit more comfortable, right? At this point, they have answered our question and then some. 6 in a row here on their attack without the major use of ultimates, right? We very rarely get to see all 5 ultimates up and available. This is Juniata College showing us how dominant they can be as a team just on gunplay alone. Winnie opening up with first blood once again, and Prosa sending out a bit of information gathering on their own as well. Juniata College saying, hey, this poison pit, this Viper's pit, means nothing. Get ready for the pain.
Oh, Winnie almost finding that kill. Big Wade's on 1 HP on the Sky. If they waited a second, they may have been able to find the kill. Prosa a kill of their own, but a real confusing setup between the two teams. This Viper's Pit is still up, and A-Man is able to find a kill because of it. Saloj in the backside trying to play around their teammates' Viper's Pit, but it's a 1v4 for the player inside of the pit themselves. A-Man playing on the backside of it is playing their situation correctly and their environment to near perfection. The issue remains they still have 3 players to find, and they'll have to exit the Viper's Pit to do so. They'll find a second. Winnie looking the wrong way. A-Man's now on for the ace. They're looking for Skittles, but Skittles is looking directly into the pit. Finally, A-Man's caught off guard. Skittles will be able to take down their counterpart Viper. And again, Juniata win a round.
7 in a row. Count it, Light. It is 7 in a row right now. It's Juniata College are into their own zone, and that plus the fact that King University feel like they're kind of falling apart here. They are feeling a little bit down and out. You can see here the slightly disjointed buy coming out. Matt going ahead, picking up that Marshall. It's an op in the hand of Saloj, and with 1250 in the bank, you know Matt could actually buy out even further, but saying, hey, the Marshall works best for me. It feels like King University are a little bit scattered right now, and I wouldn't be surprised to actually see a timeout come about. I think a mental reset for this team would be very, very helpful. But right now, Winnie is finding opportunities left and right. Gen 6 able to find Skittles Life up here in Kitchen. Is now going to hide out. Rest of the team is hiding about Juniata College. Going to be checking, and Spike all the way there in Kitchen as well. Miko, though, facing the wrong way as Saloj takes the life.
Still a 3 versus 3 though, and the spike down, easier to retrieve than said. I'll prove it, I just said it, they have yet to pick it up. Gen 6 pinging it, but backing off the angle could cost them. Down to 6 HP, they will stand. Big Wade playing on the other side of the kitchen door will be able to find a kill of their own. Juniata College, to this point in the series, are undefeated on the attacking side, with 4 rounds picked up over on Bind, and now 7 straight here on Icebox. It's Darkwind in a 1v3 to pick up the clutch and continue this unbeaten streak for Juniata. Easier said than done, significantly so, by the way, but still a certain possibility. 1 HP for Gen 6 on the backside of Kitchen. They're cleared out, cannot teleport out. Saloj close range with the operator. The phase out, looking for the kill. Will be able to find it with the dismiss. A clutch from Darkwind, and a continuous, flawless streak from Juniata on the attacking side.
Alright, cut the check, stop the cameras. What the heck was that, Darkwind?
Whatever.
What was that absolute beast of a freaking play? Winnie going, that's not how you overtake my KDA. Are you kidding me? A shot to gather up a bit of extra HP, and then you walk up into Kitchen, get the headshot, you save it because you know the last player's around the corner, and you know it's the operator, and you get the dismiss off perfectly. King University, you have to give respect to Darkwind at that point. You cannot say there was anything more that I could have done, and you can see a Big Wade getting snapped up by an operator on the other side. That is a heartbreaking round to lose.
Oh, and the follow-up as well, that hurts. If it makes them feel any better, if it makes Winnie feel any better, their KDA is still safe. It's 3.0 versus 2.6, like 12-4 versus 13-5. But it's still insane to see consistently Juniata on the back foot, walking away with round victories regardless of their end-of-round situations. A-Man walking out of heaven will fall because of it. Saloge in another 1vx, this time it's a 1v4, they were on for the clutch, and Darkwind doesn't care. 9 straight for Juniata. Going back to last map, it's 13 straight. They could have won an entire map without King University picking up a single round.
I'm just flabbergasted. This is Juniata College giving us a taste of what is to come. And this is week number 4, right? This is where teams start to kind of get into the groove. They start saying, hey, we have to start having a game plan ready to go for the upcoming playoffs, right? And I have to say, Juniata College look like an absolute force to be reckoned with. Not only are they showing us stylistic differences in terms of their macro choices, right? The plays that they're going for in the direction, in the routes that they're running to run for some of these sites. They're showing us individual outplays that have looked so good. Right now, though, a bit of anger coming out of King University as they're able to nap up first blood and are able to lay down one more behind it. Juniata College waiting for a single player to try and make a play. Miko about to challenge an operator setup, and Big Wade says, hey, give me a chance, peek that corner, and I'll show you what's what.
Oh, Resurrection's available, so what's what is Darkwind's back up, and it's a man equalization there for Miko to bring their Reyna back into the fray. 13-6, or 15-6 now for the Reyna, by the way, so their KD falling back just a little bit more. Over-aggression sometimes costing them on the attacking side, but it's still 9-0. I don't think they particularly care there, Orbital.
I don't think so either. They're at this point, Juniata College are like, we don't even care what happens in the rest of the half. I think they just don't care. 9 in a row is such a good feeling here. Like they're playing on cloud 9. That's what it feels like right now. And taking a look at it, King University, they gotta scramble. They gotta figure out something to work for. And Big Wade holding on to that util for a little bit longer than they expected as Witty and Prosa say, you waited a fraction of a second too long. Thank you very much for those kills. Saloge says, hey, giving you one back just in case. And Saloge looking for at least one more. Can't find the headshot as it's Darkwind again. The one that clutched out a 1v3, saying, I'll clutch this one out too if I have to, with a little help from my friends.
Spike will get down as well. A 1v3 now for Matt has made a sound cue. They're going to be cleared out from behind. The no-scope misses on that operator. Second attempt whiffs as well. Third will indeed land. Miko will find the kill across onto Matt. And Juniata College Eagles will find double digits without King University finding single digits. Well, I suppose they're still on single digits. Just 0.
At this point, I am fully in the bank that Juniata College just don't want to play Pearl. Like, they're just like, we don't want to touch Pearl with a 9-foot pole. Can we just end it here? They are making an absolute run for the team that hates Pearl the most. They just want to end it here, and they want to get the 2-0. And, I mean, who's really going to stop them? Taking a look on the side of King University, they tried everything, right? They tried doubling up on the marshals. They tried quadrupling up on the marshals. They tried the gun rounds. They tried just about everything. And yet all of it is being rebutted. Of course, Saloge says, well, we haven't tried these knives yet. Let me give you another taste of that reset. Matt, though, finding out in mid that there's a few more members than they probably would have liked. A couple shots through the window means Matt is able to find Skittles, and knives up above over the wall. Saloge doesn't really have the updraft, so Darkwind is able to find Matt's life, and it's down to a 3v4. Amen. Able to say 2v4. Get it right. Thank you very much.
Yeah, making sure you have to count correctly again there, Orbital. Jeez. How rude from you.
Math is hard, okay?
Yeah, I know, and they're trying to make it even more difficult. Sailor's gonna get caught out, by the way. Nice aggression from Darkwind. They knew that the Jet was getting aggressive, trying to retrieve a rifle, and in all fairness to the Jet, they did indeed. However, they retrieved it for all of 4 seconds before they fell to their grave. There is that flank continuing from this Viper, and it should not be checked. A-Man still looking for a kill, will turn, find one. Darkwind with that 90-degree switch, though, will find another. Another 1v3 here for this Reyna. Certainly possible, finally shut down. King University Scarlet win a round on Icebox.
Last round before the switch.
It took 11. It took for them to get to the 11th round to be able to hold on to a single one. And thankfully it was not a defuse or anything of the sort. But my gosh, was it one that was very, very expensive. You can see here, they have a single ultimate. They have the resurrection, right? They expended so much to be able to gather that into their own pockets. And Juniata College was just like, cool, we have 4 ultimates to spare here in this last round of the half. We have 4 ultimates to play with. Good luck. That's all I hear coming out of Juniata.
Oh, and I think they're going to clear A-Man as well. I don't like his chances of staying, or their chances, my apologies, of staying alive in this scenario. Jump up and over from Darkwind. playing on the backside of this. A-Man suppressed now on the backside and cleared by Darkwind, adding insult to injury. No way to stay alive. They don't see that. What are you doing up here? There's just okay, that happened. Yeah.
Matt was having some fun. Matt was cheesing it up. Said, listen, all the rounds we lost were well worth that one highlight clip.
Well, unfortunately now in a 2v4, they have to come back not only into the round, not only into the half or the map, but onto the A site specifically. Man disadvantage. They do rendezvous up and over towards Heaven, and are able to get onto the site, however, only for the time being. A 1v4 now for Saloge to win the second round on defense in totality for King University Scarlet.
This has been... Ooh. Well, this has been Darkwind saying, well, the wind's out of my sails for a little bit. 11-1 is the current score as Juniata College just need to win a pistol and the anti. That's all they have to do. They have to win the pistol and the anti to close out this entire series. And look at that, just all blue. Originally, it was all red in the first half. All except one little spike, and that is a ridiculous score to be had. 20 right now for Darkwind, imitating Winnie. All you need is 3 more kills to match Winnie in game number 1 and 4 to go over. Winnie needs to step up big here in this second round if they don't want their top KDA title taken away.
I'm an avid fan of statistics, Orbital. You know this. And
yes.
After the half has ended, if Juniata College win this map, they will not play attack anymore, assuming it does not go to OT. King University Scarlet have won a single round between here and Bind on the defensive side. That gives Juniata College a 93.75% win rate on attack.
Jesus.
Somebody nerf Juniata.
You said I shouldn't do math, but you brought that out like the win. What?
Somebody nerf Juniata. That's all I have to say. Skittles playing on the backside and Ninja, by the way, not cleared, unfortunately. The Guiding Light does indeed find them, however, not cleared. They'll be able to find a kill. Darkwind up and over top of the tube will be able to find a kill of their own. Skittles looking for a 3K will find that as well. It's A-Man in a 1 versus 2 with a ghost in hand. Certainly a possibility here for the Viper, but without that spike in hand, they have to clear out both Sentinels. They'll be able to find a 1, but the second Winnie has been healed up by the Sage before they fell, and because of it, they'll be able to find the kill. 11 match points for Juniata as they continue their streak of dominance.
And it feels so bad, right? We are going to see the buy come out here, and it's happening again. Like, it's happening again. We see the double marshals, triple okay. All right, do it for the memes. I agree. Do it for the memes. This is akin to buying 2 auto snipers in CS:GO, by the way. This is what we're seeing it on the other side too. Juniata, you can't do this.
Marshals. There's 5 marshals between the 2 teams. Gosh. What is this?
I'm done. I'll see you later. I'm done for the night. This is how our night ends.
It may very well, because Juniata winning the pistol have the advantage. Saloge does not care. Prosa the first to fall. At least the opener goes the way of King University. And because this is the second round, there's no real advantage between the 2 teams. Of course, a small economic one at a bare minimum, but it's not clear. And Matt actually hasn't seen the cross from the Sage. The Judge long range, though, certainly is disadvantageous. They've crossed again and have not been seen. No way Miko's able to find 2 kills on a flank. I refuse, but they've not been seen. They're not calmed? Clearing? Hello?
Oh my gosh,
King?
What? Miko-san, watch me! You did not take a peek around the corners properly. And just like that, it's turned around 3v2. Yes, it might still be a disadvantage, but Juniata College, they are not happy that that flank happened.
No, and even if they get the spike down, the flank can still come through. Yes, the chamber's alive, so the trademark is still available towards the backside of attacker spawn, so that'll give the information as to Miko's flank, but they avoid it ever so quickly. They get out of there. A-Man putting down their poison cloud in order to get this spike down. There's nothing to deny this spike plant. At a bare minimum, the time is now against the defenders. The backside of site now occupied by the Viper as they find another. Man equalization found. Gen 6 on the backside of Heaven, now holding down the long angle, and lineups can be played. Because of the placement of that poison cloud, A-Man can play lineups. This round is far from over.
It's very much not, and Gen 6 says, yeah, this game ain't over either. In goes the wall. They're going to try and line it up, but of course, Miko, yeah, you're poisoned. It's a little bit too hard. You're going to have to wipe him out before you can do much else, and you're getting chased all over the place. Still full HP, so not too much of a difference. Gets 1 spray, And now the dance around, but you have to work through your own wall, and that means you only got one way to go, and A-Man reads it like a book. Headshot to finish off Miko as King University are able to steal away a single match point. You said it, it's a long road ahead, but at least they're not going down without a fight.
That wasn't lineups. That's the one issue. That could have been a round victory, by the way. If they stuck it, Miko could have stayed on that spike. It was a well-placed poison cloud, yes, but the snakebite went too far. They weren't expecting a sage wall between them and the direct line of sight of the spike. So Miko could have stuck that and not died to the poison cloud. At minimum, they would have gone down to 1 HP. But that, by far, is death. And at this point, well, you say, they're still up 10 rounds, but every round counts, especially in terms of round differential when push comes to shove around playoffs. Also, just waiting around hell, Skittles is just chilling with a frenzy in it. What is going on here?
It's going back. They're still learning in your one-on-one class of how to check corners, and they still haven't done their homework, as Skittles is able to find Matt, A-Man able to finish off Skittles, but it's still a 1-for-1. The first blood giving them a huge advantage, but now around the corner, the barrel comes out, Darkwind still finds it! A-Man eaten up, Salos takes out Darkwind, but it's still a 1-for-1 that you're not expecting. Juniata College slowly whittling down the competition as they go on. Salos saying, no longer will this happen. 2v3 in favor of King University.
These non-clear gunfight victories for King University can cost them. Low HP up against pistols is certainly anything but an advantage. On the backside of sight, the Sheriff looking for the kill, finds one, looking for a second, finds that as well. Prosa in a 1v3, looking to pick up where Darkwind left off in terms of impossibility in clutch scenarios. They put down the spray, just to add insult to injury should this indeed be a success. Gen 6 on the backside of sight, waiting towards Ninja Box, but they have absolutely no idea as to whether Prosa has circled all the way around attacker spawn, gone towards heaven on the CT side, or even stayed around their screen's position, of which they continually lock down, still looking for the kill onto the chamber, who's now again repositioning. A Bucky retrieve should they find a close range engagement, but the time now against the chamber, swinging for the kill, but it's Gen 6 to shut it down. King University Scarlet staying alive by the hair of their chinny chin chins.
All right, Pro, so we see you bottom of the scoreboard, but absolutely not bottom of the team here. So give me a chance to make a play, and made it spicy. 100% made it spicy. Right now, though, Juniata College going, we did that without guns, and I do want to enforce that. It was without guns. They made it down to a 1v1 without any real weapons in hand. And now we get the Vandals. We get the Phantom coming out here. And King University realized that they are going to have to play nigh perfectly coming out here. They have the Viper Spit. They have a little bit of extra utility to work with. Either way, though, still a challenge. Juniata College chasing that final round.
I like the proactive Viper Spit instead of a reactive one. The information as to Matt's whereabouts known. The kill found as well. A follow-up on a Gen 6, adding insult to injury here for King University Scarlet. A 2-man disadvantage. Now 3 as it stands. They have their own Viper's Pit, but they have to vacate the premises, run towards B, and find any semblance of an advantage you can. There's a chamber between you and the site itself.
I'm not sure what Matt was doing, and quite honestly, King University, it feels like they let their mental go a little bit once again. They just kind of went for it. They went for crazy, and Winnie said, yeah, crazy was a little bit too much. Juniata College 5v1 with the KO no command to celebrate with the pulse. Big Wade caught out here, suppressed and told to slow down. I mean, this is Juniata College. We can hope for a pure clear, but it's not going to happen. It's Darkwind, the one with the ace, the one with the outplay, solidifies their victory as Juniata College go 4-0 into week number 4 and 8-0 in game score.
You know, they're nothing if not consistent. Not only staying consistent in terms of round victories, map victories, another 13-3 win. The top fragger this time with 24 kills instead of 23 from map number 1. I don't understand how this team can be so dang good on such a consistent level. Like you said, 4-0 in terms of series. They're 8-0 in terms of maps. They have yet to play a third map in their 4 series thus far in the NECC. And the question now remains, who will take them down? They've yet to play Fanshawe, the only other undefeated team, but they've played one less week of play because of reschedules. Happens every so often, completely understandable. But when these two teams do indeed meet, I have to say, I usually don't take bias before a series even starts, but Juniata is going to win it. I'm sorry.
And I think that goes off of the fact that they have so many key players. Again, we saw winning in game number 1, and in game number 2 had a pretty good time, but Darkwin out of nowhere. And to give a little bit of thought to how that happened, Darkwin in game number 1 on the Sova had a 13-8 record, right? Nothing really impressive, but decent, right? This time around, an ace after I think round number 1. I think that was actually round number 1 or round number 2 here in game number 2. And then that absolutely monstrous outplay that cannot be this challenge. To be able to pull that off requires so much well-timed micro. That is, I know my agent to the absolute utmost limits, and a player like that should absolutely terrify you.
Yeah, watch out for them. A clean victory nonetheless. 13-3, 13-3 between Bind and Icebox. Juniata continue on their winless or winning streak, I suppose, and lossless streak. I know how math works. Nonetheless, a victory. That's it for Orbital, and I will throw it to Infernosis and Mick with GCU Varsity taking on California State University Fullerton Blue. But on the B stream, in OT, it's NJCU taking on ESU. They're on Bind. If you still want to see a little bit more Bind, like we did in map number 1, twitch.tv/NECC2. But if you want to stick around for about an hour or so until our final series of the day starts up, we have one more on the cards. We'll see you then.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. We've got ourselves the last matchup of the night. My name's Infernos, joined here by my great friend Mick, and we've got ourselves two more teams ready to go. You can see their names right below us on the screen: GCU versus CSUF. And well, maybe you don't know what those abbreviations do. We do. It's Grand Canyon University versus California State University of Fullerton.
Yeah, two squads already. We're getting ourselves right back in another, conference that we're looking forward to. We're trying to see really how everything dwindles down because we're still in the earlier stage of the season. We can't really go ahead and make too much dictation just yet. Rankings are still trying to go ahead and iron themselves out a little bit. Grand Canyon and CSUF, they're not really the best. They're not the upper echelon. They're not the best of the. They're not the cream of the crop. To put it quite plain and simple. But these two squads, and looking at what they have to provide, they're really trying to make their name here inside the league. They're trying to climb their way up. They're trying to make sure they can leave an impact on this entire league in itself. Once we do get around to those latter end stages, and even then more so towards playoffs, but there's a lot more to read, and even then more so with these changes that have come out recently. A lot of teams are kind of up in the air of what exactly they can do, knowing that Fracture has had a big adjustment here recently. Flash is now having a really big change in the game as well, and even more so Nearsights have had a big impact in the game as well.
Yeah, a lot of changes to go through and just kind of a lot to absolve, especially for collegiate players that kind of fall into the idea of those trickle-down stratonomics that I always like to joke about before. You see it in Pro League, you see it in T2, trickle to T3, and then you see it kind of fall into that collegiate scene. So we'll have to see how these players kind of adjust to that status quo. But before then, let's go ahead and take a look at our schedule for this week. I know this may be the last one of the night, but let's see what some of the other stuff has happened. And then we'll go ahead and take a look over at our standings as well here, Dallas. Start off the night, it was OWU Crimson versus Lees-McRae Green, followed up by Junite Eagles. I hope I'm pronouncing that one correctly. I didn't prep on them. I wasn't casting that game. And then King Scarlet to follow through. What those score lines were? Well, it started off with Lees-McRae Greens winning that one in a 2-0 fashion. Following up with the 2-0 fashion by the Juniata Eagles. That may mean that tonight also falls into that 2-0 status quo, Dallas. We'll have to see.
Yeah, we most simply will. All things considered, we got to look at these players and, more importantly, what we have to provide in terms of these map pools, because that's a whole debacle we got to get ourselves into. But even then talking about these maps, I do want to go ahead and once again kind of mention Fracture, because that I've heard is kind of already being introduced a little here tonight. So that's going to be something exciting to see in its own right, knowing these changes are coming to play, knowing that even then we see teams already looking to implement that and already say, okay, we're comfortable enough with them. We're looking for early stages, because a lot of teams we even saw on that week one with the likes of Northwood saying, look, teams know what we're doing. We know how to get to Pearl. We know how to really play around it, and we know how to win out these games. In a situation like this now, where there's even something bigger to work off of, we can see what to work with. But even then, we got to talk about the standings overall, because I kind of alluded to that earlier, and we now have them actually to provide to you to look at where these teams stand as GCU varsity. They're already sitting at 2-1 here for the season, 5-2 in terms of the maps, and not that big of a differential. They're looking pretty good on 18. It's still positive across the board, and they're looking to keep themselves running strong. But CSUF Blue, they have the same exact record, but the round differential is only by one of a difference in comparison to the 18 round overall. The map count is a little bit different, but that just means the ones that they won were a much bigger blowout.
It's very interesting to see as well, considering the map differential is so different between these two squads, and yet the round diff is only one differing between them. GCU obviously have themselves that higher margin because of the fact of their map differential. That's why you see them up at number 2. And there are plenty of teams here in this champion-specific division that have to kind of fight off against each other, and I'm expecting that top 5, top 6 to be truly the big proving ground for the teams, especially when they start to face off against each other, like this matchup here with the 2 team of GCU Esports Varsity versus the number 6 team, where they're all essentially tied out for that second place position. How this game will turn out, it's hard to tell, but on top of kind of guessing how it's going to turn out, we probably should go ahead and take a look at the players themselves in the process, because that can also give us a good idea if we recognize some of those names, and even if we don't, we can at least shout them out to give them some props.
Yeah, so already starting with the side of the GCU Esports Varsity roster, we get ourselves the likes of Volt, Watanabe, Taro, Mr. Sipe, and Nader, all kind of allegedly kind of a very youngish roster, you could say, with the majority of them kind of standing as sophomores, obviously looking to get into that business area with the majority of them, kind of maybe sharing class in the meantime, talking strats out while they're doing the homework. Something fun, but I don't really encourage that. Regardless, though, you got 2 more over there as well. Bachelor of Science in Marketing. Same kind of situation as a business major myself, and software development out of Nader. A very interesting and diverse set of students across the board, but even more so all being within that kind of sophomore area, being in the same classes, same grade. They're going to have a lot of development over their course of time of being within school and being with each other in a roster as Valorant continues to grow as well. So I'm excited to see what exactly they can do and how they can improve, considering they're already second inside the league. But on the other end of the coin, we got to see exactly what CSUF can provide as well, because obviously they're showing not too big of a differential. Sure, map's not big exactly the same, but round difference isn't really too much there.
Quack Smack starts things off. They're a sophomore for the side of CSUF, majoring in business. You know that you obviously would like to say something about that one. No one's here in a criminal justice. Unfortunately, I can't really relate to anyone here, but two people in a kinesiology, animation, and biochemistry. There's Retun, Jchi, Simply, and Solace on the board for them. It's a very solid lineup, to say the least. And on top of that, when we mentioned young blood, like previously, we've seen a lot of the teams that did sit in the top 10 just last season coming back again and kind of still kind of squandering in that area. Young rosters are kind of the go-to right now here in Dallas, playing with the youngest players, kind of getting them that little bit of extra experience, having them last a little longer, I guess, across that top board so that you're all competing at the same level for more than just 1 or 2 semesters at a time.
Yeah, I mean, that's something I'm really excited to see, is seeing that a lot of these rosters that we've seen, even with the upper echelon, with the Champions Division as well. I mean, top of the board, we are seeing across the entire field. Sophomores, I want to say, are probably the go-to, because obviously when we look at the kind of entire birth and conception of Valorant, we saw it a couple of years back. And these players, this is almost like these kids were going ahead and playing this game during their later high school days, over that summer, coming into school, and they're almost building these rosters and building this game around these kids as they grow older and as they play as a squad as well, get themselves in these kind of environments. So it's a great time for esports. It's a great time, more importantly, for Valorant, knowing that we're kind of developing the scene around these players and seeing what they're capable of. And knowing that eventually we could get ourselves that tier 1, tier 2 situation that, I mean, everybody's looking to go ahead and get themselves into, knowing how much kind of, I'd say, different and as kind of complicated as things have gotten, though. There's a lot of support in the scene, and then maybe collegiate, it'll have itself a little bit of the rising here this year as well, especially within the NECC. But we got to talk about maps, because that's something we really have to put some influence on. Haven't really mentioned them too much. I alluded to that Fracture earlier, and because it's going to be that map one. But Haven is going to follow up there, and then the Ascent is going to be the decider here out of these squads. So not too much of a difference in the latter two halves of the map, but I mean, already Fracture is going to be something we're really looking forward to, because it's not something we see very much. Honestly, we've seen more Pearl, we've seen more Breeze, we've seen more Icebox than anything else, and Fracture is something that's kind of been a little bit of an oddball.
Yeah, especially considering now the Fractures had a little bit of a change, so it's even harder for teams to kind of really understand it to a degree. It still should be the same old kind of gist, but like you said, also the agent changes that were made with flashes and short-sighted, the speed at which they go out. Sky will have a little bit more versatility, being able to be shot at as well. Lots of little things like that create a lot of problems for teams that don't yet understand to a complete degree. So if I'm GCU and I know Fracture, and we've been prepping on Fracture and saying there is a change that has been made, we are going to grind out this map, put 3-4 scrims a night to try and get this one under our tool belt so that we can bring it out here for this game day, where we know not only are we in second here for that leaderboard, we want to maintain that position, if not go ahead on this game, to really cement ourselves in this figure here for the Champions Pacific Division. And Fracture is a great map to do it on if you know what you're doing.
And that's the crazy thing to me, is that follow, I mean, not only the changes of this map, but more importantly, the agents as well. That's going to be something exciting to see to me, because as an initiator main, as a guy who likes to set up the squad, look for that information, look to make plays across the map. We've seen intel agents be a really, really hard focus here. And right, they said, look, we're giving these initiators a little bit too much in their kit. Duelists are dying a little bit. Flashes aren't looking as nearly impactful unless you're playing KO and you're just literally flashing yourself out. We need to make sure everybody else has somewhat of an impact here. Sky's looking better now. KO is nerfed by absolute milliseconds. And Reyna's Lear has literally no range to it now. It's unlimited across the board, but I don't think it's going to make too much of a switch up here on the likes of Fracture, because we know Breach is that go-to initiator. We know that they could be a very good follow-up. The duelist thing is still kind of somewhat of a toss-up, but speed is the name of the game here, at least for this matchup that we got. Already looking to hover over that Raze, now locked in, and Watanabe on the other side, looking for that Neon as well. And the Chamber is a follow-up, because this man's rendezvous, getting from one side of the map to the other to keep an entire watch down of the whole field. You just can't beat that potential with the follow-up of a Brimstone, able to go ahead and play for this post-plant. So I like the resources here. I like to see what's kind of being faded out, and even then talking about mirror matchups, maybe agent selects. It seems like we're going to be at nearly that comparative and kind of excluding, more importantly, that duelist role.
You got to keep in mind for the map of Fracture as well, it's much less about those really tight corners, about those really close angles. They've opened up towards Dish, they've opened up over towards Arcade, Central's been opened up, each of the sides been a little bit more widened. For B specifically, they've made it a little bit easier. They changed up ramp in the Ready Night crates. On the A side, they widened out the top platform, making it a little bit easier to hide up there and get over towards the corner. Lots of little changes like that. You would assume that they wouldn't make a huge difference here, Dallas, but they are an absolute game changer on these sites, especially when it comes to your initiators. When you're you're trying to give your team that go-ahead, when you're trying to get around these corners, you don't want to have to do it in a way that's going to give up your life first and foremost. You want to do it in a very safe and concise manner, and in a manner where you can swing not for a 1v1 or 1v2 fight, but give your team the advantage in numbers swinging out both directions, which just wasn't really that possible with these very tight corners over towards halls as well as towards arcade.
And that's one of the adjustments we can actually go ahead and talk about a little bit. Is the fact that arcade, one of those quote-unquote tight angles we found ourselves in more times than not, even then right there towards lifting, you can see in that little bit of a cinematic we got going on. There's a lot of change on the board where these narrow alleyways, right, said, they're a little too narrow. Sure, we're going to leave Bind to be that narrow map that everybody hates where speed is the name of the game, but it's employed to the full extent here on this map, where you now have these spawn areas going to open up a little bit more. That scaffolding and that catwalk area over towards top rope on the desert side towards A, that's going to be wide open now to where you can really mix up where you're going to be standing. And more importantly, your chamber can have a lot more influence in those kind of situations. Able to really play, kind of hold down an angle and be a little bit more unsuspenseful. So how about suspense? Really got a little bit of an engage going up here into the spawn, talking about CSUF looking to push up, trying to make the plays, bring the action to the likes of GCU, and they say, honestly, we'll take it every day of the week.
We'll meet you right there at the gates. We know that Arcade's been wind up a little bit, but come on, guys, have a little bit of respect for our playstyle here. Quickly taking up the little bit of that revamped ramp there we saw just a moment ago. Maybe you don't recognize it from before. It's still somewhat similar to what it was. Nader able to find one more off the board, and well, it's just one player left standing. And JG, you're not sitting in the best of positions to clutch up for a 1v3. You're able to deal with Watanabe, but still two more players bearing down your throat, and you only have 18 HP to your name. Nader still has the Headhunter out, and though it does not need to hit the head to finish it, it does, and that will be a round one. Round one won by GCU Esports Varsity.
And honestly, already we all saw GCU with an opener, and they were able to go ahead and play the defensive side on the attacking side, as weird as it is to say, kind of back-to-back off each other, but knowing what they were capable of, knowing that action was brought to them, and they were able to hold things down. They didn't go ahead and get over antsy, and I gotta say, I like the way that CSUF really played that out. They said, obviously, GCU's gonna be playing speed as well, and somehow they made that read. They just played it slow. They said, maybe they're gonna play that towards the defense as well. It comes down to who has more resolve, who has more patience, more importantly, to really make the plays when it's going to matter most. So talking about plays, we got a lot of Bulldogs, a lot of Spectres coming into this round for GCU, obviously with that force and that money to be working off of. And on the attacking side as well, with a plant to follow it up, they're going to have an extra 300 creds, hopefully every single round if they do manage to go into that post-plant situation. So a little bit of a push on the site, not too much damage done just yet. Instead, CSUF actually do get that first pick out of
Also note, we see Watanabe also took a look at it, currently lying within it right now. Rope got a little bit of a change. They extended its overall platform that allows for you to actually look from Rope over towards the A site. And GCU are taking advantage of that position to great success. They'll swing over through to defender spawn, able to take down one, make it two. Watanabe down there onto Simply, and 3 players only remain for CSUF, and they've only managed to drop 1 rifle out of GCU's hands. You want them to leave this round at least with 2 rifles no longer being allowed to be collected, because you do know that they did expend quite a bit for it with those Bulldogs as well. But unfortunately, the same weapons I just mentioned absolutely cut apart the remaining 3 players in CSUF, and they'll lose the round.
And I like the way these Bulldogs are starting to have more and more of an impact in the game, considering that, I mean, they do a little over 125 just to a headshot no matter what the range is forcing a lot of these teams, especially in collegiate, because we can talk about tier 2 all day, considering we know those squads as well, is that there's a big change up when it comes to these round 2, round 3 buys. Sure, sometimes you'll see players forcing out sheriffs. They have to sacrifice armor in that 3rd round, and that's the difference between life and death. That is the difference between a kill and actually able to stay alive, follow things up, and keep the rifle with an impact there. There's so much that can be relied on that little bit of money that you need to make sure to preserve it as much as possible. So thankfully the full armor is there to work off of, but you don't really have the presence with the players or the utility, more importantly, to really choke things out. You're playing for more of a stalk who likes the CSUF. You know the push is going towards B main. You also have to check the other side of the map because you don't know what could be lingering about.
A lot of information gained early off the hot there, tossed by GCU, and it's really up to the hands of CSUF to kind of retreat back and keep them at bay. Fast lane is up, but unfortunately, Solace gets the upper hand, able to find themselves first blood. Quick out the gates by GCU, but Quacksmack meets them quickly back in return. 2 more to their name, and you're now looking at a 4v2 as CSUF have buried all points of opposition for GCU. Nader's doing their best to try and work up through arcade. While it looked not the best position to work from, they still managed to find 1, now make it 2. Sitting behind Domino, looking for their 3rd. Simply, though, will not fall to the Headhunter in hand, and instead will use their Vandal to close out. But that is a huge loss, positively, by CSUF, as they dropped 3 rifles in a round.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm really impressed there just with Nader specifically. Obviously, I mean, that chamber nerf coming into play as well. 150 credits. It doesn't matter. If I'm robbing a $2,900 gun away every single shot, who cares? Make it cost 500 for all I care. I'm gonna make sure those shots make that much more of an impact in the game and really give me that much more of a reason. But I mean, looking at the way things are starting to pin out, look at the way the CSU have been playing those rounds. GCU, I'm liking their approach. They go ahead, they reinforce the likelihood of their ideology and say, we need to go ahead and play speed is the name of the game here. But problem is, we run into a brimstone smoke and you only have a breach flash to work off of and nothing else. You need to make sure to really get those in those nooks and crannies that are going to make an impact there. And throwing up a fast lane, honestly, does nothing but hurt you if you're doing that at the same time as these flashes. So already looking at GCU to kind of be ironing out these plays, these approaches a little bit, and saying, especially if we're going through a brimstone smoke, we got to be a lot more decisive because that thing is going to last for ages.
Yeah, util has kind of come down to a consumption simulator kind of in the early stages of these rounds. Some teams, some players think, okay, well, if they're dumping all the utility, we have to kind of match that same pace and tempo. That's not it. Play a little bit smarter, save it for the post plan, and just kind of yourselves accordingly. What we're seeing right now for GCU is a very smart and slow game. Two players looking to work in from this southern halls over towards that A site, and up north towards Dish, which had that little bit of a change. They're working through that very tight angle. About the only area I would actually say here, Dallas, that got closed up in comparison to widening, but I think that's still a positive change overall. Volt has a complete line of sight on Return. Didn't seem to notice them at first, Dallas, but they're good now. Fast lane will be sent as well. Watanabe quickly dashing through, able to take down Solis, who is lighting below inside of Platts, and that does look like GCU will gain and maintain site control for the time being.
I gotta say, I do like the way that we're already seeing kind of GCU make these adaptations. Play a little bit towards those angles. You can see it right there from Tanabe. Able to go ahead and play a little bit of a closure, get much closer up, and still have that coverage. Utilizing this new change of the map to the fullest extent and already going ahead and resulting in so much damage, so much kills. But more importantly, we see Jaichi trying to make that same exact kind of an exchange. Looking to get the damage off of Watanabe going around there for the flank. Closes things out. 2 players remaining for GCU, so not the best case scenario in the world, but definitely enough for them to manage here for this next round, knowing that they're coming up in a 3-1 lead. They have a 2-round differential, and this round is going to be a save for the majority of the likes of CSUF, finally saying, we need to settle things down. We got to start ironing out this game because it's not looking too good for us. We only found that first impact in round 3 where we know we had a definitive advantage.
Honestly, felt like CSUF didn't utilize enough of ropes there, Dallas. That long angle in play. They would have had a much better spot to take down the lonesome Fade that was kind of sitting up close and personal. Volt was in a really good spot. Did get cleared fairly quickly, but besides that, CSUF just didn't find enough impact kills. They weren't able to flush out the Neon far enough away for GCU, and they weren't watching the flank up on top, running in from that Dish side. It was an easy cleanup for Volt on the initial kill, though it took him a second to see it, and past that point, once the gate hits the floor and the fast lane pops up by Watanabe, you know that that site will be taking control over. Nader opens up this round for the first frag, not finishing things off this time around, and it's a Vandal in hand to do it. Simply will do their best Nader impersonation from round 1 and 2, using their own Headhunter to clap back over towards Watanabe. It is an even 4-on-4, but this is CSUF in a very thrifty round. The shorty's out for a ton, but it cannot find enough impact as Mr. Sape will manage to find 2 kills in quick succession here in the post-plant time.
Mr. Sape really out here with a good impact thus far, really able to play that stall game. Look at the rest of the squad. They're making sure to do a good job on site to really just hold things out. Say, look, this clock isn't looking too good. We got 2 ultimates to work off of. Play off the util, set up the cross. He can't check both sides. He may have eyes in the back of his head because he's chamber and can see a reflection, but he sure as heck doesn't have hands or a gun as well. So, I mean, that's all you can do, man. Play for each side of the map. Look to go ahead and twist things up. Look for another round here on the board. And we see GCU not only having control of the game in terms of the leaderboard, but in terms of utility as well. They've been very, very aggressive utilizing it, getting onto that site, but almost kind of giving themselves a little bit of leeway there and a safety net towards the rear and for these post plans so that they can just really stall out the game all day. Now they have that much more to work with, knowing they have 4 ultimates now. A Rolling Thunder, that'll do you for a good 4 seconds, and that's all you really need to make that difference. Tour de Force, if things don't really work out and you need a free round, by all means, you got 2 weapons for free on these players, and a Nightfall is going to be a nice little cherry on top for whatever game plan you want to lay out. So lots of information to work with. A really good setup for them. CSUF, right now, they have that Tour de Force trying to already be employed, and it's got to really come down to these chokeholds. When we talk about these tighter areas of the map starting to open up now, it creates a lot of questions around the squadron that they can actually hit these shots. But if they do, I think they'll finally find themselves another answer.
I want to point out utility as well. You're talking about the battle between these two teams in that regard. I would honestly say that we're not seeing enough from Return right now on that raise. Defensively, you would expect them to maybe a little bit slower in regard considering they're that duelist, but even in post plants, they should be better at clearing around these halls. I know that these angles and hallways have opened up a little bit more, but those paint shells be making bigger impact. And we're just seeing a lot more out of the Neon from GCU, but I think that will change respectively when it comes to the defensive half for GCU. Neon will have a little bit less success in that regard, and that's one of the weaknesses of picking up that Neon. And unfortunately, when you speak about one agent a little bit too much, unfortunately, the caster's curse comes true. Watanabe is the first player down. Simply is the player to find them. Nader claps back, but there goes Rotund, finally cementing their name there on that leaderboard for their second of this game. Rotund's looking to maybe step through the sky smoke and clear out Taro. They find them in a quick fashion, now heading up towards short ramp, able to take down another as Mr. Slipe falls, and a really great round by Rotund to find 3.
Yeah, good stands here for the likes of CSUF, knowing they finally get an exchange on the board. Sure, it took a player to really step up there, but knowing that that a player can actually keep that retaliation, keep that resilience, and more importantly, keep yourself relevant. I think those are the 3 R's you can really make this game work off of. And knowing that GCU has also had to really force out one of these ultimates in exchange for that last round. Nightfall not having nearly the impact that GCU can really play off of. Knowing that Intel hasn't really been a big aspect of theirs, they're really following up on. They're just looking better on the shots. So when CSUF kind of robs it away from them, we see the rounds where these smokes really start to make those impacts. So they really start to take advantage of these chokeholds. Those are the rounds where they start to excel and really get those frags that line up for them.
Making impact in very easy positions seems like such a simple task, but in a lot of ways you see a lot of teams kind of falter. Watanabe extends a little bit further, and what do you see? Simply misses the first shot, but they will not miss their second as Watanabe tries to extend backwards over towards the defender spawn. Falling short, and, well, your overdrive's not going to find any success here in the round. Simply in a bit of a mind game with Volts on the opposing side for GCU. Looks like Simply will swing first. Volts may fire first, but unfortunately they're not Han Solo here. Simply will still come out with that kill. Quack Smack able to take down Nader, and, well, GCU, you've got 2 players left standing, and JG and Solace just clean him up just as quick as the round starts. You mentioned GCU starting in a great fashion. Well, CSUF says don't count us out just yet. They're 1 round away from tying it, and that was a flawless.
Yeah, I mean, that's really what it comes down to, is that flawless, knowing that they can go ahead and follow up with that utility, knowing they can only really have all the money in the world to buy up on it again because they didn't invest anything in guns this time around. It just comes down to armor, keep yourself alive, looking to find ways to slow down this opposition, and especially with GCU, haven't been nearly as fast as we're really expecting them. They were able to go ahead and manipulate the map. We saw some big holes in CSUF's plays earlier. I mean, notably that round where we saw that satellite dish was completely open. A drop they had no concern for and said, we can leave that open. Nobody's going to push it. Surely, right? They're finally going ahead and saying, look, we can't really give anything up for free. We can't be this kind of unaware, this little bit of a naive player team anymore. We need to make sure to hunker down on every angle of the map. We have to keep angles there. Chambers hold down the entirety A. You have that accounted for. You don't have a problem on that side of the map. You get a full stack going towards B. Let them know what's going on. GCU isn't going for a split by any means necessary. They're going for upfront aggression, a full push every single time because that's what their composition needs. That's what it wants, and that's what they're playing with right now.
Slow and steady. Can the tortoise beat the hare in this scenario? GCU are praying that is the case. A lot more calm and collected than they have in the last few rounds in regards to how they're trying to actually engage towards these objectives. Looks like the stack's coming over towards Dish for the side of GCU, but they are still leaving a player possibly to come through. Sorry, not Dish. Possibly to come through top of B over towards Arcade, but a player lying up inside of Arcade's Heaven does not give Nader the right position to work over towards Domino like we saw in round 2 and round 4. Rolling Thunder will be utilized from underneath in Hall. A good option there for GCU, but unfortunately Nader loses that pivot position up north above them. That now gives them a man disadvantage and does not give them the ability to have that crossfire that they would like to have so efficiently. The Brim Stim by Quack Smack set down, allowing for them to extend past that Sky Smoke. Ratan is able to deal with Volt, but cracked back over towards Watanabe. Simply and JT on top all over again, and the story unfurls once again in favor of CSUF Blue.
I mean, good holds here, good plays. I mean, across the board, CSUF, I mean, when we see GCU go ahead and hold out on their ideology right off the get-go, when they're saying, look, we need to play this game slow, that's where you've already lost the round, in my opinion. You're not really getting these picks, you're not getting these angles that you really want to play off of, and that's resulting in a timeout right now for their squad, looking at, okay, what exactly is going wrong here? Why can't we get onto these sides? We're getting these plants down, but we're losing a little bit too much in the meantime. It's not looking nearly as good because once they hit these post plants, If they have the utility to play the stall game, they win it out every single time. I fully believe that. But when they don't have those resources, that's the problem. They can't play the distraction game. They can't get a little bit crazy with it. They need to be able to play out these games. So I think, honestly, just need to look for a little bit of switch up. Find that Trojan horse. Utilize that chamber, that rear end. He has nothing to really work for on that post plant besides holding an angle and maybe getting a kill. That's all it comes down to. In the meantime, you have to utilize him. Find these Trojan horses, get less players on site, and maybe look for some avenues that don't have smokes, which is what he can do with that rendezvous. They're not utilizing that chamber and the rest of the kind of util that he got to the full extent there in the early rounds to get that information. Because as I've mentioned it over the course of this game, that's the one thing they really haven't manipulated yet.
I feel like we see a little bit of fear coming out from GCU in regards to pushing towards the A site from Hall and over from A main. We've seen them go through drop, and then we've seen them initiate from drop and then let the players come through Hall. But none of them actually stepped through Hall. 2 of them went through ropes while 1 went through Hall for just a close plant. I think the widening of Hall has kind of put them in a little bit of a scared position. They don't want to swing it. It's a little bit easier for players to hide on that A side. It's a little bit easier for them to kind of escape that limited line of sight that's so available. And it makes it very difficult to try and engage the site unless you're very quick. And that's one of the big boons that you have of your GCU. Take advantage of your Neon. You have Watanabe. They're begging to be utilized to their fullest extent. They finally engage in this direction. They send up the fast lane to extend over towards site, and they finally cleared out, at least for the majority, that below plat is clear, but they haven't yet cleared all of top. Nader will go ahead and extend to that position to do so, and they'll put that spike up on top as well. Mr. Sipe doing so. Sorry, that's below. Watanabe is able to take down one more. Just hiding back a little bit further. We do see a little bit of a pullback from Volts, who's going to go ahead and wash over towards rope. Ratan is up over on drop, kind of giving themselves that line of sight necessary to take down one of the players sitting below in plat. They do successfully to Mr. Sipe pretty quickly after the fact, simply covering the angle from behind. And Ratan's just sticking this defuse. There's nothing that they can do. GCU are trapped inside halls because they couldn't pivot themselves correctly on site, and simply will demolish all of your mental immediately after the fact by taking the next 2 quickly.
And it's because they kind of gave up sight. They didn't really create that bridge for each other. They didn't say, look, we have anything to kind of get back and forth off of each other. I think, honestly, your chamber plays a little bit closer there, looks for that pick, and if something goes wrong, you go for the rendezvous there. You go until that very last breath. I mean, the only thing that happens is the contingency plan, and that only comes into effect if you get that kill. Until then, you're a captain holding down. You were dying with your ship. You were sinking or swimming, no matter what it may be. But GCU doesn't really have that ideology here. I mean, they found themselves a much more efficient push on the site. They really started to iron out their approaches, but their post-plant there just didn't really look like the life that we saw earlier. But finally, a little bit of leeway here towards the site. They're playing a little bit more patient right there in spawn, not making any more immediate moves. But once again, they're going for this full push kind of ideology. They're going as a unit. You got to give them a sense of accomplishment for the camaraderie. That's only going to get you so much because it's gotten them now what is looking like a 1-round deficit and could go on to 2 as well if they don't really tighten up.
Well, Dallas, it looks like it's rewind time in comparison to last round. Remember what just happened towards this A site. They took it and unfortunately could not hold it. JG sends out the Prowler. Quack Smack takes down not just the first of the round, but finds 2 more quickly afterwards for the 3K. Finds a 4th of Nader, who is sitting down below in plat. And it's just Taro left standing, trying to hide below ropes, and is quickly snuffed out by the player that is Simply, who has essentially finished off every single round we've seen tonight that has gone in favor of CSUF. It's kind of been the chamber diff we've seen come through. And it's just not working out for them on this A site unless they come on through Dish. And even when that happens, it still was somewhat close because that round was not CSUF with 4 rifles yet.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, already, they just have to find a way. When I talk about speed is the name of the game, the biggest thing I think that GCU is missing right now is just kind of ignoring their opponent. When you're going for speed, when you're going for aggression, you have to disrespect your opponents. You have to almost act like they're not there. Just say, okay, we're going for an objective. We have to play off the map. We have to play for time because the more of it we put there in the rear end and kind of really choke it up, the less time they're going to come up with a plan, the less they have to work with, the less players they got for retake because a chamber with an operator, that's a 5v4 you got on your hands. But now it could be a little bit of a 5v3 because Chamber is still alive and he's not going for the retake just yet, but the spike isn't down either because you haven't really pushed just yet. There goes the plant. Solus getting some kills, getting a lot of damage in the meantime as a follow-up, really playing that stall out, and even then maybe it's somewhat of an orbital strut to come down there, but nah, that's not going to be the result. Kills to come from main, and it's coming in into a little bit of exchange. GCU finally getting some blood on their hands and saying, look, we're coming on top of this as well, but you got to look towards drop as well because Chamber down with that chokehold, you can't really hold down this spike close.
A lot easier to get up through drop as well, and unfortunately, once you drop through, it's still quite difficult to survive. Dealt with quickly by GCU, and that round made entirely possible off the back of Volt more specifically. We saw the great entry in by Solace. They used that new rope extension to give that platform over towards site to find not just 1 but 2 kills, but the problem was Ratun was trying to play through the sky smoke, and because of that, they were no longer watching through those A doors leading over to A main, and that created a huge problem for the player of Solace. Cut down by Volts. They try to reswing. Ratun falls short in that process. Volt will come out on top, and that allows for Volt to survive to the end to inevitably find one of the last 2 kills to swing GCU back in favor. Last round of the half, though, Dallas, and this needs to be a round GCU wins if they want to at least break even in this half, and they're already on a bad foot, losing 2 and only gaining 1 kill.
Yeah, but that goes ahead and gives you enough information to work with. Somebody's going up towards top, and you see Simply just going ham, knowing the chamber. You have the headhunter, you got a sheriff, you got a tour de force, you got guns, you got a shorty. You have all kinds of weaponry and calibers available to your hand so far, and they're putting every single bit of it to use. But already some exchanges here on the board. GCU not looking too hot. We talked about the start, saw those kills initially come through for the likes of CSUF, and they're coming back once again. They ended, or whenever I started to talk about the rounds, they had themselves a 2-round deficit, but they've already handed that same exact result to GCU at the rear end of the half, where things are a lot more important.
Starting things off on the right foot, 7-5 for CSUF, especially after a big downturn. At one point, we looked at the scoreline being 4-1 Dallas, with GCU in a dominant position. That has since turned back and returned 5 in a row, let up by the side of GCU and CSUF. Well, they're trying to head off the back of that, but we're back into the pistol rounds at the start of that second half, and I mentioned this before. CSUF, they had that raise. Ratun was a little bit slow at the beginning. Obviously, have picked things back up, now sitting at 9 and 8, an even position in their regard, and they had that big clutch round to get that 3K, which inevitably started the whole process of CSUF on this returning spiral back in favor. I think this is the half for CSUF, even though they had a good half of that first. I think their lineup really benefits itself on that attack, especially with that raise. Meanwhile, GCU, it's going to be very difficult for them to utilize that Neon in a very effective manner, and that could be a problem they run into in the later half.
And keep in mind that this is still GCU's map pick, and you're expecting them to go ahead and be playing with the amount of initiation power they have and the prowess that's available to them, knowing that even then they're only relying on that chamber for the defense. They have to have a plan for defense, right? That's the concerning thing, is knowing that attacking side they're looking to play into, there's a little bit too much there, but not about too much. It could be a little too much damage for comfort, as we do see a little bit of leeway given up towards that A site. Spike is going down almost clean as a whistle, and CSUF, they're looking to just play for this post so far as simply finally knowing the chamber role to say, look, I'm not going to do too much. Let me just get crazy and work for the flank, because everybody else is going to do their job and get up in your face.
You saw Simply trying to do their best Nader impersonation. We saw that in the early rounds for GCU just last half, and fortunately it doesn't net yourself as many kills as Nader was able to pull off in the beginning, but we do know Simply can pop off when the game gets underway and they start to get that ball rolling. The round 1 of the second half is not that round, though, here at Dallas. CSUF picked apart a very clean round by GCU, only letting up 1 single kill. It was off a right click of the classic of Ratun. This is another round win off the pistol for GCU, but much like we saw in that first half, they're almost expected to take the second, but I think they're going to be a little bit more hesitant this time around to go full Bulldogs. They had 3 last time. I think they'll stick to maybe 1 or 2 this time. If John, just one.
Yeah, they realize that, a little bit too many Bulldogs. If you do see someone of a buy come out, it's a gamble that you have to be willing to take and know you can reinforce. A Bulldog playstyle, honestly, is something that you see some teams accustoming themselves to. Some players just get good with it. Think of it almost like some of these raised players that you see excel with judges. They know how to make the impact with less money, and those players are just so invaluable to a team. There's no explanation to what they can provide for a squad, knowing they can act as somewhat of a piggy bank there towards those latter end rounds where things really start to get dusty. So looking at the stance so far, once again, CSUF looking very, very crisp for this initial take, but that's only because we saw GCU give it up. They're playing for the retake. They're looking to bring this aggression on the side, and I was kind of expecting this play earlier, but I got to say, whether or not you again then, that CSU can bring that same aggression earlier, because their initial picks were looking bad on the attacking side. Can they make sure that result doesn't happen once again?
Nader in a rough spot, does deal with 1 fairly quickly, but still has 2 more to deal with over in Arcade Heaven. Unfortunately, Quacksmack turns the wrong way. It's just Solace left standing, and first flick was nasty. The second one was disgusting, but unfortunately, it only gets 1 kill in the process. The first survive for that shot, and that will tie things up here, 7-7 Dallas.
Nice little shot there saying, wait a minute, you're the one who defused the spike. Let me kill you, and then I'll go ahead and do the rest of your friends. But already, once again, yeah, I mean, we'll take care of that later. There's money to be had here. I'm not going into the end of a round just looking at y'all because there's no peace treaties here in Valor. We shoot each other, and that's the name of the game. But already, we see the rifles coming through. We see a lot of Vandals, which I do like to see. But, I mean, I got to say, talking about aggression, reinforcing that. Vandals looking good and all. Thing is, I mean, man, I just want to see this kind of speed up. I want to see something crazy. I want to see some teams say ka-chow. I want to see some Lightning McQueen here on the field, but we're just not getting enough of that. Instead, every single time initial pushes are being given up. The CSUF have to have a little bit of an idea now of what's going on. They are letting this initial take come through. They're letting it happen for a reason, because once you see the full, fleshed out utility comes through that GCU said, we don't have to go half and half anymore. We can go for a full exposure, full entire hit right at the end, but instead, CSUF say, with 4 rifles now, that's not going to happen, Chief. We're getting a flawless.
And I think that is still the only team to get a flawless so far in this game is CSUF. I think that's their second one at this point. And that was in a round where Volts used the Nightfall. A huge waste. You said the full expenditure of the utility. I don't think that's an understatement in its slightest. That is a major waste in that regard, with considering the result at play. You know you don't have the proper weapons. You kind of give yourself as much of an edge as possible. But just because you get the ultimate in round 3 of a half doesn't mean you have to use it, right? You don't have to force that piece of util out. Yeah, flex it out there. I got it, guys. You know, I'm doing my part. But now what are you going to do here in round 4? You don't have it. You're probably not going to get it for another 2-3 more rounds on top of that. It's going to be even more difficult for your team to hold back that full frontal assault that CSUF are bringing, because they're probably going to bring that tempo soon. They've been doing that with that raise towards Arcade, and this time around it looks like they may do that through ropes instead on the A side.
Who needs a Nightfall? We got rifles now, right? Who needs a Nightfall? I mean, we got rifles now. That's sure, it's like a little bit of a tie game now. We got the same kind of utility. They may have 2 ultimates and we have none now. But hey, we got rivals there, all right? We're good. We're good. It's okay. We look to go ahead and iron things out. We look for approaches. We look to see the way the game's being panned out once one. We finally see a little bit of a slowdown. We see GCU kind of respecting CSUF, saying when these rifle rounds come into effect, they're not playing anymore. They have won probably the majority, the overwhelming majority of these rifle rounds. And now in a situation where Nader gets that operator, this is going to be at the player that really makes the impact now. Really asleep on that first side, looking good with the headhunter. But when it came around to these rifle rounds and going up against an operator, you never saw these combat engagements really go into the side of GCU. So now in this defense, they have to go for this retake. And once again, as I mentioned, it's a 4v4. Your chamber is going to push up. He's not going to be playing these games. Instead, he's going to be holding these chokeholds. And if you're Quack, you can't swing out from doors or somewhere that's going to be very exposed. So you got to look for these angles. Got to play this game a little bit slower. Got to play with your brain a little bit more. And simply is just not going to be able to do that, because you see the angle, you see the guy, nobody's shooting up. Watanabe gets a free defuse. And it's just execution across the board from GCU on these retakes once more.
That's what you want to be defensively if you are GCU. CSUF get to site, they do all the right things to get the plant, but they just can't survive the retake. Very quick by GCU. Simply gets in a wonderful spot to try and play back, but even better is Nader with that operator. What are you supposed to do? The name rhymes with a gun, right? Ultimately, you just know it's a fit made in heaven, right? He's going to sit there in that Apex fund. He's going to lock down Arcade, not going to let you cross the domino, get up inside Arcade's heaven. He is going to bury you in the dirt. Best chance you have is maybe work through Ton and maybe try to join your teammate of Terror, and that just was not allowed in the slightest. Early aggression, though, utilized by GCU over towards that A main side of Halls. Ratun tries to quickly use that tempo we've been alluding to throughout this entire half start, Dallas, and it is shut down in a very quick fader as GCU are locking down that position, but now they've been hit with the Rolling Thunder, and this is the tidal wave of CSUF outside the gate.
Big swings, already going ahead and get a little bit of follow-up there, knowing what your other players are capable of. Solus, that's a 1-bullet difference, buddy. It doesn't matter which vendor you got. But
Notice that, too.
You got to do whatever you can. You got to hit those shots. That's the biggest thing in the world, because 5 bullets, that's enough to kill 5 players if we really think about it. And you only got 2 still left on the field. GCU looking for this retake situation. We talked about the chamber having the operator. Don't swing on these open areas. Look towards A main. Hold that Joker down. You know that's where Volt is. And don't worry about anybody else. You see chamber on the map, and if you just go ahead and run out, you're gonna die to him. So Solus finally makes an exchange, realizes what's still at stake. Spike hasn't even gone down yet, and you have to put that timer on the clock to say it's now working to my advantage. Playing for that long game, holding it close, waiting things out. Honestly, I gotta like the read that Solus has thus far. If you swing out, though, buddy, you're gonna die! Oh my goodness! Look at the kill feed,
Step up
please.
on plats.
I can't, man.
It hurts. It hurts so much to
It
see
does.
players in positions like this. You can hear our anguish, so to say, here in the booth, where Solids could have stepped up to plat, could have played the high ground. Nader would have not had a great angle. But there is that kind of mindset when Nader is like, okay, he's killed 3 of my teammates over towards the side of ropes. I still need to be aware that he could be hiding behind that radiant crate and having that angle to work from. I don't see him as I swing from deep plat all the way over towards pillar side of plat. What gives you the idea that he's not rotated at that point? He's going to be over towards A main. He just can't step over to drop. There's no need. Got to be a little bit smarter there, Solace. Otherwise, though, a really close round for the side of CSUF to recover after taking the early loss there of their race. That is good. That shows a team whose mental shows that they can continue to fight even when the going gets tough. The problem now is the going gets tough, and so does the wallets. You're now in a rough spot.
Yeah.
Spectre in hand for at least 3 players I've seen so far. You're a round down, still feeling like you've got a force in this scenario. Thankfully, Return is up. They'll trade out a Spectre for that Stinger. They've
Like
got
this.
their showstopper, which means they can close that gap very quickly. But note, nobody on site, Dallas. This is going to be a real wild send of that showstopper because no one's going to give them any face.
You got to shoot somewhere else. I think this honestly really comes down to the player of what kind Reton is and realize that, okay, maybe a little bit more of an option over there towards the area. You got to get a swing on somewhere, and I do like this aggression, getting a little bit of damage over there towards drop. But I mean, look at the rest of the squad. Look at what they're doing. We have a wall sky smoke set up. Look at that. A little bit of impromptu Viper going on here, but that's not going to be enough. What could be enough is a Rolling Thunder coming through for GCU. They say, look, I get a little bit of stun of my own. That's fine. We'll throw one out as well. We know you're all stacked on top of the site and simply just can't get the job done as the rest of the squad. We talked about the money, we talked about the wallets, the guns available. It doesn't matter when you have an orbital strike available, though. Hold down that angle, keep the sky smoke down, and keep those bullets peppering that spike.
You know, the general location, and once that smoke dissipates, it's an easy cleanup for the 2 players sitting in A main hall. Solace able to get that last blood necessary to really bear off Nader from trying to go for that defuse on that spike. They'll all retreat back. Nader will survive with that operator, and it will be around to close things up to a tied position. By this point, usually Dallas, especially on a map like Fracture, we're used to saying, well, one team has reached double digits. Is this the beginning of the end? The downward spiral of those last 3 rounds. These teams have kept it very even, with CSUF having only a 1-round lead, technically speaking, or 2 rounds, technically speaking, at that halftime point, and since then has been vying for competency to keep this one even. I think GCU are sitting quite in a good spot, but look at that eco. Only Nader with a gun, and he had to save it from that last round. It's an expected result for CSUF to take this one, but we've seen stranger things here in the NECC.
I mean, even then, Nader's kind of a catalyst in these rounds for most of the time already. But speaking of catalyst, there's Terry able to go ahead and get a crisp kill right off the get-go. So, I mean, that's going to be a lot of good exchanges there in terms of damage. You know, you took control of that side of the map. Look at the defenders. They're not even playing in their spot anymore. They're coming around the map. They're treating this like it's a racetrack. I talked about Lightning McQueen earlier, and they're taking it a little too seriously. But, I mean, regardless, though, you got to look at these ways they're playing out. I mean, honestly, we saw Reton play for the aggression! Good God! You couldn't run into Nader and you wouldn't die, but you do. You run right towards man and realize where the man is at.
Oh my goodness, Lightning McQueen. No, it's Toe Nader's time. Sorry, Toe Nader's time to go off a 4K. He's a catalyst, actually, in this round, as you put it, and it's anything else. You don't need the rest of the team to pop off when you are a one-man army. 10 rounds secured for GCU, the first team to reach double digits, and probably the best way to do it by burying CSUF in a round where they're saying, hey guys, we'll just take side. Not a big concern whatsoever. Oh, they got first blood? That's just one rifle. What could they possibly bring against us? Well, Nader. Just Nader. With the 20 and 12 bomb. Didn't even really need to use the operator. Every single kill was with that headhunter except for one with a vandal.
Yeah, I mean, already looking at what they got to provide. I mean, you can see right there the gun is still in full effect. I think, honestly, Nader could just say, I got Tour de Force, guys. Does anybody want to free up? I mean, I can do that. We can wait for a budget round, too. Whatever need be, it doesn't matter, because that's still kind of within that back pocket. But the one thing I'm keeping my eyes on is that overdrive. Looking at how already trying to be employed, trying to push up in these spawns. Not really finding too much of an effect. Right down A towards that drop as well. Nothing really seen. So you know that's chucked off now. You know that's taken attendance and that there's no real problem. When you look at the setup, though, and you take those brim smokes, I like this kind of attentiveness coming out of the defense. They're saying, okay, it's not going there. It's got to be A main. If it's not coming through, drop. So it's not going over towards B. We just smoke things off just as a security, just as a second case. Just as, all right, you know what? There's a little bit of a safety net here. No problems. They're not going to push out of this because things just don't go their way. You can already see that resulting right there. That chamber dying already, but that creates enough space. As you can tell, a little bit of a risky venture going on here with that smoke going towards drop, but it results in just enough space to give CSUF the likes of the sun, and they got to push up off this, and that's exactly what they've done, but they just don't have the best weapons for it to really holding things down.
GCU must have been watching the prequels to the Star Wars films as a team, because they're trying to take the high ground through and through, holding drop, waiting for the Nightfall to send towards that site, and it's been working out for themselves. Taro has now found themselves another kill. Quacksmack's the only player now for the side of CSUF who's found themselves a frag. It will be tagged over towards half, but Mr. Sipe is going to be in a really rough spot, having to step off Watanabe on that flank. And, well, it's a done and dusted round collected for GCU, and you kind of expect that result considering the weapons that CSUF are bringing to that round. And instead of saying, hey, let them entirely take that site and just play for the retake, GCU say, we'll give you a little bit, but we're also going to take a yard at the same time. You don't expect how many players we truly have stacked up. Those paint shells can only buy you so much time. They can only give so much of a buffer. We're going to swing immediately after the fact, and we're going to use all of our utility correctly this time, with Volt not wasting it like he did there in round 3. We're going to use it to great effect, and we're going to take control of that site.
Yeah, and I like kind of the effect that GCU's coming to right now. They found themselves a little bit of a realization, knowing that, okay, we're realizing our weaknesses. Nader's the last one to the site in every single circumstance. And I mean, honestly, when he's the first, sometimes he does get those kills, but we can't really have that on these rounds of full rifles, or even in a budget we know a Spectre's a possibility. So we look at these shots, we look at what's going on, and already getting a little bit of a tell that players are towards A main. But in these post-plant scenarios, and if you have all the players in the world, don't go up front. Don't challenge them face-to-face. Go for those flanks like you said. They're going to play like cowards. Go off-site. Throw all this utility on there, and you know exactly where that spike's going to be. Instead of a flank easy as that, you're going to find at least 2, 3, 4 kills just all in tandem off one player alone, and that's a free ultimate to work off of. But speaking of ultimates, there's 3 for CSUF right now that can utilize that to at least get to round 10, but how much can you really use here without kind of overburning yourself? Really getting some rust here on the tires, because there's only so much left, and with 9 to 11 here, 1 round off for match point for GCU, you can't take too many risks.
Yeah, but you're reaching the point of desperation if you're the side of CSUF, knowing that GCU are not just in a position where they take this round at their match point, but even if you win the round, if you're the side of CSUF, they're still going to be able to buy the next. They've been sitting in a really good spot the whole time. There's really no denying them that momentum, and they'll be ready to bring things back once again. Molly was tossed out by the side of GCU, but doesn't get around that corner, and unfortunately the Flames do not meet the player who is planting down that spike. Time constraint now forced into the lap of GCU, and they're feeling that pressure. Volt quickly expended by Rotun. Only Nader able to find a refrag back to that same player. Sauce able to take down the body of Watanabe to finish them quickly, but JT's up at drop, has an angle. Nader with a quick flick back, able to tag them instead. Finally dealt with in return, but it's Taro all by their lonesome in a 1v2, and I think they'll make the wisest decision here to just say, hey, let's not play for this kill, take an exit frag if we can, and simply says, I'm simply just built different, don't try me.
Man, how do you go at, I don't understand when players get the speed like that to whip out the gun and still in that fight. Like, is there some kind of radiant trick where you already got the bullet chambered? Because I'm always wondering why we cock the guns every time we put it out. Is it like a safety precaution or something?
I don't know.
Like,
it's not the safety. That's not how guns work.
Yeah,
I don't know. Well, Dallas,
like
maybe if you spend less time, like inspecting your knife every round, then there'd be a big difference, right?
We spend a lot of money on those knives. We got to get our value out of it. Trust me. But regardless of that, obviously you haven't bought enough knives, but as we go to this next round, we get a good look at Volt. So the beginning of the round kind of comes underway, and looking at the stance, and gee, you're not lying. They are really flicking them things out, but Watanabe instead is flicking on the heads with likes of Mr. Sight, and a huge closure already here at the start of the round. You have to pray the rest of the side that CSUF can go crazy here with this spike already down, but they have to get a read, more importantly, where these players are and where this retake is coming through. Because there's 2 players, they're trapping themselves in tower, and they are now on the middle of an island just trying to figure out where exactly they are before they can really fight.
Mr. Sipes barreling down the util over towards the actual main site here in B, trying to get a little bit of tag damage over towards Arcade as well. Taro gets the swing around, and they'll be joined by Mr. Sipe to finish things off. GCU will recover after that last round, and CFUF's attempt to try to take things away from that A site falls short. B, obviously not the objective that nets them a lot of success, considering that they've managed to take the last few rounds at least in good position, even if they lose them, to take a couple players off the board. That round, they only took down one, and it's Watanabe, who, quite frankly, we've mentioned multiple times that their second half performance is not going to be where we see them be highlighted. That first half was where they kind of give themselves that go-ahead, and they take them off, get a little overconfident, pushing to that side, and GCU punish you in accordance, especially considering they had that opening pick as well. It's where you want to be, but match point now met here for Map 1 and Fracture. GCU now have the responsibility to say, hey, we want to go to Haven just right now, and CSUF are going to be desperate, Dallas, to keep themselves here to make sure that they can at least get close, if not, try to bring it to OT.
Another full push, chopped on with a flank there towards the other side of the map. You can see that right there, set up towards that B main, just a singular chamber by their lonesome with a straight mark over towards that A side. But, I mean, once again, the retake situation, you're planning entirely for that. CSUF are just kind of trapping themselves within this hold where they have to play out as far as they can, learn these lineups, kind of play to be a little more efficient with the utility, because they know as soon as they invest a lot to get on site, and especially in a circumstance and a setup like that, they have to know exactly where to shoot, because there's way too much variety going on right now. You have an orbital strike to buy a little bit of time, but you have to make sure to find a very quick execution after that. They've done exactly that. Managed 2 kills in the meantime, now in a 3v2, now make it 3v1. Quacksmack swinging out, baby. Somebody needs to get this damage down, this kill, but Watanabe is so much better! Like John Wick, not only closing your eyes for the map, but closing in the rest of a mag as well with a clutch and a 3K to bring themselves a 13-10.
You asked how players whip out the weapons so fast and win those fights. I'm asking how you whip out the pistol so fast. We've had that ingrained in our heads since original COD, since Modern Warfare, right? Where we're saying tooltips at the bottom, always switching to a secondary is faster than reloading a primary. Watanabe has been in the training range practicing that one exact thing. You've got to expect that from these young blood players, from the younger kind of ones coming into the scene. And what a way to pop off in a much needed scenario for you. Especially considering a lot was used to kind of return fire. You had to pop a Rolling Thunder back. You didn't push off of it because of those sky smokes that were sent cutting you off over from your main entrance in from defender spawn. You were in a rough spot. You tag it, they use an orbital strike. They've used a lot against you, and you've used a lot against them. You don't want to go to the next round, and you need a hero, and Watanabe did exactly that.
Yeah, that was a very interesting kind of battle of the scales there. I mean, look at where the weight really started to pull its own weight, where it started to be self-efficient to some extent, where these teams started to make sure to know what they're worth and really trade out stages of the game. And we saw it more importantly with GCU in that second half on the defense, which I'm kind of surprised that CSUF didn't really get a read on earlier on those stages. Even then, during the first round, we saw that real impact come through, just specifically waiting for the post plan, because you kind of had an idea going into the second half, and I even kind of alluded to it, saying, what exactly can GCU do here? They looked good for the post plant. They did a really good job stalling things out, but they seem to never have that perfect idea of a pacing to say, what should we use here? What should we use here? What should we use here? Obviously, they've never been in the Great Depression because they don't know how to ration themselves. And by the time they got around to really needing to get desperate for all that stuff, on the defense, they had it. They didn't need to use it. They didn't need to invest it anywhere. They just played it slow at the start and said, by all means, take the side. It's yours. Surely we're not gonna fight for it. We're gonna save up the entire round. Don't worry about that. As soon as you get comfy on that site and you make yourselves at home, that's why I say, all right, Rolling Thunder, Nightfall, Orbital Strike, you name it, we got it. We're throwing at you. 50 cal bullets, we got those too. I mean, secondary whip outs, getting 3Ks at the end, we got those too. They have every single bit of it. And I gotta say, CSUF, they had to make those reads. They had to make those adaptations because sure, they won in that first half, but where they should have sealed the deal and gotten that last nail into the coffin, it seems like they just really sold the entire tobacco they had in their hands.
Yeah, when a round finishes in Valorant, the impact can still be felt from that round 3-4 rounds later, depending on how much was used and how everything works out for one side over the other. You have to be aware of that one. And like you mentioned, rationing, we're all college students, right? So you'd expect like they're rationing at least a little bit. I know I had at least 30 packs of ramen constantly in my, pantry, but it is what it is. These players themselves, they look like they're ready and ready to go for that second map. But before we head on over to it, we'll take a quick little break ourselves. Back in a few minutes to see if this one can be closed out in two, if we will in fact need that decider third map. Stay tuned for more.
What's good, everybody? Welcome back here to the NECC. We're moving now on to map 2, the likes of against GCU and their varsity squad and CSUF. We were kind of, after that last game, I gotta say, I'm kind of impressed by them, but not really able to cross that finish line. We did find ourselves ending that game in a 13-10 fashion with GCU taking it. To be expected to some extent, considering it was their map pick. But now we move things on to the likes of Haven, a much more intricate map, a lot more larger map, I would say, in terms of decisions to be made, but still relatively similar to Fracture and what we really got to hand out then and there.
And you mentioned that it was GCU's map pick. That's definitely the case, but you also have to remember that CSUF was ahead at halftime. Still a close game, only having to use that last round to go up 7-5 that first half, but still, a dominant performance by CSUF, and the game ended quite close still, requiring a huge clutch, a 3K with a pistol whip out for that last third from Watanabe, the neon to the side of GCU. The game's close, job's not done, and Haven, I'm expecting to be once again kind of this major war, this battle on all sides, and for a 3-objective map, it can kind of be long and kind of stretched out over the course of these rounds because you don't like the A site, how it's looking. B is a little testy. C, we don't like yet. Let's retry the A site. You're expecting them to be a lot more kind of thought through instead of like on Fracture, where once you hit the floodgates, you're running straight through that site.
I'm happy you're not on IGO with the way you just said A, B, C, then we try A again. A little bit of an alphabetical order lineup there, but I mean, no, honestly, talking about IGLs and kind of lineups, that was the kind of situation I asked these teams earlier because, I mean, I was looking into these and I was kind of really digressing everything that's going on and saying, what exactly is going on here? We got to talk about game plans. I was like, because obviously in our own games as casters, we like to look into the ideas. We like to look into the fine details, figure things out. We come at it with a very analytical point of view. That's probably why we're not ready and immortal because we don't have flicks and aims like them, but we can definitely act as coaches to some extent possibly. But I asked, and I was like, okay, I got production to kind of reach out and say, who are the IGLs for each squad? Or who do y'all kind of look to for ideas? And over on the side of CSUF, it was Simply. And on the side of GCU, they went ahead and opted for Volt, which is kind of interesting to me because Simply on that first map played controller. Volt played an initiator. It comes down to whether or not you can set up that information yourself and really put that stress on you to say, can I do this while also being somewhat of an initiator, pulling that trigger, and really having that flinch aspect involved? Or am I going to play controller, sit back, really boss things around, and I'll just create a little bit of a circle around the site and say, here's how we're going to work around this. That's the biggest difference, whether or not you can rely on your teammates to take those shots or whether you're willing to put that stress on yourself. And I got to say, props to Volt for able to do that, making those adjustments, saying, look, as an initiator, I'm pulling the triggers around here. I'm telling you when to go. And in those post-plant scenarios in that second half where we kind of didn't really expect too much out of him, he was the one who was able to go ahead and orchestrate that, really look good here and say, this is what's going to be laid out right now. This is how we're going to do this. And you guys, honestly, I expect you to be able to step to the plate and really follow up on me. And that's exactly what they did. More importantly, when you look at, obviously, you know, Mr. Nader in the back and get those frags as well.
Now, Vaults, we got to keep in mind at the beginning of that first half, the first 4 rounds, and also the beginning of the second half where they had picked up that Nightfall within by the time round 3 started, Volt was a big playmaker for their side. Since then was a little bit more in the woodwork, but you kind of expect that from a player who's initiating, letting somebody else go forward, and especially a shot calling initiator for that fact. But that's a huge impact made by Volt in those early rounds, and I'm expecting we see a little bit of the same thing here on the map of Haven. And I'm not shocked it's Simply that they look to for those designs as well for the opposing side. Very smart player. We saw just how strong CSUF were behind them, and I expect to see a little bit of the same thing here when it comes on over towards the map here of Haven. Astra on the board, a little bit of an oddity for some teams, still can be picked a little bit here on the map of Haven, so not too shocked that's J-Chee's decision. Besides that, not an exact mirror composition because of that. We did see that breach. We did see a jet as well. A lot on the board, and don't be fooled by the map we're seeing right here. It's not Fracture, it is Haven. It's going to be very interesting to see how they engage towards the side, especially when you consider the normal kind of style Dallas of sitting on a tether and having that raise with the paint chills to zone out those ult orbs, which is a huge battle, a mind game in these early parts of the round, see if you can get an early pick or at least zone people off to collect those.
I love those follow-up. I mean, I love the combinations of a siege and a paint shell back to back. Getting those easy frags, putting players down to literally 1 HP and saying, oh no, an ant bit my toe at this exact convenient time. And you're just biting the dirt at that point. And it's just so entertaining to see something like that. But I mean, honestly, it's a huge cash-in. You talked about the longness of this map of Haven. That's really what it comes down to. is the longer angles. We talk about A long, and that's where a lot of this early pressure comes out for. If you don't at least check your box off at A long before anything else, because you know a player's going to be lined up there, and either that's a free engage where you know you win that fight, or somewhat of a retaliation, you got to know you're going over to C long possibly. You're feeling things out there. You're going for a longer lineup. You're praying your chambers can go crazy on that. But CSUF is the only one with that chamber. Instead, we see a little bit of an opt and an actual conflict going on the site rather than in the long area.
It's going to be interesting that long battle does go through, lacking the chamber on the side of GCU. They lose their KJ quite early, and thankfully they'll clap back to take down simply the chamber, the lone one here for CSUF. Return fire, it is an even 4-on-4, and the post plan effectively in play for CSUF. They're going to start to watch their flank. Smack player watching, 2 players bearing down on their flanks coming in from that C main side. With the 2 players sitting inside Cubby, they'll need to be careful. Nader gets a one-shot headshot to Quacksmack, and it was a double dink to hurt Solus, but they'll finish off quickly afterwards. Problem is, Nader falls, Watanabe joins them, and it's just Bolt and Mr. Sipe left standing. Mr. Sipe bites the dirt first, and JG clutches up a 3K in the round and makes sure that all their buttons work right afterwards. Round 1 goes in favor of CSUF.
I love seeing ghosts fight in pistol rounds, especially when players are low, because as soon as that first trigger goes off and you don't find a kill, that is the quickest you'll ever see somebody wet their pants. I mean, me included. There is no exception for it. It is so fun to watch people panic a little bit and say, oh my god, I gotta get this hit. But hey, it manages to come out there in the end. CSU, if they manage to get themselves that first round, and this is going to be their map pick. So, I mean, obviously, you want to find these pistol rounds. You want to find these free setups. You want to get this economy stacked up. And even then, kind of play off of it a little bit, because as cheap as sheriffs are, hey, Stingers are almost as close. There's only a 150 difference, and they received a buff here recently as well. So maybe we can utilize those to really barrel shove right up towards that A side and get ourselves maybe another round under our wing.
Return working up through short, has a little bit of assistance. The tailwind is queued. Player gets up close and personal, though, and it's not actually them to find the kill. Volts is not the player to find it. Instead, it's having to deal with the player back a little bit further of Nader. Nader now finds their second, but every player of CSUF who was flooded out of that short side has now met their maker quite quickly. 2 players left on the side of GCU, and what should have been an expected round result in favor of CSUF has been anything but. It's a 1v2. An attacking side simply is trying to do the best they can, but I'm sorry to break it to you. Simplify just cannot clutch up. Nader gets 3 in that round, and it's tied 1-1, breaking the simple mode that Valorant kind of falls into.
I think, honestly, you do get a little bit better of a result there, considering if you did get the majority of those shots landing onto a single player. Because, I mean, even then, you look at the last 2, Watanabe and Nader. They were very, very close to death in their own right, but I mean, neither one of them really ended up going 6 feet under, getting buried. So, I mean, you can see it right there, looking to get a turnaround result. Nader already being 1 point off from that Blaze Storm, and that's an outstanding stance, knowing that things you don't even have to buy this round. Watanabe, Nader, both running a Spectre in their own right, knocking CSUF down a little bit of a notch and knowing that, okay, you have absolutely nothing to work with. This should be a free second to come through and really tip the scales in their favor just for the long haul.
Reedson trying to play through the dark cover, having to take a couple steps back. Sorry, this can be cosmic smoke in play. Watanabe sitting up on top of B, able to deal with 2 swiftly. A little bit of assistance by Terra will steal the possibility of a 3K, but it's quickly closed out and secured by the side of GCU. Flawless for round 3 to get things started and underway, and they'll quickly send us on over to round 4 as well, where the rifles will start to fully come out here by CSUF, but a couple were also joined in hands by GCU. They're still very well equipped for this round, and they can kind of choose the range at which they want to engage on these sites. They can hold up close and personal with those SMGs right at the gates up towards short A ramp, or they can hold over towards the ready net crates inside of C at that floodgates through alley, or maybe even at the doors into garage. So much control available for the defense. They should still be in a very good spot, and do not count them out.
Looking at the sense already, I mean, over towards this A main control every single time, you're going to see this lurk. You're going to see a player stationed up. You're going to see that early information trying to be just ripped out of the grass on one of these squads. And I mean, that's kind of the aggression you have to meet. I think, quite honestly, you get yourself either a free engage and you get yourself a free kill. And honestly, that always causes a little bit of a rotation, even if you end up meeting that challenge. So that kind of alleviates that stress over towards B or towards C, or even then, just more importantly, garage right there hitting in the middle, knowing that the KJ is probably going to be setting up towards that area. So, I mean, you got to expect the unexpected to some extent. And I mean, an aftershock going in the garage, got to say something. And then Omen, honestly, in that smoke, you're seeing both of it, because Reton is just shooting and landing shots somehow, blindsiding every player.
The moment you think Razan is about to be over, he's not done just yet. There's still another one right out the gates ready. Shock Dart sent over through garage window, and Quacksmack will send themselves out of that hallway to go and engage for the kill into Mr. Sipe. Does them fairly quickly. It looks like CSUF are trying to say, hey, anything you guys can do, we can do better. Flawless in round 3. Well, we're trying to find our own flaws here in round 4. Just Volt left standing. They'll manage to find one more, denying that possibility of the flawless. Finally, GCU getting at least some say here in this round, but you're still looking at a dominant performance by the attacking side of CSUF. 3 players sitting inside Cubby, another one lagging behind inside C main, and another one just kind of rotating all the way back towards defender spawn, where guess what? Volts may just run into them, seemingly aware that there could be a possibility of that flank simplify is there. Who knows if they'll see them in time? Can't finish them off. Volts will manage to survive the round.
Well, you can tell that IGL kind of ideology coming through that mind there saying, something's bad going to happen. I'm in a 1v4. I got to imagine the worst. So I'm going to hug that little bit of the heat coming off that spike and make my way back towards home once that thing is done doing its thing. But already a good exchange on the board, going 2 for 2. Not a very early lead, not a very dominant lead by either squad, but a little bit of an equalization, which I got to say. Even then, looking at the order of rounds, it's not going 1-1. It's not going 1-1-2-1. It's going 1-2-2-1. So it's a little bit of an interesting switch up that we're not typically used to, knowing that economy has to be all over the place. And even then, these teams have to really iron out what they're going to do. So Bladestorm being invested with the likes of all these rifles, you're saying, honestly, Nader, I'm going to be just self-sufficient. That's what I'm going to do here. And, I mean, you had that same capability, but it's just not coming out yet. So CSUF look a little bit of a presence on the map, looking to get aggressive, and they do exactly that. So Reton is happy to get a free rifle and possibly get a follow-up, but no, you're playing for the trade there. You make sure to just win off those numbers. So 4v3, sight, and it's being taken care of, and you get that spike down as well, and you just wait for the post plant where you got 3 ultimates waiting for you.
We're going to need another level of Sixth Sense here if your GCU simplifies once again on that flank, on that prowl, and we'll have to see if that lone kind of play style will work out for themselves. Now coming up through B, Nader swings out with the shorty, able to take down JG, but they'll lose the fight of the Quacksmack. Taro able to find one more of their own, but now they're all by themselves. It simplifies long and slow flank. They'll finally net themselves some success. Lots of noise made by Quacksmack. Still aware that could be the player simplify far behind. They don't complete the kill fast enough. Taro expecting a bit more from that Vandal, and unfortunately with that little bit of timing differential, Simplify will have the angle to clear them from heaven.
I counted 4 bullets. Why isn't he dead? It's just enough, though, already. Speaking of 4s, though, we're not seeing exactly a rule of 4 just yet. We're seeing no team really reach 4 just yet, which is still something to be working off of. But I got to say, one more number I'm looking at is 5. The one right after that, all things considered, when you see the 5 ultimates on the side of GCU, that's going to be a very, very influential thing here over the course of this game. From the shadows, not really utilized super aggressively on this defensive side, and I think that's a switch up I really like to see out of a lot of these squads. Watanabe, you can get some early information. You can get some ideas of where these teams are going to go, because even then, you don't see that early A main leak. You don't see that A long kind of, lurk going on, looking for some information. You do get a Prowler to go out there, but you're not throwing your body on the line. You're not looking to trade things out. You're not looking to get aggressive and really see if you can find yourself that early advantage in terms of manpower. But a little bit of a steady game going on. CSUF is expecting a push coming their way, but when GCU has all the utility in the world, and considering how well that ladder end of Fracture worked out for them, they could say we just play for retake here.
Especially considering how much util is available to their side. The KJ can solo hold that A side if they choose to put there. A lot of information potential as well in through Garage. It's also where you see a lot of those either KJs or Cyphers like to sit and stay pretty within. And if it looks like for GCU, it is towards that C site where they can also help extend over towards B with that Nano Swarm in play at default plant position. With a lot of early peeking made on C long, that's a lot of intel given by Simplify as they don't connect the shot necessary to close out that kill. And so they're going to feel a little bit more careful and precautious about how they extend. Quick use of the Hunter's Fury. Not a lot of intel behind it, and because of that, they lose Reton trying to play all by themselves in Garage. The KJ comes up big for Taro, and they'll be forced to use a little bit more than they want to try and kick back the site. They'll use a lockdown. They'll extend back with their own kind of rolling thunder. They try to find a little bit more success. It's not working. Solace has to extend for one more to Watanabe if they find the 2K. Nader's coming in with the Blade Storm. Head loft off Quacksmack's shoulder. A second one, the right click to Solace, and it'll be a closed out round for GCU.
Mr. Clean, I like to see it. I'm not a big fan of Blaze Storms personally, but whenever you see other players just get super crisp with it, you just can't do anything but give them the respect they deserve. And Nader, especially after that chamber play in that last map, and now going ahead and following things up with a Blaze Storm in his own right, and even still playing that operator role, now getting that gun within their grasp. You know that when retake comes through, that's the one thing that it comes down to: a Jet and a chamber, either a Headhunter or a Blaze Storm. One has a little bit more of a heads up than the other because you never know when that 1-2 is going to come out. So already GCU, for a very, very swift retake, they're looking super clean with it, able to go ahead and utilize some of that utility, but not all of it. Only 2 ultimates using that. When a lot of teams would be tempted to use a lot more, I gotta say, the kind of patience, the kind of resolve they have in their own squad and how much they want to utilize is super, super impressive.
Simplify's going to need to get their gun up and quick. Nader's holding an angle that will force the side of CSUF to actually walk in through a lobby to engage them. No overextending on the side of GCU. Look at the respect they have for the side of CSUF. They know that they're capable of returning fire. They know that they're capable of winning halves, if not maps in general. Considering how close that map one turned out to be on that map of Fracture, the slightly revamped map of Fracture at that. I would expect GCU with their map pick to feel comfortable. This one being CSUF, so you've got to feel that maybe they have a little bit more respect than necessary. Mr. Sipe up close. Not any audio cues given away just yet, but let's start to pull out those constellations and use that util as fast as possible. Mr. Sipe is just waiting for the smoke to dissipate. Has to come up big. A big miss by JG. No shots will come back in return. And Terra will join them on that kill feed, netting themselves now a 2-man advantage. 3 players left to defend in the post plant. They'll all scurry themselves on back through C long, and they don't have much to deny a post plant potential here by GCU. They'll use the Nightfall to make sure no one's on site, get a little bit of intel, and they'll just dash to a spot where they can start to dominate and maybe get a deep fuse out, but there has to be a lot of util papped back by CSUF now.
I mean, just clean execution across the board coming out of GCU thus far, but they got to keep an eye on reads on them whether or not that execution is going to come through. I mean, already a big hit coming down. No one players towards C long, but when GCU, they know they have enough players there towards the back. You're not going to give up sight for free. You're going to make sure to hold some players back. You're going to have some players covering this fight. You're going to have somebody there to make sure that trade goes through. Considering you got 4 players alive, so they just double down. They play as a group, work for the ones, isolate the game, and get themselves, once again, a very, very clean retake to work with. So I got to say, I mean, GCU, I'm loving the way they play this game. I mean, they're pacing, the way they kind of keep themselves back, the way they really just hold themselves down. They play the patience game to almost a perfect tee. And even then, their shots may not be the most perfect thing in the world, but the way they position themselves, they don't honestly have to be. On this defense, they look just outstanding, and the brilliance of this squad really starts to shine that much more.
Bit of a recon bolt over the top. Volts will clear it very quickly, and it looks like a pretty big engagement being employed by CSUF. Simply will kind of hold back once again. We saw them play over towards B to be that lone player. We saw it net them a lot of success as well, winning just 3 rounds before in a good fashion against the, defending side of GCU, but they did also have to come down to the 1v1, though it was quite an easy cleanup for them. Util ready to be gunned down towards that site. It looks like the Rolling Thunder will, in fact, be popped, flushing the majority of CSUF off of the engaged position. A player down below in hell, though, and they're not aware. Taro caught out after finding first blood. Nader has to find 2 in quick succession. The shorty is in hand. 1 HP to Quacksmack. A single shot from the shotgun will get the job done, but 43 HP is not the best position to be sitting within. You've let them get back too far. You've gone above and beyond. You can't close it out, and Quacksmack will save the player that is, unfortunately, in your favor. That'll tie things out in a 4-4 position.
I love the idea. I mean, you got to give it to the guy saying, you know what, I'm not in the best situation here. I could just post myself up with the operator with all the utility they have at their disposal for free that they don't have to invest in. Probably regen by now because the first time they used it was for the take. There's a big gap, a big window they were utilizing in the meantime. Nader just didn't get on the site, I want to feel like, in time. I mean, see what this guy's pulled off with the Blaze Storm and knowing he's got available for this round, he's probably going to utilize it right now to see if he can get himself a kill and just still playing for the retake. But knowing what this squad is capable of and seeing the kind of way they're really stretching themselves out, they put a lot of attention towards C in every single round. So I'm looking forward to see what they can do there. No real engage initially, but that's because Nader was stunned and couldn't really throw any of those plays out.
Stunned, spotted by the recon bolt, and quickly cleaned out. Solace joins them on that kill feed. It has been a dominant start in this round for the CSUF side. 3 ultimates on the board still for them should they choose to use it, and the same luxury, so to say, is not available for GCU. None to go off of. Still plenty of util. Prowler being sent out by Volt to try to clear out some space, give a little bit of that short-sighted nature to the players at hand. Bit of a buffer created by CSUF with those shock darts and the ability to kind of lock down a position quite well. Hot tossed way over the top. Volt still trying to create a little bit of open space. A lot of util dumped back in return. CSUF say anything that you have in the pockets, we've got 2 more of in quick stride. Mr. Sipe extends backwards and simply just cleans them up very quickly. 2 players left standing for the side of GCU, and I think they'll like to keep it that way, Dallas. As that spike detonates, they'll try to hold on to those rifles for that next round.
I say still, I mean, looking at the circumstances, knowing these rounds are going to even themselves out, we're seeing back and forth, regardless whether it's a strain of 1 round, 2 rounds, whatever it may be. The only difference being that CSUF early on with that pistol round on this map selection that they need, GCU's keeping themselves relevant here. That's really what it comes down to. Sure, they've had to invest some more here and there. Sure, they had to get crazy with it, but look at a round like this. You're looking at a player, Volt, with a half shield on a Phantom, 2 other players having to make that sacrifice while you got 2 more with the rifles. It's a very, very unorthodox kind of arsenal that you see teams rocking with right now. And honestly, the one that's kind of ironed out is GCU, even though they don't have those ultimates you're working off of. So you need to make sure you stall out this plant. You can't really get that post-plant situation because CSUF, they will not hold themselves back knowing they have these weird arsenals to be working with to just invest a Hunter's Fury and a Rolling Thunder just to get more aggressive with it.
Nader and Reton, the players that met first, neither side truly getting the upper hand. It was Nader that was forced back a little bit further. Watanabe tried to extend backwards through the attacker's spawn and maybe catch a player off guard. Simply was there. Thankfully, Volt will follow through as Nader just finally found the impact necessary on that C site. A second kill netted for themselves. Volt joins them on that kill feed for their own second. It's just Solace left standing. What a fabulous return by GCU to close out this round as Volt sends the last player left standing straight to the afterlife, tying us out in that 5-5 margin. Unorthodox, but it works, Dallas, as GCU collect.
Huge stances here. Good look for the squad. I mean, even then, looking at the kind of exchanges that we see, knowing the GCU, we saw a couple players go off. We saw Nader with that kind of little bit of engage, doing his job, pacing out the game, being that duelist that you want. But even then, Volt, I got to say, I'm a little surprised. Resulting in some kills, getting some impact there, knowing that even then, only a half shield was taking effect there. So knowing that you got a Nightfall to work with right now, and you have, thankfully, more importantly, Nader going absolutely off in this matchup, now sitting at 15-5. If they can just keep this up, especially on that attacking side, CSUF know that they need to close out this game quick.
You've got to humble that player, Dallas, right?
Yeah.
Like, you've got to put them in a spot where they can't even think about the possibility of return. That just has not been the case. Ratan able to find first blood. Watanabe had let them pass, and because of that, their teammate dies. Right idea? Slightly poor execution. Would have been an absolutely great clip, though. Still, it still only is a 1-player negative overall for the side of GCU because Watanabe was able to evenly trade with 1. Their teammate not given that luxury. But that is also your shot caller, your IGL, off the board. Now having to make their calls from the afterlife and hoping that the teammates can get it done all by themselves. Seems like a bit of a difficult stance, though, being a player down. It is on the A site, the most retakeable objective on all of Valorant, but you're asking a lot when 2 of your players are coming in from the south. Mr. Sipe up in heaven takes down Simply. Taro joins the feed of the Quack Smack. Rotundo up on top, and they'll fall just as quick. Taro is able to find that evening blow, and a quick flip by Nader. They will climb even higher on that scoreboard, as they will, in fact, hold true to that A site tempo. They'll defuse with plenty of time.
I was about to say that statistic of yours is looking a little bit better now.
It's looking good.
They keep fluffing these numbers, baby. Honestly, if you listen to Infernosis, you'll know to never hit that side in your life unless you have a 5v1 on your hands. At that point, why not just go down and chase the kill? All things considered, though, I mean, looking at the stance once more, we see GCU closing things out saying, we talked about humbling players, but you can't really do that. No matter what, Nader says, worst case situation, I go in the next half, I'm just getting refreshed, baby. Take a sip of Gatorade, we're right back on the field. And what's happening? Oh no, we're starting from ground zero. They have no lead that we have to really overcome. We have no lead, but that's okay because it's not our map pick. Haven isn't our go-to, but honestly, we're still looking pretty good on it. But CSUF, especially with Reton, is able to have a really good opening there as well, knowing that Nader is going to be that first player he encounters, or the second, on site, knowing that this is a guy you do not want to go ahead and wake up right now. So you're going to put him to sleep, and that's what Solace does.
All of that's just hectic problem making of Nader on that side, and It still doesn't net themselves of finding any kills. Great return by Mr. Snipe and Volt, but it's down to the 1v1. Volt's working, possibly through Link now, after sending the Prowler back from defender spawn. Spike is being placed down. Volt will work through Hall. Solace was only teasing that spike for now. Quick send out. Volts doesn't have the ammo. And we saw them messing with the guns earlier tonight, monitoring the ammo count, and they don't do it in the most important time. Forced to reload, and they're no Watanabe pulling out that pistol. It will, in fact, tie things out. CSUF will reach 6 rounds to give us a different score line than the first map there on Fracture, but still basically the same, having only been a 1-round differential, truly.
Yeah, I mean, that one round obviously makes all the difference in the world, usually resulting or actually guaranteeing a result of a separation of 2 there towards the rear ends. I mean, I would go ahead and equalize this thing out. GCU looking good to hold themselves down, play towards these retake kind of style once more, looking super swift with it. You got to talk about that Jet. You got to talk about Nader. You got to put your influence on this guy because, I mean, that wasn't even a half where he gets the spotlight. This is now where he starts to ignite that flame. And we talk about utility and saving it for the rear end. This is where you save your energy for the rear end because you know that now on the side that you're supposed to go crazy. You're supposed to push up. You're supposed to find not only control of the site, but if you're still alive, go to spawn. I mean, just why stop here, get that information, feed it to your teammates, and just let them devour that. But you can already see the setup. They're pushing into spawn. They're giving up a complete site switch or map switch, albeit, letting these defenders kind of take up from the retake on the back end, and they still have themselves a setup towards Garage, and they have plenty of utility to just hold things down and pepper up on that spot.
Taro survives the initial onslaught by simply doing their best Neo impersonation, ducking the shots coming in their direction. Watanabe able to find 2 kills, tries to extend to Solace, is humbled back instead. And there goes Nader, the player that needs to be humbled the most if you're a CSUF fan. And unfortunately, they'll close things out to net themselves at least one more here in the round. When you see a player going 18-6 in a normal lobby, Dallas, you're scared of them. It's almost like you're forced into a spot where even though you know you don't want to, you'll be a little angry, a little sad, a little upset. You know that you can kill them. It just takes a little bit. They're not invincible. But yet, when you meet them face on in any objective, you're still going to just have that slight edge to maybe miss that shot. And that's what Nader's relying on right now when they engage towards this site, when they tailwind into the point, when they put down that cloudburst to hide within before they step out and barrel towards you. You gotta pray they miss those shots, and both Quacksmack and Rotund did. JT, the only player able to find them. They do deal with Nader, but they had already lost too much. It's just simply left standing in a post plant. And I'm sorry to break it to you. I'm not even sure Nader could come back here from this 4v1.
There's no headhunter. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. There's no real hope in something like that. You see him saving the money, looking to invest in that next round, let the other players push up. But to go ahead and rephrase and kind of double down on the point that you made earlier, talking about Nader and talking about seeing a player like that in a public lobby, saying that you're going to be scared of them. That gives you even more reason to be scared of them in a situation like this in a 5v5. That's a ragtag team that you got going on of people from all over the country inside of a single server, hoping that you can all get on the same page. Compared to an orchestrated team of 5 who's been working together for weeks, maybe even years now, to where if they want to execute a guy, they'll make sure the darn job is done. But if you still can't manage to get it done, if you still have a player going off, if you still have somebody making an impact when you're trying to orchestrate the entire map, to feel like the world is against them and it's still not going in your direction, that's a lot more concerning because it seems like everything you're doing is for absolutely nothing. So an A6 stance already, GCU looking to say, we're not doing that flip-flop anymore. You're not a player that on the defensive side can get thrifty with it. We're going to go crazy. We're going to shoot smoke. We're going to know where heads are, and Nader's going to open up kills with them.
What do you expect to see? It's the first blood in favor of GCU. Nader tries to extend over towards Garage. Unfortunately, Simply will take them down a peg. Volt's able to clap back, though. And that's a rifle on the ground that could be collectible, but Rotund, currently lingering within Garage, could make that an impossibility. Nano Swarm down, and though Volt does fall first, Taro does finish up with that kill before falling to Rotund. Watanabe good for one more. Mr. Sipe possibly at the other end to take down Solace, but they do still have a teammate left to work with. The full rifle buy round for CSUF has, well, not really gone the way you would expect it to. You try to extend with a little bit of safe giving with that smoke, but it's just not going to happen. Watanabe holding down that hallway leading to Garage, and that will be another round sung in favor of GCU. They reach 9, just one round away. And on a round where you're thrifting for CSUF, an almost guaranteed round, should things go as expected, for GCU to reach double digits.
This is one of those situations where if you're CSUF, I'm happy you're enjoying your nap a little bit for this half so far, but I mean, you can't wake up and smell the roses. You better be prepared to go ahead and break open a vial of smelling salts and get ready to whiff that, because you need to be awake. You got to be attentive. You got to be ready for whatever comes your way here in these next couple rounds, knowing that, I mean, GCU, they have these 3 to work off of, 2 players alive towards that rear end. They got so much money. In a round like this, you know the way they play aggressive, the way they get these setups. Thankfully, Simply can go ahead and get an initial engage, but I mean, your Jules is still alive and well. You got a second initiator towards the back pocket of your team, and I mean, your composition really just doesn't slow down here.
Reton doing their, best knife inspection as they kind of retreat away from that early util kind of expended by GCU. We've talked a lot about those knives and having them out constantly, but it's not been a problem here on this map whatsoever. The biggest problem child right now for GCU is that there is a lot of weight on their shoulders. Though they know they have this huge gun advantage, they're expecting it to fall in their favor. You lose first blood. That's a rifle on the ground, feasibly collectible by the side there of CSUF. You've got to find some kills. Volt and Watanabe give you a little bit more breathing room. They'll take down 2. Rifle will have been collected back in attacker spawn. Simply is the player plowing once again. We've seen that throughout this entire matchup. And while Reton is in a good spot to maybe get pressure up in heaven, Nader meets them and their Jet Doppelganger will fall short. Simply with that rifle collected back towards attacker spawn, cuts down Volt, but they will lose their only teammate of solace to, once again, Nader with their own rifle in hand. It's a 3v1, and CSUF saying, hey, we didn't expend much for this round. Let's at least escape it with that $2,900 rifle. We'll save it for the next.
And to know that you're hitting double digits off a round like this is just huge for GCU. I mean, you got to give props for CSUF kind of keeping themselves relevant, looking to keep these rounds as close as possible. When you're in these circumstances to where you can just give away freebies, it's crazy. Look at it. You never see circumstances like these, especially rounds, halves going in this kind of direction where you're saying, all right, look, here's what's going on. And if you're Simply, you can't give up those kills. I understand the money you can kind of get as an exchange, but you're a chamber. You got money to work with. You got to figure out what's going on here, because keep in mind that last round, you saw them as a luxury. You get a rifle. You're like, thank goodness I've managed to get this. I can carry things over. I can move on throughout this map and go into the next round with money. And that's just not the case. Instead, GCU, their perspective of this is, we are on top of the world. We are undefeated in this half thus far. We're pushing the sights. We're winning gunfights that we honestly really shouldn't in reality, but it's just working out for us because we're feeling ourselves. Take those table scraps. I hope you enjoy them, because we're out here feasting like kings right now, and we got money on top of money to just invest into rounds and throw everything but the kitchen sink at you. And that's the problem that CSUF are trying to figure out is, where's the kitchen sink? Because that's what I need to hold on to.
Timeout much needed right now with the side of CSUF. And right now we're looking at a scenario where Nader hunts for that last kill to finish things off, to remove the chance of that rifle going in, like we've talked about the impact that that can have. We've seen a lot of that sixth sense, that understanding of the game at a major level. We talked about how Volts was kind of the proprietor for the side of GCU. But we're seeing a lot come out from Nader in regards to understanding the map as well. You have to feel that Volts giving them that extra edge from behind. When you've got a leader up in front and you've got a guy that's leading the fray with those major kills, you better expect that there is another person behind them helping them out along the way and ensuring that they have that freedom and that leeway to pop off in that direction. And that's what we're seeing right now. The whole team have been the kind of the catalyst, like you mentioned there on the map of Fracture for the side of GCU, and more specifically for Nader. Unfortunately, Nader does bite the bullet quite literally at the operator. Thankfully for the side of GCU, round's not done just yet. Watanabe good for 2, all the way over towards long, 1 close, 1 far, and that'll be a sign for the taking.
This definitely will be. And I mean, let's go back to your statistic. This is the most retakeable side in all of Valorant. Problem is, it's not a 3v4. It's a 2v4.
Yeah.
One of these players have an operator. Simply, you know somebody's swinging up there towards heaven. You've heard that shot ring out. You've heard the operator. It's not just a guessing game now to know where that gun could be. It's going to be somewhere. You can't swing yourself out in the open. You can't get scared. You can't get crazy with it. And the one time you finally get that exchange, look at Watanabe. Even then, bringing the pressure. Sure, now it's still one more player down, but with all this damage being done, Simply trying to push up, dying to fall damage because you received for 2. A lot of damage back towards spawn. This is looking so darn right for the likes of GCU for the taking, to where I talk about it. It's either the double-digit checkpoint or chokehold. And they said, no, we're crossing this line so quickly.
What a great round, though, still in the attempt by CSUF, simply taking too much damage to the player holding cubby corner of JG, or sorry, at the time, actually, that was Taro. They died to the fall damage, but they were really dying to the rifle shots from beforehand. They weren't really going to survive that onslaught anyways. But like you mentioned, even though it was technically a 4v3, you're still expecting it to be a 4v2. Day team Watanabe made it a little bit easier with that from the shadows from behind. Love that play. That would have been another clip moment if it had come out to success, but it just doesn't. Tour de force popped here by Simply. Maybe hoping that they can repeat just what they did last round on Zenator. They'll do it with a Sheriff instead this time. Watanabe able to get the refrag back, but their life is forfeit just as quick. Marshall used back in return. Mr. Snipe trying to open things up for themselves. Util expedited back in favor as you'll try to see CSUF try to relocate themselves to a bit of a safer chokehold. GCU a man down. Still with the right weapons, and I wouldn't be shocked to see them kind of throw those rifles a little bit further back towards their spawn to make sure that as the round goes on, the side of CSUF cannot pick those up and bring them back in their favor. JG! What a shot, and vaults off the board. A 2v4. Very retakeable by CSUF.
Sure. What a shot. Love to see it. But regardless, I mean, it's these shots, it's kills like that, even then making management of the guns that you got. Looking for this engaged. Look at them. Switching off these guns, knowing the initiator is going to do their job, get that information. Everybody else is going to swing out. They're going to make sure this execution goes through. I can't even keep my words straight considering how well this is being executed and played out by the likes of CSUF. But even then, they could fumble the bag almost immediately, considering that Sight may have the roundabout. Quack doesn't really have too much time on the board. You know who that player is? You're jumping and shooting with your pistol, but with a couple bullets left in the mag and a Rolling Thunder, which I doubt is going to be invested, you still hit those shots for 4K, and Sight clutches things up to bring it to a match point scenario.
Sipe? Put some respect on the name, Dallas. It's Mr. Sipe. He's got a whole thing in the front. He's showing that he's the boss. He is showing who's on top. This entire half started off 6-6. Let's put a reminder to everybody out there. That's an even tally. I know we aren't supposed to do math. That was an even tally, though. 6 and 6 is the same number. Now, repeating the numbers of sixes, another one to tally through, but it's not an even tally. It's a lopsided tally in favor of GCU. 6 uncontested, unreturned, unretaliated rounds in favor of GCU. And CSUF are none the wiser about how to reciprocate towards any success. They are just dismantled by, disheveled as all get out. Bladestorm popped to maybe try to go from that flank position inside mid window. They do have Watanabe on the flank watching, but should they turn the wrong direction? While maybe they're using their paranoia, which did just get sent. Actually, sorry, that was the dark cover up towards heaven and a second one over towards Hall. They could be caught off guard, but Reton cannot make the most of a good situation, and that will be the rest of GCU now looking to sniff that up in the bud, but they'll manage to retreat away.
I mean, they're keeping their eyes on everything. They're leaving players over towards the A side, making sure no real pressure comes through, allocating more players over towards the rear to know, because they don't know what's capable of this. CSUF are in a situation where they're getting desperate for stuff. I mean, if you're looking at a 12-6 half flawless so far for GCU, you're saying, look, they may be scheming something. We can't let that happen. That's what it comes down to. We got to choke off these guys. We got to make sure that they can't really have the potential to even open anything up. So let's make sure to close off that idea as fast as possible. Once you now know that Jet is all the way back towards that C site, you don't know how many players are still there, but you pull the trigger to know that no matter what, with on all 5 engage on A, we have numbers advantage no matter what. And even then, CSUF is giving you that leeway. They're giving you that sight, but they're giving you a little bit of blood as well because they're flailing these shots, getting that operator down, but very quick exchanges coming through as more blood is even spilled to the side. CSUF looking to go ahead and do themselves one more. It's not flawless just yet, but good Lord, it's still a pretty long way to go.
Great return by CSUF. That's a much needed round, a literal requirement to stay competitive in this matchup. But the 6-round spree by the side of GCU, well, they're still going to be able to buy up in this round. Even when the rounds 2 before that were won by GCU were extremely close, coming down to essentially 1v1s, 1v2s. You did drop the rifles out of their hands. They still have plenty of money to come back into this one, and, well, simply still doesn't have enough for that full armor, or at least hasn't really afforded it just yet to themselves, despite having that 2,700 in the pocket. Bulldog for JG. Flash goes out through mid-window, trying to gain a little bit of success. Unfortunately, they flash themselves in that process. I think it's been a battle of these controllers in this kind of middle stage, Dallas, and the Omen of Watanabe has been a big leader right now for GCU to set up these sites, but Nader has just been shut down round after round in these last few rounds, and it's not been a good spot. Raton has been on a big surge, and that's 3K to start off this round before being taken back.
Yeah, big stations already. I mean, that recon dart revealing the entirety of the team of GCU. You can go ahead and take those tally marks, go ahead and add them up to say, let's take a little bit of attendance towards the middle of the map. they've already done that. Even in a little bit of a lap around, a possible flank to come through, and even then, JT just looking good enough to win those fights outright with the Bulldog in hand. Still taking some penetration shots as well. So 4 players remaining into that one. CSUF, that is probably the cleanest round we have seen them in the entirety of the map. And they were the only ones that have 2 flawlesses in the last map and still couldn't really carry on and find the execution to end things out. So I got to say, it's a good look. It's a good couple steps to be made. They make sure to make a much, much bigger kind of argument for themselves in the long run, but there's still 4 rounds to go, and they have to do every single one of them unanswered to even bring it into an overtime, to consider winning that overtime and going to a 3rd map. It's a very, very treacherous, long journey for the likes of CSUF right now, but I'm not counting them out just yet if they can keep on waking up and making plays like these.
We've seen returns from 12-1 Dallas, so it's a definite possibility, especially in the collegiate scene where anything can happen, especially when you've now lost your Omen, your controller, your smoke giver. For your side is the first blood. Watanabe off the board. Their attempt to solo hold one angle over the other like they've done the past few rounds, denied in quite a nice fashion. CSUF, though, still have to be quite wary of Nader, who's been on a little bit of a cold streak in these last few rounds. Once they ignite that flame underneath him, it could be another kind of downward spiral in favor of them. Volt trying to get a little bit too far forward, and Nader's Blade Storm will be cleanly cut down by Simply with that operator in hand. A much-needed boon once again to the start of CSUF in this round. Looking to gain their ninth. Shot swings over towards Volt's side. Cannot connect at all. Maybe a little bit in the process. I'm not really sure if they were already taking that damage instead. 18, 15 HP for the player there of Terry. Mr. Sipe takes, unfortunately, the bad turn. Volt will join them, and Solos will finish things off in favor. What has CSUF done? What's in the water? They have now turned into a completely new team in these last few rounds.
I mean, in a round like that, you can't really go crazy considering the guns weren't really in the hands of these GCU players. Right. But, I mean, you got to consider the circumstances from the other side. I mean, you got to look at where the grass is greener. CSUF, in a round where they were going on thrifties again and again, they were keeping it competitive. They were finding at least 1 or 2 players. They weren't allowing a flawless to follow through. They were finding initial kills with these sheriffs. I think GCU, they realized that, okay, well, we talk about that double-digit chokehold that, I mean, Mick was mentioning earlier. Maybe we're cashing in into the game, and that's not something I like to see too much. You have 2 ultimates to work with. You have all the time in the world to be working off of. You just can't use every single sec of it just to launder around the map. You need to make sure to have an execution. You need a game plan to follow up. And that's what we saw in that last round when they hit match point initially towards that A side. They didn't even get onto the side. They didn't even get that spike down. That was the biggest problem. It came down to a last second just spray through for CSUF, and they knew where the guaranteed players were because they were taking attendance on the map. Something like this now, you have to utilize that from the shadows. Don't use it to, go on that rendezvous, crazy single-man rescue mission to just keep the round going to get a spike plant down. You need to use it to get some early intel and not go on a flank all the way into spawn like you're trying to BM your opponents for that last round.
A timeout utilized by GCU, and that is kind of a big go-ahead, actually, to say, hey, CSUF, it's not been GCU screwing around or, not taking it seriously like some players may want to use on that big copium that a lot of people have, especially when it comes to, video games and esports, that NA copium, as we so love to call it for VCT and whatnot. GCU still feel the pressure. They have been trying and have been getting shut down, and CSUF have been given quite a big lead to kind of send themselves in that go-ahead. GCU, though, trying to use momentum quickly in their favor. Nader stepping up big. Mr. Sipe will manage to find first blood, though Solace claps back. Watanabe plays from Link. A man advantage for GCU. CSUF have not won any round so far in this half when they have lost the man advantage early. They'll even things out there with JT's frag back towards Taro. Nader sitting inside Link, still not dealt with, and they'll tear through JT just as quickly as their teammate got teared through instead. The operator in hand, it misses, it's shot, and that will be Simply's life forfeit, and it will be Quack Smack to join them. 13-9. GCU says enough tomfoolery from the gang. A quick timeout, talk things through at the water cooler, and send them home packing as they'll take this one.
It's crazy after that entire timeout, the one idea they came up with was, we've hit A and C a lot. Why don't we go for B this time? There's 3 sites on the map. I totally forgot about that. And quite frankly, I think everybody does. But regardless, it's a plan that you're not expecting too much. I mean, honestly, having that much of a leeway, having that much of a comfort, having that much of a, a net to work off of and a luxury to be sitting in, I mean, you got to go ahead and kind of consider your options. And I like the call there, saying, look, we're hitting A, C, A, C, A, C. And they're not going A, B, C like you mentioned before we even came into this. But they're saying that, honestly, they're kind of setting up for these sites. They're looking good on them. They're getting these kills. They're getting the executions. They're finding that early information. The one round that actually, the one right before that, where they saw a big dart go right down the center to read out every single player, they didn't get something like that again. They said, all right, look, obviously they're going to learn their lesson. They're not going to go anywhere else. We're CSUF. They're not going to do that again because it obviously didn't work. And that's where that ignorance kind of comes out in the team and says that ignorance is more of an actual wild card. It could be a curveball as well to know that we are going to double down on the B side because why? Nobody ever sees it coming and sees teams making themselves at home. It allowed that control, and more importantly, when they found those initial 2 kills, they knew they had the resources, the players there to actually spread out like we saw initially on that round 1 from them.
You mentioned the fact that they didn't ever really go for that B side, but there was not any lack of pressure, or at least when it comes to courtyard. That's where we saw GCU kind of try to go for that early pick, because that's what they like to do. Watanabe would be a player that would kind of go towards A. That was the way that they kind of defaulted on these pushes. Nader, though, well, you shut him down enough that the rest of the team has to join Nader in courtyard to try to avenge that kind of problem child that's been created of Simply, and having to also deal with the opposing Jet on that side of Return. There's a lot there that you kind of have to cook up and broil for their side to kind of make them uncomfortable in that B side, and they just failed to do that over and over again. So what do they do in that last round? They give double pressure, send Instead immediately towards B, send everyone all at once, speed, run, sprint, get into that objective, get first blood, get second, send a player over towards Link. Not only do you have to worry about a player coming back through defender spawn from that C site, but you also have to worry about players stepping up through garage into window on that Link side. You take both of them very quickly, and that's the beginning of the end. Just deal with the last 2 players of Simply and Volts coming in from that A side of Link, and it's all she wrote for that round. Finishing off that match point and series point and giving GCU the series in a 2-0 fashion. A ridiculously good game for them overall, especially, like you said, getting that huge 6-round buffer on such a big straight ahead and straight leeway for them in that second half. You'll love to see things like that, Dallas.
That's going to look good for them, more importantly, over the course of the season. And we talked about the maps, we talked about the statistics, more importantly, we talked about the round differential finally coming through. And honestly, in all honesty, even though we saw a bigger map differential, keep in mind the round difference still really wasn't that far. It was a 1-round difference between these 2 teams. And knowing that, okay, now we're going to this kind of situation, GCU said, look, do not compare us to the likes of CSUF anymore. It was a 1-round difference, but we made a 6-round buffer between us an entire half. This leaderboard, throw it in the garbage or update it after this week, whatever you got to do. But we don't want these statistics going ahead and knocking us down anymore. And I got to say, the way they've really performed today, look at their kind of layouts. They're not unstoppable by any means. I think they're going to create some really good competition across the league and even more importantly inside their division. But honestly, they show some real contenders, and they're showing that other squads within their league has to start doing their research because, I mean, these teams are counterable. They're not looking invincible. They're not looking crazy. I mean, sure, you got some crazy players like Nader, but that could also be part of your execution. Make sure, as you mentioned, to humble these players and let them know that they're not really as insane as they think they are. We're all in the same playing field. We're all in the same division. Anything could happen.
It's almost like every player has, if you pop off, you're a fragger, you're on top of the board, your biggest weakness 99% of the time is your mindset. When you're doing really good and you're used to playing like that, you have a bad game, a bad map, a couple bad rounds, and that weighs down on you. Nader had a lot of bad rounds towards the end, 4 in a row to kind of give a little bit of room over towards the opposing side. That was where we started to see Nader kind of slow down, time out, say, hey, pat him on the back. So you're back into this one, Nader. We're not out of this one yet. We still got some rounds. We got a couple more buffers, but let's finish it here. And they did in that last round. They are counterable. They are not invincible, like you said. They have their Achilles tendon. Go for it, straight at the throat, and rip them apart as best you can. You're facing the number 2 team here in our bracket. No kind of bad loss to that. No bad blood into it. But that map differential for GCU climbs even higher as they'll take 2 back-to-back 2-0 fashion, none against them. They may have a good fighting chance to go up for the first place after this game.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you on that. I think there's definitely some near competition that could happen inside this division. A big switch up, possibly. I haven't really seen too much of the other divisions. I'm just excited to see what we get in terms of panning out the rest of the season for the league entirely because we're seeing, as I mentioned earlier, these flash adjustments coming through, map adjustments being made. I got to give props to GCU for taking that props and going ahead and saying, right up front, we're taking it. We're getting it. It was a much closer map than the likes of Haven, oddly enough. But, I mean, once these adjustments come through, though, players are kind of crossing their fingers that that's the first map they get in their rank queues to know that they can make use of those adjustments to say, okay, there's nothing at all that's new to me because I've gotten used to it so quickly. And you saw GC really bring that here today. Not as flashy nearly towards the end, but regardless, that's all you need is to make sure that you carry that aggression, carry that momentum through, and make sure to close out the day. And speaking of closing out the day, that's exactly what we got to do. We are bringing ourselves to the end. That was the last one here, of, at least on the A stream. I don't think B stream's carrying on anymore. I can see the chat. They're definitely probably going ahead and hit themselves to bed. But we're going to hit the hay as well here. But don't go anywhere here over the next couple of days. Obviously, in ECC, we provide games Monday through Friday, every single league, and same kind of time zones as well. Right there, starting at 4 or 5, and then running all the way to 10, 11, 12. It doesn't matter. Overtimes exists, and esports is just sometimes a mother that gives you some tough love. But regardless of that being said, tough love, though, coming up, closing out tonight. We're going to go ahead and call things an end. All things a wrap, and we'll see you here next week for NECC action on Valorant.